Ice is nice.
To live past age 30. Our muscle mass starts decreasing after the age of 30. Our hormone levels, our muscles begin to atrophy.
I don't think that the majority of Americans even think of muscle as an organ. They don't think of it about it being our metabolic currency.
There's a direct correlation between the amount of skeletal muscle you have and your longevity. Fundamentally, it comes back down to diet, sleep, exercise, and mindset. And the way that you do those things is to wrap routine around them.
Sort of the discipline over motivation. We've actually gotten away from the basics that you just talked about.
Most people are healthy till 63. And our goal here is, can we at least move your health span up to that 80-year mark? This is the decade of a health span revolution, and the biggest impact is going to be coming from AI.
When you have artificial intelligence that can take 700 trillion independent variables and create an actionable result.
And no human can understand all that, but AI can take it all in, process it, and help you. And ultimately, it's about being in the best health I can in order to intercept these breakthroughs.
We're both on the same journey, you know, this childlike fascination with longevity. What are just the basic building blocks of somebody who wants to live a long, healthy life?
Yeah, one of the best pro-longevity things I've ever done is having
Hey guys, welcome back to the Ultimate Human Podcast. I'm your host, human biologist Gary Brecka, where we go down the road of everything anti-aging, biohacking, longevity, and everything in between. And as you just heard, today's guest is probably one of the most iconic guests that we've had on the podcast in a long time, if not the most iconic guest. I'm an enormous fan of his. We were actually just fanboying over each other. And he's like, I'm a fan of yours. I'm like, well, I'm actually a fan of yours. I've been following you for longer. But welcome to the podcast, Dr. Peter Diamandis.
My pleasure, Guy. It's amazing to be here with you in beautiful Miami and in your incredible environment here. You walk the talk, you live it, and so proud of what you built.
Thank you so much. I mean, that is a very high compliment coming from someone like yourself. You know, I've actually been following your trajectory from afar for several years now. I kind of find it fascinating how I think you're one of those rare kind of left brain, right brain kind of entrepreneurs that's able to get deeply embedded in the science, but also see how it can have a practical application to humanity. And we're both on the same journey, you know, this fascination, this childlike fascination with longevity and the extension of life. And, you know, I want to go down that road with you a little bit because, you know, as I've traveled around the world and met with some of the brightest minds and seen all the biohacking equipment in the world, and we're going to talk about some of the things that I think are fascinating, both of us in the space of longevity. The one thing that seems to stick with me is that we need to get back to the basics and then advance to the fancy stuff. And what is your feeling on that? I mean, what are just the basic building blocks of somebody who wants to live a long, healthy life?
I think about that a lot, and I'm clear that fundamentally there are a whole slew of things that cost you nothing, that have a huge impact right now. A lot of people know me as a technologist or investor in biotech or AI and building companies in that field. But what I really want to gift in this conversation with you is like what you can do right now that moves the needle for you. And it's not spending hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. You can do that as well, but fundamentally, it comes back down to diet, sleep, exercise, and mindset.
Yes.
Those are the elements that if you don't have those dialed in, you know, forget about the other stuff.
Right.
Let's dial those in. And, you know, we're here discussing my latest book, Longevity Guidebook, how to go, you know, how to slow, stop, reverse aging and not die from something stupid.
I love that. Not die from something stupid.
Well, it's important because
I kind of think that should have been the title of the book. It's such a great tagline. It really is.
Thank you. But, you know, it's so there's a chapter on on diet, a chapter on sleep, a chapter on exercise, a chapter on mindset, and importantly this time a chapter on routines. Because I think the single greatest innovation I'm 63 right now. I feel like I'm the best health I've ever been in my life.
You look amazing, by the way. You're a lot more jacked than you look on camera.
I added 10 pounds of muscle last year.
Really?
I went down. Muscle is your longevity organ, and I went full on.
Did you do full statin gene therapy?
No. It was working out in the gym with weights every day, 5 days a week. It was creatine. It was 150 grams because I weigh 150 pounds of protein every day, and it was doing the work.
Yeah,
it was doing the work. Now, doesn't mean, and we can talk about this, some amazing biotechnology coming in the future that will make it a lot easier. My job now is to maintain that, but lots of studies around the world show that there's a direct correlation between the amount of muscle mass, skeletal muscle you have, and your longevity. So again, the chapter on diet, a chapter on sleep, a chapter on muscle, a chapter on mindset.
Yes.
Those are things that we should be doing now. And the way that you do those things is to wrap routine around them.
Yes.
You know, what is routine? It's not negotiating with yourself over and over again. Right? It's like waking up in the morning and like, this is who I am.
Sort of the discipline over motivation approach.
It is discipline. That's a good point, a good way to put it. And it's like, it's creating that person who you want to be and who you are. So it's like, I am the person who gets up at this time and does these things. And when you identify with that, it helps you not negotiate and say, well, you know, I want to stay in the cuddly bed a little bit longer, or you know, that dessert, I can rationalize eating that dessert right now.
Yeah, you know, I talk about this a lot too. You know, you know, in some of my workshops, I talk to a lot of folks, and it's interesting how people think that self-care is very selfish. Right. So, you know, I've developed this philosophy that, and I apply it every day. The first 90 minutes of every day belongs to me.
Yes, your golden hour.
Yeah, it's my golden hour, and it doesn't belong to my spouse or my employees or my clients or my partners or even to my podcast. It belongs only to me, and it sounds very selfish, but then I just give the rest of my day away. Right. I'm very intentional with my children, my spouse, with my team. You know, with the clients, I'm able to be very present with them, and for me, it's been an absolute game changer. And then I put some non-negotiables, simple non-negotiables into my schedule, you know, where I schedule all of my meetings and travel around sleep and exercise.
Yes.
And I'm not the fittest person in the world, and I get some nights where I don't get good sleep, but by and large, you know, my sleep scores are 96% plus. And I don't go a day without doing some kind of physical exercise. It has had the most dramatic change on the amount of enjoyment that I get out of doing what I do.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%. So I have the same philosophy. I'm up typically at 5:30 in the morning, and that starts by being in bed by 9:30 the night before. Right, so I'm at my Abundance Summit. I've got 600 CEOs, people from around the world. They're partying hardy, and they watch me. They say, Peter, come on! I said, sorry, it's bedtime.
Yeah.
So I'm out of my own events at 9:30. You know, at 9 to be in bed by 9:30. And then when I get up at 5:30, it's the first 90 minutes. It is my golden time, and it is. I love writing during that time, so I'm writing every day. I've got 3 books in production. This is the first of the 3.
I'm very excited about this.
Thank you. And you know, I put out 2 blogs a week, but I'm in the gym, doing red light therapy, meditating, and it's that period of time that, like you said, it's selfish. It's mine, and it allows me to perform at a much higher level. Now, to be clear, I wasn't always that way, right? And it doesn't mean you go from 0 to infinity. I got there over time.
Right.
I wasn't that way a decade ago. I got into longevity. I'd started human longevity with Craig Venter of Bob Hurley back in 2012.
That makes you a great grandfather.
Yeah, I got Brian.
Not just the father of longevity.
I got Brian Johnson into longevity. It's very funny. You know,
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, he definitely caught the bug.
He did.
Yeah, we were talking about this before. I think he's showing us what's possible, maybe not what's practical. And I say somewhere between the intersection of a Brian Johnson and
and what we're talking about here. I think that's really important because there are very practical things. It really is an 80-20 rule. You know, if you feel like you have to do it all to get that additional health span, right? And let's upfront say it's not really lifespan we're talking about. It really is health span. You know, today the average lifespan in the United States is, call it 79, but the average health span is 63, meaning you're living till 79. Hopefully everybody here is going to have a vision of living well.
My listeners are going to live to 120.
Yeah,
so they're
fantastic. But the average,
greatly offended by what you just said. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
Apologies. But the reality is that most people are healthy till 63. Then there's a 16-year gap.
Yes.
And our goal here is, can we at least move your health span up to that 80-year mark? And yeah, I believe that this is the decade of a health span revolution, of a lifespan revolution as well. And half my life is in the longevity world, half my life is in the AI world, and the biggest impact is going to be coming from AI.
I agree with you.
Right? We're a collection of 40 trillion cells. Every cell is running 1 to 2 billion chemical reactions per second. And there's no way for any human to understand the vastness of that, but AI can. And we're going to be making discovery after discovery after discovery. But it all begins with sleep, diet, exercise, and mindset. Dial those in first.
Yes.
And then get ready for an extraordinary ride in the decade ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think that about every half decade, we're going to see 3 centuries of medical advancement. And what I mean by that is when you have artificial intelligence that can take 700 trillion independent variables and create an actionable result, when you stop doing clinical trials where you study things in isolation, you take a cell out of the body, you look how it behaves in a petri dish, and then you assume that when you put it back into its community, that it's going to behave the same way. I think, you're talking about leaps and bounds. And, I think the old arcane, in my opinion, randomized clinical trial, placebo-controlled trial that takes 8 or 10 years and then comes out with a compound that, let's say, gets FDA approved and then goes into the market for 10 years and gets data. So,
and by the way, it only works for 20% of the people who it's prescribed for.
Right, and you don't figure that out for 20 years, until you get really large data, and they go, well, when we made a mistake, and we either pay a fine or take something off the market or change it up. I mean, those cycles are so long. And then I think we also have the inhibition, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but the regulatory environment just doesn't have the capacity to keep up. I mean, with the pace of innovation. So I think that stalwarts a lot of what people have available to them. So a lot of treatments that I believe can extend life, or at least extend health span, stem cells, exosomes, natural killer cell treatments, blood filtration.
And we can talk about all of those.
Yeah, and I actually want to go down that road. First of all, I'm glad that we agree on the foundation, because I think that the greatest shift in humanity, like I was a mortality expert for many decades, and the biggest shift.
That must have been a great line for opening up your dating conversations.
Chicks love mortality experts. They love. I mean, when you can predict death to the month, man, that's it's a great party trick. Here, give me your wrist. Let me feel your pulse, and I'll tell you. I think my wife would probably disagree with that. But what's really interesting is there's so many people that are fascinated by this life extension, extending our lifespan, and I believe that there's evidence-based modalities and things that we can do, but they're just not available in the United States. You can travel outside,
and hopefully that will change in the new administration, right? Under RFK.
Yes.
And there's so much. It's a disservice that some of my closest friends, some of my our members at Fountain Life, to get advanced therapeutics, need to travel outside the U.S. to Costa Rica or Mexico, other places. And that is all going to change. The data is going to materialize, as well as regulatory reform to support that.
And so having been a mortality expert, we studied we studied mortality and lifespan, and the greatest advances in life expectancy weren't like major medical breakthroughs or specific tinctures. They were sewers, sanitation, these
vaccines, pasteurization of milk.
I mean, these were massive jumps in life expectancy, and I think now what's happened, because I think that aging is the aggressive pursuit of comfort and people don't want to challenge themselves anymore, is we've actually gotten away from the basics that you just talked about. I don't think that the majority of Americans even think of muscle as an organ. Right? I mean, they don't think of it about it being our metabolic currency.
Yes.
And so I want to talk a little bit about that, and then I want to get right into some of the things that are really exciting you, like blood filtration, stem cells, exosomes, some of these
some amazing things coming. I mean, should we hit some of the basics so that coming out of this podcast, people have some actionable items right away?
And I mean, most people aren't going to go, hey, I'm going to Panama and getting a $25,000 stem cell IV.
But let's break them down. First, on diet, it is, you have to think about your body, your genetics, what powers you, evolved 200,000 years ago on the savannas of Africa. And our DNA has not changed very much in 200,000 years. And back then, two things were true. Number one, there was no sugar in the environment. You had some small amount of natural fruits. There was no refined sugar. And the second was feeding was intermediate. There was no defined gluttony of food consistently. We didn't have Whole Foods or McDonald's. And so today, what I tell people, if you want to go on the diet front, what you can do for yourself, number one, it's cut out this poison called sugar. Sugar, refined sugar, is a neuroinflammatory, a cardiac inflammatory. We just did a study at Fountain Life in which we looked at cardiac disease as a function of a bunch of things like LDL, HDL, triglycerides, LP-A, all these things you hear about. And the number one correlate to heart disease was none of those things. It was your hemoglobin A1C. It was what was your average blood glucose levels over the last 3 months. And so sugar correlates with heart disease. It also correlates with obviously diabetes and correlates with neurodegenerative disease. So can you minimize that first and foremost? And it takes a while. Sugar is addictive. But I've trained myself to minimize that in my diet. We actually ran a no sugar challenge for 22 days that a friend of mine, Guillermo Navarrete, ran for my abundance community. And if you do it as a group, it's a lot easier to do.
Yeah.
Whole plants, of course, everybody talks about whole plants. It is true. I'm not going to go, plant versus animal protein. I mean, minimizing sugar, whole plants, even the order which you eat your food, right? So when you're sitting down at your plate, at lunch or dinner, eat the vegetables first, which is the fiber going through your stomach and small intestine. It slows it down. It allows you to absorb nutrients. Eat your protein next, and then eat your carbs last if you have room. Just doing that alone will flatten your
Couldn't agree with you.
your insulin curve and help you lose weight. Anyway, I mean, those are just a few
mobility.
Small
I mean, and I think when you look at blue zone dieting or blue zone diets, there was no really specific continuity between diets other than that they were all whole foods. I mean, Sardinia was very different from the Mediterranean, very different from Singapore. You had very high meat consumptions, long life expectancies, very high carbohydrate consumptions with long life expectancies, and then you had very high fat consumptions with long life expectancies. But they were all whole foods, and none of those people were eating a processed diet. You didn't find there besides pesticides, insecticides, glyphosates, the red dye number 40s, all the things that we invented in the agricultural revolution.
And we slowed it down a little bit, right? I mean, at the beginning of your meal, take a deep breath. I love that. Put yourself in a parasympathetic mode. Say gratitude. Chew the food 20 times. We talk about all these GLP-1 drugs. You can induce that same impact by just chewing your food and eating slowly.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think most people realize that the GLP-1s, the semaglutides, the tirzepatides, these are just mimicking hormones that we produce in our gut, and they respond to, they create satiety based on nutrient density, and so when you're eating highly processed foods, not nutrient dense, you're hungry more frequently, and you have a tendency to overeat.
It's crazy. I've been saying, our kids' cereals should have black box warnings on them,
like a cigarette. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. There's a big movement to get Kellogg's to take food dyes out of the cereals. I'm like, why don't we just get rid of the cereal? I mean, taking the food dye from red dye number 40 to a beet juice dye is great.
I mean, honestly, we're marketing this to our kids.
It should be. I think this has, this is a whole different conversation, but this has to go with the corruption in our our research institutions and the stranglehold that big food and pharma has on our public policy research. And that research needs to be independent. I mean, NIH needs to be, in my opinion, it needs to be a publicly funded, taxpayer-funded independent research
I hope
institution.
under RFK that this will make some significant changes. Whatever your politics, make America healthy again, fundamental stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to disagree with the statistics. We have the highest rates of childhood cancer in recorded history. We just now, as of December 6th, I just saw this article in the Daily Mail. As of December 6th, we're ranked 66th in the world in life expectancy. $4.5 trillion a year we spend on healthcare, and we're ranked. I mean, our ROI on healthcare is horrible.
It's negative. So in the category of diet, it's not that difficult, right? It is drink enough water. I don't do sodas. Caffeine, it depends on what your genetics are. If you're a slower fast metabolizer,
right? That's easy.
I minimize alcohol, like to half a glass of wine socially a week. But it's a good lubricant for social, but don't abuse it. It is another form of sugar. But minimizing sugar, eating whole plants, if you do just those two things, and slow it down when you're eating your food. Really hard. And don't watch the Crisis News Network while you're eating your food. Don't watch CNN.
Don't be in a sympathetic state while you're trying to eat your food. All right, let's get into the good stuff.
Okay.
Because I think we are.
Can I hit one more thing, which is mindset?
Mm-hmm.
I think people don't recognize how powerful mindset is on your health. And there's a study. I just want to quote in here that I write about in the book.
By the way, I'm going to put a link to the longevity guidebook in the show notes below. I mean, this is available now, but before you sent me a pre.
Yes, it is. It is available. I am donating 100% of all profits to the X Prize Foundation. We've got a large health span prize. I'll mention. I also you can order on Amazon. Great, $26-27. I have it available if you go to longevityguidebook.com. It's like $12 cheaper, and it's basically I do it at break even. I want to get this out there.
Yes.
For me, making a few bucks on a book is not the goal. It's how do I get this out there? People should be empowered This is the most extraordinary time ever in human history.
agree.
I want to watch and see and participate in as much of it as possible.
Me too.
And I want people to have that vitality, that love, that life, that health. All right, so here's two data points here on mindset, because I think mindset is one of the most important things that people don't connect to your longevity. So this is in a study of 69,744 women and 1,429 men. So it's a large powered study, many more women than men. Published in the prestigious journal Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. You don't get higher level than that. It was found that optimistic people live as much as 15% longer than pessimists. It's like a double dividend.
Wow.
Right? And if you're not optimistic, get around people who are optimistic.
Yes.
Here's another fun, and this is the power of mind over death. So it's one of my favorite stories coming from the annals of American history. So as it turns out, in an extraordinary demonstration of the will to live, two of America's founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, both willed themselves to live long enough to see the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Even though the average life expectancy was only 44 years old in the early 1800s, Jefferson, who was 83, and Adams, who was 90, made it to July 4th, 1826, both dying on that exact date, the 50th anniversary of the nation they had founded.
Wow.
Isn't that powerful?
Wow.
I mean, if you, another friend, Dan Sullivan, says, make sure that your future is bigger than your past.
Yeah.
Having a purpose to live for is so important.
That actually came out in the Blue Zone research too. The sense of purpose, sense of community, mobility into later in life. You know, we know from the mortality research that the group I did was part of that sedentary lifestyle is now the leading cause of all-cause mortality.
Sitting is the new smoking.
Yeah, it really is. It's the new smoking.
Hey guys, I'm really excited to announce this. Perfect Aminos has gotten a serious upgrade. They've added nucleotides, the building blocks of our nucleic acids, DNA and RNA. And this is important. We know essential amino acids are the building blocks of protein and collagen. Having all the essential building, DNA and
Exciting you. I asked you this question the other day when we were on a Zoom call, and I really enjoyed your answer. But what's some of the things that are really waking you up in the morning and exciting you about the field of longevity?
Yeah. So when I wake up in the morning, the very first thing I do is gratitude. All right, it's like my instant reaction. Thank you for the ability to live another amazing day, and can I contribute the maximum I can? And it's like being excited to see what's going to, there's infinite possibilities for living, and just excitement for the day. And a lot of the breakthroughs coming are across everything. So I have a $600 million venture fund in biotech called Bold Capital and Bold Longevity Growth.
BOLD?
BOLD, yeah. And we're in our fourth fund now, and so I see a lot of deals. And then I run something called the Longevity Platinum Trip. Dr. Yanni Psaltis and I scan through 500 companies, and we pick 50. And every year, it's a new crop of 50, and we spend 5 days. I bring my Abundance 360 members in who want to be part of it, and we meet with the CEOs of all these companies. And a lot of the people there to invest or just learn. And this year, or last year, 2024, was the first year we're starting to see, instead of theory, actual therapeutics, actual things becoming available. I mean, I can jump into some of them.
No, I want to hear about some of them.
So,
my audience, this is right up there.
Yeah, so one of them that I love is a company called Immunus. Dr. Hans Kierstead, this is his fifth company. He's had 4 increasingly bigger exits. He's brilliant in stem cells. And what he identified was he created a iPSC-derived and an embryonic cell-derived stem cell that he can grow, and it puts out 450 discrete molecules and exosomes consistently.
Is this the Muse cell?
It's not a Muse cell, but it is and I'll let him define it when he's ready to release it. They just completed, so what they've done is that there's 440 secretome that comes out of these cells. He's been able to characterize it, consistently produce it, and turn it into a drug. And the FDA has allowed him to use that as a drug. So they just completed their phase 1/2A study in which they were injecting IM twice a week for 3 months. And he's figuring out whether once a week or whatever the protocol will be. But his first 18 patients were 50 to 75 years old. They were severe osteoarthritis, meaning they couldn't walk. They were in pain. And he did this for a 3-month period, and here's the results. Number one, these people who were effectively in bed rest, right?
Yeah.
Because of the pain, because they couldn't walk, their skeletal muscle mass increased 6%.
Without
exercise. Zero exercise.
Wow.
Yeah, amazing. Number two, their pain reduced as much as 70%. They were able to reverse their immune age by 30 years.
Wow.
and reduce their inflammatory markers by 50%.
And there were no other interventions.
Zero.
Fasting.
And it's consistent across everybody, no adverse reactions. And so he's doing an expanded trial. I have signed up to be,
of course you
number
have.
one.
I mean, we're going to talk about me signing up as soon as this podcast is over.
So we're actually, we've cut a deal with, between him and Fountain Life. So Fountain Life is my diagnostic and therapeutic centers. Tony Robbins and I and Bill Capps started this a couple years ago. We have 4 centers today in New York, in Naples, where you started, in Orlando, in Houston. We're adding next year LA, Phoenix, Dallas, and probably Miami. And then we've got a growth path for another 25. Anyway, we're making this therapeutic available at no cost to our Fountain Life members as part of the expanded trial he's doing. So very excited about that.
Wow.
Because our members are fully characterized.
Yeah.
And we know they're healthy. We know what shape they're in.
Yeah, all the data.
Yeah.
You know, for folks that are not exceedingly familiar with stem cells, and I don't want to put words in Peter's mouth, but these cells that you harvest either from Wharton's jelly or these
Placentas,
cells, placentas, very often you can put these cells in specific type of media and they react to different ways. You know, these secretomes you're talking about, or exosomes, are a reaction to, you know, the cell's media, what its environment
And
is.
it's pumping these factors out based upon the environment it finds itself in.
Yeah, and you can get high molecular weight hyaluronic acid, you can get growth factors, so you can manipulate the cell to secrete these exosomes or secretomes that are specific to the outcome that you want. Maybe it's, you know, joint repair, or it's collagen, elastin, and fibrin, or if it's inflammation reduction. And again, I don't purport to be a stem cell scientist, but I'm fascinated by how they can take this one pluripotent cell and they can bathe it in different media, and it literally is like a chemical factory. And depending on its environment, like a human being, it can have hundreds, if not thousands, of different reactions, and then you can capture the byproduct of that stem cell's reaction and use it to treat specific conditions.
There's a lot coming in
exciting.
that realm. I'm the co-founder and vice chairman of a company called Cellularity, which I love. Bob Hariri, who is an MD, PhD, Tony Robbins, and I, and Bob Hariri wrote a book called Life Force. Yeah, Tony's everything. Tony's a dear friend, and we started a few companies together.
He's amazing. I have nothing but love for him.
But Bob would be Bob Hariri would be a great guest. So Bob figured out early on that the placenta is really the 3D printer that manufactures the baby. And at the end of childbirth, most people, you know, you don't know this, but you're paying the hospital to incinerate and get rid of the placenta. Which is like, if your baby was born with an extra set of lungs, kidney, heart, liver, would you like throw them away? And so one of the things that Cellularity has is a division called First Bank USA, in which you can save your child's placenta. You decellularize it, you pull out the stem cells, the natural killer cells, the T cells, the exosomes, and so forth, and it's cryopreserved so that your child, for the rest of its life, has a day 0 set of its own stem cells forever. So both of my boys, who are now 13, when I go visit Cellularity's headquarters, I go say hello to the nitrogen dewar that has their stem cells in it.
That's awesome.
But, you know, we talk about Wharton's jelly, we talk about umbilical cord. The placental stem cells are probably the most powerful.
Really?
And so Cellularity is developing those products as well. And hopefully they'll become allowable. We'll put those through Fountain as well when they become approved in the U.S.
When you say allowable, we can use them topically and intra-articularly, right? I mean,
so
no?
So today, the FDA does not allow any stem cells really. If they're your stem cells, like from fat, or and they're not manipulated, meaning they're not expanded. You're taking them out of your fat, which has a high population, and your fat is actually one of your how do I put it this way? The stem cells in your fat are the youngest stem cells in your body. Your stem cells from your blood marrow are just recently manufactured, but fat stem cells can be as much as 8 years younger. You can pull it out and you can purify them and put them back in. But that's fine, but the more interesting thing is, can you manipulate them and make them, expand them? There's nothing you can do. You can actually co-incubate your stem cells with young stem cells, like from a newborn, across a filter, but the exudate, the secretome of the young stem cells will rejuvenate your stem cells.
Wow.
So there's a lot of work that Bob and others have done in that realm.
I've seen some studies on this in plasma exchange. Even Brian Johnson even did
I've done 5 therapeutic plasma exchanges.
Yeah,
but
that's
not,
just replacing
not blood,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've done that. Dr. Deshawn did it for me over at Next Health. I did the therapeutic plasma exchange, which was amazing because which is essentially where they take your plasma out. I took about 2 liters out. It was quite a bit,
typically.
And then replace that with sterile albumin. I was very tired that night, but it actually worked out because I did it in LA, and then I had a 15-hour flight, nonstop flight to Dubai, and I was on Emirates, so I just laid the seat flat and crashed.
Yeah.
But the next day, I woke up with like a level of clarity I don't recall having in probably 10 years. You know, I just felt cognizant, clear, awake, focused, just switched on.
And therapeutic plasma exchange, or TPE, we have that available at our Fountain Life centers as well.
Fountain Life.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
amazing.
So
all of your centers do that? They all do
our
TPE?
headquarters right now in Orlando, we will be rolling it out to all the centers in the year ahead.
That's amazing. Yeah.
And it really is, you're hooked up to a machine. It takes about 2 hours. You pull out about 2 to 2.5 liters of blood, about half of your blood supply.
Your plasma, yeah.
All the blood, it spins out the red cells and white cells and platelets, and it puts them over here. It pulls out your plasma, which I think of it as my oil change, right? And then it gives you fresh saline and plasma, puts the cells back in and returns that to your body. So you're pulling out all the inflammatory factors. Now, for a number of diseases like neuro-related diseases, it's life-saving. For others, and I think Dr. Kiprop, who developed this, sees like a reversal of 3 to 5 years on your epigenetic age. But it really matters, how do you feel at the end of the day?
No, how do you feel? And I think our plasma is a repository for a lot of the junk, mold spores, mycotoxins, metals, viral pathogens, cytokines. There are all kinds of things that are floating around in the plasma that are not being evacuated.
Another company that you and I are both fans of, Xterra Medical.
Yes.
Right. Is
really excited about
fabulous,
this.
right? So here's a technology coming out of DARPA years ago and developed jointly in Sweden, in this blood filtration system that has got 40 square meters, about the size of a tennis court, worth of this material called a glycocalyx that filters out all viruses, all bacteria, all circulating cancer cells.
Yeah.
I mean, amazing. And there's a very real phenomenon people don't talk about called immunoexhaustion. If you've heard of that term. So
I can understand what
as we grow older, we have been burdened with all of these different viral infections. Besides COVID, maybe you have Epstein-Barr virus, maybe you have cytomegalovirus, maybe you have a multitude of other viruses that they're not active, they're in your body, and on occasion when you get run down or stressed, they start coming out, and your immune system needs to fight all these viruses and cancer, and it's the same innate immune system, your natural killer cells. And so it can become overloaded, it can become exhausted.
Yes.
And so one of the things I like about Xterra Medical, and we're rolling that out through Fountain as well.
I saw that.
We're Fountain. You get a 15K discount on the blood filter systems if you're a Fountain member, which I'm proud of. It's the ability to filter out all of these pathogens and give your immune system a deep breath. A chance to, we're going after you.
You're just taking it from having to fight on so many different fronts to having to fight on fewer fronts. And I think you glossed over something, but I want to drill into this filter. Think of a dialysis machine.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
I mean, that's probably the closest thing for people to analyze what it is. And you pull the blood out and it runs through this filtration system. They have heparin binding sites, which when he says the endocalyx, the glycocalyx, what he means is it's mimicking sort of the lining of the artery, the wall of your
the inside
vessels,
of your blood vessels.
which is where these pathogens like to go. And so they see this surface as the surface area of your blood vessels, and they attach to it, and they can be taken out of the body. And what I found fascinating, and then we're going to have their lead oncologist on the podcast.
Is it Dr. Minchella? Yeah, Dr. Minchella. He's brilliant.
Oh, he's so brilliant. And he's so well-spoken. And I've done a number of Zoom calls with him. And I like.
He's a very giving human being.
Very brilliant, but also very well-spoken, so that, he's not just talking from PhD to PhD. He really has a way of fundamentally helping you understand. And obviously he's an oncologist, so that helps. But how he was explaining this to me, which made perfect sense, was along the lines of this immunoexhaustion, where all of us at some point in our life have had circulating cancer cells. Now, immune system has taken care of them.
People need to understand your body is always producing cancers. It is, there's something called the Hayflick limit, that a cell divides 50 times and then should have the decency to die. But sometimes it becomes an inflammatory cell, a grouchy old man cell, a senile cell.
Senescent, yeah.
Other times it becomes a cancer. And when that happens, your innate immune system, your NK natural killer cells, typically detect it and kill it. But sometimes it evades those and they become a cancer.
And all cancerous cells were at one time a healthy cell. I mean, they became metabolically sick. And the idea is if you can get these metabolically sick cells out of the bloodstream, or circulating tumor cells, now the immune system has less to do, and it has more time and more strength to focus on whether it's a nodular cancer or something else that's going on in the body. And I really found that fascinating, and also found it fascinating from the risk standpoint, because things like chemotherapeutics and high dose radiation or aggressive surgical resection, I mean, those have real consequences. They may be necessary, but they have very severe consequences and may not work.
Yeah.
Whereas, a blood filtration, if your downside is that it doesn't work, I mean, your upside is not very much.
And by the way, it's probably going to help you, if not directly in the cancer, it will help you on getting rid of your viral loads. It's about really giving your immune system a chance to take a breath and defend you. One of the things I'm very proud of, I'd like to mention, is our Health Span Prize. So
this is fascinating.
Yeah, so folks who don't know me from the X Prize perspective, 30 years ago, hard to believe, I launched our first $10 million prize. So I offered up $10 million for the first person who could build a private spaceship, go to 100 kilometers, land, and make the trip again with the same ship within 2 weeks. This was way before SpaceX and Blue Origin, and space was not a common conversation, and the idea of commercial space didn't exist. An amazing woman, Anusha Ansari, who's now the CEO, I serve as chairman of the X Prize, put up the $10 million for her family. I put up the first, I don't know, I didn't have that much money back then, the first 100,000 or so. And it worked. And on the heels of the X Prize getting won, the first one in 2004, I was able to attract Elon Musk on my board, Larry Page, James Cameron. It's like, everybody loves a winner. And so we turned the foundation into an organization that was launching large-scale global competitions. And we're saying, I don't care where you went to school, what you've ever done, if you demonstrate you solve this problem, you win the money. So we've launched 30 prizes, about $550 million of competitions, driving close to $8 billion in R&D. And this is not like a Nobel Prize that you award somebody for something done 30 years ago or 10 years ago. This is a prize where we say, okay, the first person to do this, it was modeled after the prize that Lindbergh won flying from New York to Paris. It's a $25,000 prize offered for the first person to fly. 9 teams made the effort. Lindbergh won.
Wow. I did not know that.
And so we've launched 30 prizes, mapping the ocean floor, pulling water out of the atmosphere. 5 years ago, I got Elon to fund a $100 million carbon extraction prize, which will be awarded this coming April, for pulling CO2 out of the atmosphere and out of the oceans at mass. It's an amazing prize.
Wow. I'd love to know how that technology works.
Yeah, well, you'll find out.
Okay.
In January of 2020, Elon became like the most wealthiest person on the planet, and he was getting a lot of crap for not being philanthropic. So I texted him. I said, why don't you fund an X Prize? He said, what do you have in mind? I said, how about one around carbon? He said, how much? At 100 million. He wrote back, sure.
Agreed.
I love Elon Musk.
And then a month later, we were signed, and he put up the money. So
that's great.
So for the last 5 years, I was like, there's got to be a prize, and in the longevity space, and we ended up designing a prize. Folks like George Church and David Sinclair, Ray Kurzweil, I'm blanking on his name, Aubrey de Grey, who really was the first person to prompt me on this. And we designed this prize, and I raised $141 million. And this is a prize that was launched a year ago. And to win this, you need to demonstrate a therapeutic they could deliver in 1 year. So imagine someone comes to you, I'm going to give you, for Gary, for a year, we're going to give you this therapy. And the impact is going to be that your cognitive, immune, and muscle will be 20 years younger.
Wow.
Right? So we're not looking at your epigenetic age or anything like that. What we're looking at is, how do you feel? Do you have the ability to build muscle, maintain muscle as strong and capable as you did 20 years earlier? Do you have the cognitive span of memory? Do you have the immune function to mount a reaction to a,
And how are you measuring that? Just
there's
immune
a whole,
markers?
There's a whole, no, we're doing it, we'll do an immune challenge. We'll give you a vaccine, and how well do you mount a response to that? And it's functional. It's using functional endpoints instead of just markers. And so I'm really excited about it, because I think that's what really matters.
Yeah, I think so too.
Do you feel younger? Are you functioning in a younger state versus, oh, look at my printout? Who gives a shit about your printout if you don't feel that, right? So and here's the punchline. A year later, we have 460 teams competing for that Health Span Prize.
460 teams, and they're all trying to reduce the age. And how are you measuring that? Telomeres, like an age
test? So
testing?
again, it's reversing the functional losses of an immune, cognition, and muscle, so that you've got the capabilities you had 20 years ago. And amazing companies. And so I'm seeing all of these companies, and my job is to I've taken myself off the judging board and off of all of that, so that I can help promote and support them, and not be in a problem of promoting one over the other. But like yesterday, it was a few days ago, there's one company that will go from a skin cell, regrow a pluripotent stem cell for you, and then and let's put aside the ethics here, but create a clone of you, right, on a cellular level. So and grow that embryonic clone to 28 weeks of Gary, and maybe we'll produce 1,000 of those clones. And way before the brain is developed and such. In fact, they have a genetic change they can make so that the head of the clone doesn't develop. But what we can do now is pull out of your clone day 0 hematopoietic stem cells.
That are an exact copy
of yours, of what they were when you were young.
Wow.
There's amazing stuff coming.
Wow.
So I talk about this idea of a longevity mindset.
Yeah.
And I have a whole, again, a chapter in the book about this, that your mindset is the most important thing. And if you do the work, understand what's going on, right? And you realize, oh my God, there is a health span revolution coming, and it's this decade. And I want to be there. I want to be ready for it. I want to keep myself in the best health I can, right? I don't want to miss it. And there's got to be some reason why you don't dig into the chocolate cake.
Yeah.
Why you don't just sleep through your alarm and forget the gym. Why you don't get your 8 hours of sleep. And that reason for me is I want to keep myself, first of all, I love being in great shape in terms of feeling strong, thinking clearly, ability to act, having the energy to run circles around my 20-something-year-old staff members. But ultimately, it's about being in the best health I can in order to intercept these breakthroughs.
And when you say intercept these breakthroughs, a lot of these you're tangentially involved in through
the X Prize, through my venture fund, through the companies I advise, and so forth. Yeah.
So who's looking at the X Prize winner this year? What kind of things are you seeing?
So we have, again, these 460 teams.
I can't believe there's 460.
Yeah, from around the world. From around the world.
Well, it's $100 million, so
it's $100 million. And we're going to be announcing. So we're staging the money. So we'll be announcing the first 40 companies that will get $250,000 each. We'll be announcing those. It'll be worth keeping your eye out for who those 40 are.
Yeah.
Then about a year, 18 months later, we'll be announcing 10 that'll get $1 million each. All the teams are still in the running. And then the remaining 81 million is up for grabs for whomever can reverse it. You have to reverse a minimum of 10 years. The goal is 20. Want to know why it's $101 million, not $100 million?
Yeah, I'm curious about that.
So the first donor, an amazing man, a guy named Chip Wilson. I don't know if you know Chip. He's the founder of Lululemon.
Okay.
And he has a muscular dystrophy called FSHD.
I've heard about this.
And we're on the phone, and he's become a dear friend. I love him. He's a beautiful human being. And he's like, okay, I don't want to put all the money in, but I'll put a chunk in. But he says, how much is Elon's prize again for carbon? I said, it's 100 million. And he goes, can we make ours 101 million? And I said, okay.
Because that would attract people to us and not the carbon, yeah.
Because I said, okay, if you put the extra million in, so he increased his donation to 36 million. And we also have an additional $10 million bonus prize for a breakthrough in FSHD. And I'm very blessed. There's an incredible woman, Jamie Justice, who's a PhD who runs this competition. I just raised the money and handed her a set of rules, and she's running this thing, and it's doing amazing. So proud.
Yeah. And so does your book go into some of these topics, or?
Yeah. So I made this book. So Tony Robbins and I wrote this book called Life Force. It's 700 pages.
Yep.
New York Times bestseller.
I made my way through it. Incredible book.
Yeah.
I've actually put it on my top 10 must reads.
So it's New York Times bestseller for 2 months, but it's 700 pages. It's hard for someone to read 700 pages. So I wrote this book as a very digestible how-to, and you can pick up any piece of it. So yes, it's like all the details, everything I do, and what I've researched, and what works in sleep, and exercise, and mindset, and not dying from something stupid, which is what let me take a second and talk about that. But then it does go into the X Prize and where these sciences are going. There's a chapter called Don't Die from Something Stupid. What does that mean? So you know this, our body is really great at hiding disease. I tell you, in a room of 1,000 or 10,000 people, I'll say, how many of you here are absolutely sure there's nothing going on inside your body you need to know about? Raise your hand. And no one does unless they've just gone through a set of full scans. A Fountain Life diagnostic. So 4 years ago, Tony, Bob, Hariri, and I, backing from Mark Benioff and others, we built this company called Fountain Life. These are 10,000 square foot facilities. We have 4 today, 4 more next year, a roadmap to get to probably about 30, 35 around the world. And you come in, you spend about 5 hours with us, and we digitize you. It's everything knowable about you. Full body MRI, brain vasculature,
Agreed.
coronary CT with an AI overlay, low dose lung CT, DEXA scan, retinal scan, skin scan, full genome, microbiome, metabolome, full blood workup. Again, everything knowable about you. And all of that data then gets digested by our AI system. It's all functional medicine based. The entire company is functional medicine.
Love that.
We have an amazing chief medical officer, Dr. Helen Messier, who teaches functional medicine, and we have a Fountain University. So our doctors, our nurses, our health coaches, everybody's functional medicine. And the AI digests it, and there are two things we're trying to, you come in to answer two questions. Is there anything going on inside your body right now you need to know about?
No.
And what's likely to happen to you, and how do we prevent it from happening?
Wow.
Right? I mean, that's what you should know. So here's the results. In our first 5,000 members, 2%, everybody coming in is seemingly healthy. 2% have a cancer they don't know about.
Wow.
Right? I mean, think about it. You know someone who went to the hospital, went to the doctor's office with a pain in their side, and was like, sorry to tell you this, but you've got stage 3 or stage 4.
Right.
And it didn't happen that morning. Right? It's been going on for some time. And people go, I don't want to know. I was like, bullshit. Of course you want to know.
Yeah.
You're going to find out eventually. You want to know now when you do something about it, or when it's too late.
Yeah, you are going to find out eventually.
So, so your body is great at hiding that. 70% of all cardiac disease has no precedent, no shortness of breath, no pain. Even your calcium score doesn't matter, right? Your calcium score, calcified plaque, unless it's blocking the coronary artery that feeds the heart muscle, sugar, and oxygen, unless it's blocking it, in which case, yeah, you want to see that. Calcified plaque on the side of a coronary artery is stable.
Faster.
What we've discovered in the last few years, it's something called the soft plaque.
Yeah.
That's on,
You hear
in
more
the
and more about
wall
this.
of the arteries, right? So there's a special AI overlay called Clearly. James Min, Dr. James Min, who invented this, brilliant.
On.
And it's the soft plaque that in the middle of the night can break off and block your coronary artery, and you don't wake up. And so we
Agreed.
can detect through this AI overlay your soft plaque. Most of the cancers that kill people are not cancers we screen for, because we screen for breast and prostate and intestinal
I
cancers.
thought as much.
But we don't screen for glioblastomas, pancreatic cancers. And so
I move.
we find these things. We've saved hundreds of people's lives. I get thank you notes all the time. Like, God bless you.
Into
Thank
the
you for
breach.
saving my life over and over again.
That's
And one of the things that's important is it's not any one thing, it's multimodal, right?
Yeah.
It's the imaging, plus the blood chemistries, plus the Grail test, plus everything. All this stuff comes together. So that's what the chapter on that is. It's not cheap.
Yeah.
It's $19,500, but it comes with a medical team for the entire year, with a physician,
Here I
a
come.
nurse, a health coach, a dietitian. We have just rolled out a $6,500 product called Core,
Into the
which is
breach.
through companies for their employees.
And that's a scaled down version of what you're
It's all of the
talking
same
about.
testing.
Yeah.
It's just not with the year-round medical team. The humans still cost a bunch.
Yeah.
They'll be demonetized and democratized by AI in the years ahead.
And you plan to bring in AI to overlay a lot of this and make the diagnostic side easier, so then maybe it's
on my phone,
spitting
I
out
have
to a
all of my
physician.
data.
You do.
And on my phone is an AI we call Zora that I can query, like, tell me what you saw in my images. Tell me what correlation you have in my blood chemistries and my genetics. You can ask it any
So that's already
question.
functional.
It's here. It
And so a
exists.
Fountain Life client could put that on their phone, get their diagnostics done, and then start
you're-
asking questions.
Yes, your doctor
That's
will
great.
clue you in. And the most important thing is not to get overwhelmed, to give you an actual plan, and to have a nurse, a physician, a health coach, a dietitian with you through the year to then, and to get you through and improve. And by the way, this is never one and done.
Right.
It is, I've done this every year,
Let's go.
originally through Human Longevity, and now for the last 4.5 years with Fountain, because eventually I'll find something
Yeah.
and I'll say thank you.
Yeah, and you'll find it early enough. And that's what I talk about a lot is the early detection, the artificial intelligence, and the big data.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that we realized in the mortality space was that big data was actually more predictive than any kind of randomized clinical trial or a lot of the scientific periodical data that we were getting. You know, you could look at large populace of data, 371 million lives in the mortality database that we used to have access to, and we would see things like what you were talking about earlier. Well, there was elevated LDL cholesterol in this entire populace, but the ones that had the lower triglycerides actually had no impact on mortality. As triglycerides rose, it actually made the LDL more dangerous, and we had an increase in all-cause mortality. So just showing that, you know, it's not as linear as we think. Just like you were saying. The fascination that I have with AI are these 700 trillion independent variables.
Yes.
You talk about the number of methylation
And no human
transactions
can
going on.
understand all that.
No
but,
human
but
can
AI can take
understand
it all in, process it, and
thought
help
as
you.
much.
And then eventually we'll have our AI coaches, which say, hey, Gary, don't take the elevator. There's stairs around the corner. Take that. Like, you know, you'll give permission to your AI to watch everything you do,
Here I come.
see what you're eating, listen to your conversations, your emails, and it will advise you. And so you can turn on Health Coach. And the other thing is, I'm wearing a where is it?
Constant glucose monitor?
My CGM.
Yeah,
I'm wearing my Aura ring and my Apple Watch, but I'm investing in.
He's got data.
I'm investing in all these sensor companies because eventually all of this data is going to be uploaded to my AI and uploaded to the robot in my kitchen.
Yeah.
That will cook the perfect food that my body needs that next hour.
Hey guys, let's talk about meat for a minute. Did you know that 96% of the beef sold in stores is not grass-fed? That's right, most beef comes from cows fed a grain-based diet in feedlots, which isn't even healthy for you or the cow. And even if a label says grass-fed, that doesn't always mean what you think. It means a cow spent at least 50% of its life on grass. So now if you're ready to eat a real nutrient-dense meat that was raised on a pasture, then let me introduce you to Parker Pastures. I love this place. The story of Parker Pastures is as inspiring as it is heartwarming. Chloe Parker, just 19 years old, took over the family business when her mom was diagnosed with cancer. Instead of backing away, Chloe stepped up to lead and turned an overwhelming challenge into a calling. Chloe says it best: in honor of my mom and for the health of all, I guarantee Parker Pastures meat will always be flavorful, nutrient-dense, and healing for both you and the land. You can order grass-fed and grass-finished beef, lamb, bison, as well as pasture-raised pork and chicken to be delivered straight to your door next week. She delivers to all 50 states, so why settle for mystery meat from the store when you can eat meat that nourishes your body and restores the earth? Visit parkerpastures.com today and you'll get $25 off your order. That's parkerpastures.com and get $25 off your first order.
Now let's get back to the Ultimate Human podcast. I mean, that's sort of the Brian Johnson method, right? I mean, he's almost taken himself out of any decisions, the decision processes, and all of his supplements fight for the life, and his caloric intake, is prescribed, right down to the macros and the micros.
And his erection as well.
His erection as well. He does talk about that a lot. But you're also known for taking up to 75 supplements in a day.
I think I'm up to 80 now.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm not far behind you, by the way.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm afraid to even tell people all the stuff that I'm taking because they'll think, wow.
Yeah.
But how did you formulate? You don't have to be hyper specific, but how did you formulate this supplement regimen?
I used to have people ask me, please tell me, and I had this 5-page document and this 10-page document, and I said, screw it. And so there's a whole chapter in the book of exactly what I take and why. And I do all of this in consultation with my Fountain Life medical team, right? I'm tested at least quarterly, if not more frequently than that, because I care. Data is power.
I agree with you. If you don't have data, you don't have nothing to take action on.
And by the way, I talk about in the book a lot of other lower cost programs that you can do. There's Life Force, which is around blood testing and supplements. There is Prenovo, which is only the MRI without the follow up. So there's a lot of different things, and I list them all so that people have alternatives. But the way I think about it, there was a paper published in Cell that talked about the hallmarks of aging. And they're originally like 9, now they're like 12. And so when people said, why do we age? There's a number of very specific elements like stem cell exhaustion. I should just say, first of all, our bodies were never designed to live past age 30. I hate to say it, right? If you think about it, 200,000 years ago, you were in puberty at age 12. By 13, you were pregnant before birth control was around.
Right.
By the time you were 26, 27, 28, you were a grandparent. And before McDonald's and Whole Foods was here, if you wanted to perpetuate the species and pass on your genes, you didn't want the grandparent stealing food from the grandchildren's mouths. And so lifespan was like 30 years. And so if we look at this, it is, and a lot of things, and I talk about this evolutionary rationale and reason from earlier on. Our muscle mass starts decreasing after the age of 30. Our hormone levels, right? Our thymus is gone. Our muscles begin to atrophy. All of these things, and you can and should fight it. And I do with all the efforts and all of
exercise,
all those things. When you go back to the hallmarks of aging, right? Our stem cell population. So stem cell exhaustion is one of them. The end caps of our DNA,
telomeres.
Our telomeres. There is mitochondrial degradation that occurs. There's all of these, and I list all 12 hallmarks of aging. And then the way I built my supplements is looking at which are the supplements that can impact each of those 12 hallmarks. And there's great science behind each of them.
So like resveratrol, DHEA.
Well, NAD. So NAD, nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, which is the power currency in our cells. David Sinclair did a lot of incredible work on this, and kudos to him. We have these 7 sirtuins, these proteins, and the sirtuins have 2 functions in your cells. One function is that they are correcting DNA mutation that we accumulate as we get older. The other function is they keep
How do they correct a DNA mutation? So they repair it?
The sirtuins are are part of the DNA repair system, but they also maintain your epigenetic situation. So what do I mean by that? When you're born, when you're 20, when you're 50, when you're 100, you have the same exact genome.
Right.
3.2 billion letters from mom and from dad. Your software doesn't change. So why do you look different at 80 or 100? Why don't you have the six-pack you had when you were 18? It's not the software you're running. It's what genes are on and what genes are off. It's your epigenome.
Yeah.
And the control of what genes should be on and which genes should be off is driven by these 7 sirtuins. And as we get older, the sirtuins are having to correct DNA damage and keep us from having epigenetic drift. And they are powered by something called NAD+. If they don't have enough NAD, and the NAD in your cells drops by over 50% as you age.
Yeah.
And so when David and others talk about NMN or NR as a supplement, that is the precursor to NAD.
Yeah,
so
you can't really take the NAD orally. I guess you do it injectably. Or
you can,
maybe
but it doesn't even get into the cell that way. You want a precursor like NMN or NR that crosses the cell surface and gets converted to NAD. So the supplements and meds I take are to address those hallmarks of aging, and the science is there. I present it, but I'm very clear. Listen, this is what I do. This is why I do it. Do the research yourself. Find a physician and start incrementally. My mom still says to me, Peter, how are you sure those things all don't interact with each other in the wrong way? I said, Mom, I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
I feel great though.
Yeah. I mean, that is ultimately, do you look good? Are you thinking clearly? Are you moving well? Are you enjoying life? One of the best pro-longevity things I've ever done is having kids at 50.
Wow.
Right. So I had 2 boys at 50, they're 13 now. And a lot, when I go to sleep every night, one of the things I do as a part of my practice is, what are my 3 favorite memories from the day? What am I grateful for? And almost always it's around them.
Yeah.
It's not some deal I closed or some investment I made.
Yeah, that's so cool. I feel the exact same way about family. And this goes back to the whole idea about the importance of community and not being in isolation. We knew in the mortality space that if you wanted to cut a human being's life expectancy in half, and I mean at any age, put them in isolation. And it would literally cut their life expectancy in half. At whatever age they are, you could have it in isolation. And I think that, again, I don't purport to be a mental health expert by any means, but I think there's an argument to be made that the amount of social media that we consume, the amount of artificial relationships and stimulus that we create.
I'm scared shitless for my 13-year-olds about AI
girlfriends. Puts them in isolation, right? I mean, I don't consider you having access to your phone and the media on that phone to be out of isolation. I would actually consider that to be in isolation. And so, with life expectancy in the United States is going backwards. It's actually tanking for a whole host of reasons, but not the least of which I believe is we are losing touch with the basics of humanity. Mother Nature, we don't touch the surface of the earth. We don't get much sunlight. We don't ground. We don't walk in nature. We don't have a lot of human interaction. We have a lot more of an electronic, interaction. And I believe that this is a form of isolation. It's removing, again, back to the blue zones. I mean, there were no such things as assisted care living facilities. Grandma and grandpa moved back in with the kids until the day they died. And maybe her only role was to go get vegetables for dinner, but.
You're so right. I mean, human touch. I have my favorite hug dealer T-shirt, which I'm not sure if it's socially acceptable now to have that, but it's like, just I mean, it's like, just like give someone a hug, and breathe deep with them, and just say thank you for being in my life. It's a beautiful thing. These are the fundamental elements of life.
Well, I am really excited that our paths cross. I don't think that you and I have written our last chapter. I think we're about to write our first chapter.
We're in the introduction, my friend.
Our first chapter together. Where do people that haven't interacted with you, where can they find you? Where can they find out more about you?
So,
I'm a scientist. I study blood vessels. That's where my root as a scientist is, by circulation. And in fact, our blood vessels are remarkable. We've got 60,000 miles worth of blood vessels packed inside our body. 400 of those miles are actually in our brain. So our circulation is really super important. And as a researcher, I began appreciating that our this incredible maintenance of the blood of our circulation, which are, after all, the highways and byways that deliver the oxygen we breathe and the nutrients that we eat, that these roads, these blood vessels, need to be maintained, just like a road, in the countryside. If you don't maintain the road, it's going to break down over a period of time. And one of the things, as a vascular blood vessel researcher, angiogenesis researcher, we discovered early on is that stem cells in our body contribute to building and repairing blood vessels. So that was sort of how I became interested in and quite familiar and actually worked on stem cell research in the lab. We actually discovered many chemical substances that can stimulate stem cells to help do their repair. And so when I began studying food as medicine, one of the things that it was remarkable to discover is that some of the synthetic chemicals that you could order from a research shop could actually stimulate stem cells. But then it was really jaw-dropping to me. In fact, one of the most light bulb going off moments that I had as a food as medicine researcher to discover that natural substances in our food can similarly activate our stem cells and call them into action. And without necessarily putting out a distress call, we can just gently coax our body's own reserve into action to help repair ourselves in a more robust way.
So which are some of the top foods that we can choose to put inside our mouths that are going to do this?
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, we're at the beginning of, a new era looking at regenerative foods that can stimulate regeneration. So I don't have like the wrapped gift box to give you of a laundry list of all the foods known to man. We're still doing research on this, but I'll give you some examples because, and when I talk, by the way, Rangan, I really refer to both laboratory, but also to human evidence, which I think is really important. Something we see in the lab is interesting, and they can actually raise an idea. But at the end of the day, it's whether or not it works in people that makes all the difference in the world. So I'm going to kind of flip back and forth a little bit, but always emphasize what we know in people. So, first of all, you might not be surprised that the source of stem cell activating substances are plant-based foods. Mother Nature's sort of medicine cabinet are fruits and vegetables, nuts and legumes, and healthy oils and seeds, sources of omega-3s. So researchers have been actually mining the same pharmacopoeia, farm with an F, not a PH, looking at what substances are in nature that can stimulate stem cells. So I'll give you an example. We know that there's a natural bioactive, a natural chemical found in plants called ursolic acid. Okay, that's URSOLIC, ursolic acid. It's found in fruit peel, right? The peel of an apple, the peel of a pear, the peel of cranberries, a peel of blueberries, right? These are fruit peels. And most likely, if you have eaten an apple, you're not, unless you were a kid and your grandmother peeled the apple for you, you just take an apple and clean it and then just eat the whole thing, right? The peel's got good source of dietary fiber and ursolic acid. Ursolic acid has been shown to stimulate stem cells to come out of the bone marrow and help to stimulate regeneration and to repair blood vessels, for example. Quite amazing. All right. That's an example. There's another substance that's been discovered called beta-D-glucan. Now, this is a soluble fiber, which we know is good for gut health. And it does a lot of other interesting things, too, that are beneficial for the body. But beta-glucan has been discovered to stimulate stem cells. Now, where do you get beta-glucan? You can find them in mushrooms. Both the cap and the stipe, the stem of the mushroom, has beta-glucan. In fact, the stem of the mushroom has twice as much beta-glucan as the cap of the mushroom. So I always tell people, if you're actually preparing food and you're cooking mushrooms, please don't throw the stems away because they have a lot of goodness to them. You can utilize them. It's sustainable cooking. Keep all the food parts and use them, and they're good for you. Oats also has beta-glucan. If you're actually having steel cut oats for breakfast, for example, is another source of beta-glucan. And barley. Now, barley has actually been studied with beta-glucan to look at stimulating the stem cells that can regenerate your circulation, that can help to repair and grow new blood vessels where they're needed. And this is exactly in my wheelhouse to study circulation. So we took this even further to look at the role of other foods that can stimulate stem cells. And one of them is dark chocolate. Dark chocolate has a very particular benefit because, first of all, chocolate is a confection. It's a candy. It's made, it's crafted to be sweet and delicious, and most people like dark chocolate, but it contains a plant-based food ingredient, and that's cacao. Cacao comes from a tropical tree where the seed pod of the cacao is shaped like an American football. It can be bright yellow, it could be brown. If you pick one up, it's kind of heavy. You shake it, and you can feel the heavy chestnut-like seeds shaking around. And those seeds are the ones that are dried, fermented, ground into a powder, and used by percent to actually make chocolate. So if you have a 50% cacao chocolate, it's got half of the cacao. If you've got 80%, it's got a lot more, 90%, et cetera. Well, what research has been done, shown that 80% or higher cacao puts enough of a natural plant-based bioactive called proanthocyanidin into your bloodstream. So this has been measured. And in the clinic, if you actually give people who have, let's say, coronary artery disease. So they've got narrowing of their blood vessels and stiff, hard blood vessels. All right. So these are not people at their optimal state of health. If you measure their stem cells and then see how many stem cells are floating around their blood, which is not many, and then you were to actually do a simple test called flow-mediated dilation, FMD, to check how resilient their blood vessels are. Basically, it's a blood pressure cuff. You blow it up, and you put an ultrasound in the crook of your arm, and then you let the blood pressure cuff deflate quickly. You see what happens to how well your circulation, your blood vessels recover from compression from the cuff. That's a reflection of vascular blood vessel circulatory health. If you do that at baseline to see how well the blood vessels in these people are doing, not that well. Then researchers have given them 2 cups of dark chocolate in the form of hot chocolate. That's it, 2 cups, to have a day for 30 days. And at the end of 30 days, you take out your blood and measure the stem cells again, and then do that flow-mediated dilation resiliency test again of the blood vessels to see, have they changed? This is what's amazing has been found, that dark chocolate, the proanthocyanidins, not only got into the bloodstream, but they doubled the number of stem cells circulating in your blood vessels, and they doubled the resiliency, improved by twofold, the resiliency of your blood vessels just over the course of a month with as little as 2 cups of hot chocolate that's dark.
Wow. That's a really interesting point, what you said there at the end there. The quality matters, doesn't it? Because you could get, I guess, a hot chocolate powder from the supermarket, which was full of additives and full of sugar and has a very low concentration of cacao. Or you could get a completely different one, which is, a lot of, minimal ingredients, high levels of cacao, as you say, 80% plus. That's the nuance, I think, sometimes that we're missing, aren't we, when we talk about food? Hot chocolate is not just hot chocolate. It depends on the quality, right?
That's right. And the stuff that you get in a packet at the grocery store that's inexpensive and it might taste really great. It might be the stuff that we had when we were kids. I know I did. If you now take a look at the ingredient label, I tell people, anytime you're buying anything that's prepackaged, please take a look at the ingredient label before you put it in your grocery cart. Because if you start seeing the added sugar and then the emulsifiers and all the artificial chemicals and preservatives and the stabilizers, that's probably not something that you want to actually put in your body. And if the ingredient label creeps you out, put it back and just look for another choice that, as you say, has minimal numbers of ingredients, or even better yet. I mean, and I say this to people who are really committed to using a natural way to improve their health. Put it together yourself. I mean, you can even make it without dairy, which is really interesting, without any type of milk product at all. You can make yourself a really tasty, super dark chocolate. And in fact, a lot of people don't know this, but the history of cacao and chocolate goes all the way back to the Aztec civilization, where at some point they actually considered chocolate was used as currency, was so valuable. And at a certain point of time, it was used for its medicinal and ceremonial value. And so this is why, like we go, you're taking a trip at an airport and you're passing by the newsstand, and it's so tempting to buy a bottle of water and get a chocolate. The healthful chocolate we're talking about is really paying attention to the details of the quality of what you're actually going to put into your body, because that's going to influence how your body responds to it.
It's really fascinating. I was reflecting with a friend over the summer on how certain things, let's say cacao, let's even say alcohol as well, were often used in traditional cultures in very different ways to the way we consume them today, or they're often consumed today. It was ritualistic, ceremonial. Cacao probably, from what I understand, wasn't used daily. It was now and again for celebration, for ritual. And I think the same thing also, from what I understand, with alcohol. Yet we love to take those things and then shove them in every day now. And I feel that we do that with lots of things. We change the way we consume them compared to how we have done so traditionally.
Absolutely. Because if you think about the way that we approach the foods around us today, so often it's really, food is treated as a commodity. We have this consumer mentality where we just go out to look for the cheapest, most convenient, most tasty thing, so influenced by advertising. And we've gotten further and further away from what I think is absolutely central to our humanity when it comes to food, which is to have some appreciation of our food, to really savor our food, respect our food. And frankly, if you take a look at some of the broader planetary concerns in terms of how we grow our food, how we treat the land that our food's grown on, how we, how we farm our food. All of those implications of the degradation of the food system comes from the fact that, we don't respect it so much anymore. And so we're just stripping away the land. We're getting the cheapest food possible, the fastest possible. We're packaging it into things that are not very costly, put colors on them, cheap things to attract, sort of the clickbait idea of nutrition and our food. I think it takes us further away from our humanity. And I'm bringing that up because, as you're talking about tradition and ritual and ceremonial, I think one of the things that we're beginning to perhaps appreciate as things are becoming so distressed around the world is that, there is really great value and calming value to be able to be more appreciative to the things that we do have and to respect when it comes to food, to really start thinking of our food in a different way, including where it comes from and how it's handled, and then ultimately how we're preparing it and putting it into our body. It is a continuum that pays off when it comes to our health.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for sharing that. Now, Dr. Lee, so far, the foods we've mentioned in relation to stem cells, I think, are ursolic acid, which you can get in fruit peels. You mentioned beta-D-glucan, which you can get in mushrooms and oats and barley. You've also mentioned about cacao and dark chocolate and how beneficial that can be. One thing I've always noticed with your approach, you make food something that I think excites people. You talk about all these different foods and all these different pathways and how we can, be active participants in our health by choosing foods that are going to activate all these incredible pathways. How do you square that alongside the fact that many people these days eat an excess of calories? If someone hears what you're saying and they're already eating an excess of calories and they start adding in dark chocolate, hot chocolate, oats, barley, right? How do you help people tease through that? Because obviously a calorie excess is problematic for health, even if you are adding in some of these powerful foods.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a great topic of discussion. I'm very passionate about this idea of not overeating, not over-consuming. Okay, because we're talking about how we have gotten further and further away from traditions and rituals and mindfulness. Look, overconsumption is a relatively recent phenomenon. I say within the last 70, 80 years, within the last 100 years for sure, of modern society, because if you go further back than that, most people were still scrabbling around to actually get enough food. They were hungry most of the time. All right. It's only really in our modern day and age and, sort of post World War II where relative prosperity, especially in modern countries, developed countries, actually allowed us to essentially overconsume food on a regular basis. And so I want to talk about metabolism for a moment because this is actually where this squares away with healthy eating and overeating. Okay, so I want people to think about metabolism, which has to do with weight gain, which has to do with obesity, which has to do with diabetes and metabolic diseases and other chronic diseases ranging from cardiovascular disease to cancer to dementia. So it's all connected together. Our metabolic health is maintained by our body like a machine. And in fact, it's like our metabolism is like the operating system on your computer, like on your laptop. And, there's all these myths about metabolism. And one of the myths is that our metabolism is just the roll of the dice. We get it from our parents. We're born with whatever metabolism we're born with. And that's actually not correct. People, how many people have heard, oh, my sister was so lucky. She was born with a fast metabolism. She's skinny as a stick and she can eat anything. Me, I've actually was born with a slow metabolism. I've had to fight with food my whole life and I've had trouble with my weight. That's not me, but I'm saying what I hear people saying. And it's just the luck of the draw. So therefore they give up and they say, this is my fate. Wasn't my fault. I was born. I drew the short end of the stick. No, it's not true. If we are born and our kidneys work the same and our eyesight works the same and our nerves work the same, what makes you think that metabolism in the human body is a crapshoot and it's ramshackle and just a game of chance who gets a fast or slow metabolism? No, our metabolism is an operating system, the same as in your laptop. And Rangan, if you went to buy the same model of laptop I have, we bought them from the same store at the same time. You and where you live and me where I live, and we plug it in, charge it up, and then hit the button at the same time, boot it up. The operating system of your laptop, where you live and where I live, it's going to be exactly the same out of the box. So the human metabolism is hardwired in our body to operate exactly the same way. And I'm telling you this because it's very important to think about the consequences of abusing our metabolism over a period of time. All right. And when you abuse your metabolism, you can actually slow it down. You can actually cause problems with your metabolism. You can derail your metabolism, and over consumption of calories is one of the things that you can do to abuse your metabolism. So think about it. You, Rangan, take exceptional care of your laptop. You know, you have it in the case, you clean it afterward, you shut it off at night, you use an antivirus program to make sure, you make sure you don't have malware on it, viruses on it. Okay. Me, I'm not so careful. I travel with it. Sometimes it gets dropped. I shove it. I just throw the laptop in the back of my car. Oops, I spill coffee on it every now and then. Water, I mop it up, and I never turn it off. And I'm downloading stuff all the time off the internet. Okay. Now, what do you think is going to happen to that same operating system in your laptop versus my laptop? Yours is going to be functioning a lot better than mine. And if you think about taking in calories, when you over-consume calories, among other things that you can do, what that does is that puts a stress on your metabolism. And if you overload your metabolism by eating more calories. Now, calories are basically, look, food is our fuel. And our fuel, just like in your car, is something that we absolutely need. So you need calories. Food is our fuel, and in our body, we call it calories. All right. So this is the similar way. And just like you're filling up your car with fuel, we fill up our bodies with fuel with the food that we eat. If you overload the fuel in your car, what's going to happen? I mean, usually the petrol station has a clicker to prevent you from overloading your gas tank. In the body, we do not have that clicker, so we can easily overflow our own body's fuel tanks. Fuel tanks are fat. When you overload your fat, okay, you're going to keep on filling up fat and filling up more fat. You need more fat. Our stem cells will create more fat, more fuel tanks, and you keep on eating, you keep on overloading. That caloric overload, puts a stress on our metabolism, all right? And that then starts to derail our health. And so I don't care if you're eating healthy food or junk food. Now, obviously, just like fuel that you put in your car, if you care about your car, if you're very conscientious about the longevity of your car, the health of your car, your automobile, all right? You are going to actually try to choose higher quality fuel to put in. Put some crummy fuel in it once in a while, once or twice, no problem. Your car's it'll survive it. You put crummy fuel in your car, low quality fuel, the cheapest fuel in your car every single day. I guarantee you, your car's not going to last as somebody as long as somebody who takes really good care of a car and put good quality fuel. So the quality of the fuel, the quality of the food matters for the engine of our body. Okay. And if you overload fuel in our body, you overload our metabolism. And it doesn't matter whether you actually have good quality fuel or bad quality fuel. Overloading is not good. But whatever fuel you have, you would prefer to have good quality fuel. So this is go back to your point of overconsumption. I always tell people, who are struggling with, okay, there's so much information out there, Dr. Lee, how do I get started? And the first thing I say is that, take stock with the quality of the food that you eat. What quality fuel are you loading into the vehicle of your body? And, if they take a food diary, record, for a few days or a week, everything they eat, then they can read it and say, oh man, this isn't so good. I shouldn't be eating this. And sometimes people surprise themselves. Actually, I eat pretty well on average. But they can identify some of the low quality fuel items that they actually are putting in. Then I ask them to say, how much do you actually eat? Now, this is a trickier question because most people overeat, and we're almost trained to overeat. And so if you are loading your own plate, I always tell people, take only 2/3 of what you would normally take. So if you're serving yourself at dinner from the platter, whatever you would normally take, just have an instinct to say, no, I'm going to leave 1/3 of it back in the platter. I'm going to take only 2/3 and put it in my plate. All right. I always say load the vegetables on first.
Yeah.
Then remove 1/3 of it as a start. All right. Then I always say, if you eat slowly and if you're feeling full, stop eating. You don't have to clean your plate. It's okay if you don't clear everything on your plate. That's a good health habit. And then I always tell people, try not to snack after dinner, because snacking after dinner is another opportunity to actually overload your body. And so these are all little tips that I think people always try to get into. Like, so how do I do this? Like, I want to choose good, healthy food, but it's more than that. I don't want to overeat the food. How do I start? So I give people these sort of like little easy tips of how to take those first steps in their health journey.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. It's really, really useful because you mentioned quite a few things there that are worthy of conversation, I think. One was about the wealth of information that now exists. people, the overload of information, even good quality information. It's a bit like the overload of good quality healthy food. If you are, overeating lots of healthy foods, and that analogy with the car is a really nice one, because as you say, you can't really overload your car fuel tank because there is a stopper. It just won't allow you to do it. But just imagine that wasn't there. If you start spraying petrol all over the internal workings of your car, even if it was premium fuel, well, it's a little bit like when we have visceral fat accumulating in our body, isn't it? This harmful fats, certainly beyond a certain point where it's starting to send out inflammation and damage those organs and increase our risk of early death and disease. So I think it's a great analogy. I want to talk about this era of information overload, because I think people can consume all kinds of information now. They can read books, they can watch your YouTube channel or my YouTube channel, and they can get all this information. Yeah, I still think with all this information, so many people are confused, and they go, well, yeah, Dr. Lee, you're saying this, someone else is saying this, someone else I followed online is saying this. And my feeling, and I'd love to know your perspective on this, is that yes, we want to listen to experts, we want to get their advice and hear about the science and the research, but then we also have to then go inwards and go, okay, which bit of this advice works for us? I heard Dr. Lee say this, I heard Dr. Chatterjee say this, I heard Dr. whoever else say this, but actually, you know what? When I eat like that, that's when I feel good. And I feel we're missing that these days. We've outsourced our inner expertise about our own bodies far too much to external experts. And I think that is a massive problem these days that we're not talking about enough.
Yeah, no, our own health is incredibly personal. What makes me feel good when I make a food decision, where I sit down to make a meal, or even how I prepare a meal, for example, or if I sit at a restaurant, where I naturally kind of gravitate in terms of ordering food, that's very personal to me. And how I feel about how I eat and how much I eat and when I eat, these are all very important factors for health. But how it works for me is going to be different than how it works for you, for example, or anybody who's listening. So knowing thyself, like self-knowledge, is true knowledge. Every individual needs to reckon and recognize their own self-knowledge, as well as self-knowledge, self-limitation, in order to be able to advance. And you're right, we spend so much time externally consuming information and not enough time contemplating what makes us tick. How are we actually doing it? There are taking a walk can be a solo activity that allows you to exercise and be in motion. But if you do it by yourself, some people like to walk with others, but if you do it by yourself, it's an opportunity to actually calm your mind from other people and think about yourself. Yeah. If you meditate, it's another way to actually, and practice breathing exercise. It's another way to actually center yourself. And I think that, one of the things, even though we talk about healthy foods and we talk about exercise, we give a lot of recommendations, right? And I want to talk about the information overload sources in just one second. But, we give a lot of advice, recommendations, because part of our mission, your mission and mine, is to get useful information out to people. But, that's still an external thing to somebody listening to us. What's really important, equally important, is that anybody who wants to pursue better health, take the time to really get to know how they feel when they're healthy and how they feel when they're not feeling so healthy, and how individual moves make them feel, to find out what their own path is. Everyone's got their own path. And by the way, I would say this again, I mentioned it briefly, personalized medicine is where all medicine is going. Yeah. So I don't care if you're in oncology and treating cancer, cardiology, treating, blockages of your blood vessels in your heart. The bottom line is that we're all realizing one size doesn't fit all. Yeah. All right. And every individual is going to be different and respond differently to the same treatment that we might. Listen, medicine, when you were training and I was training, I'm sure we had some very, very common patterns and themes. One of the themes is that you take an antibiotic, you get right the same dose, and you treat for the same number of days, and you're done. It's like a cookbook that's just supposed to work the same way for everyone. And it's just not so. It's not true in medicine. It's not true in nutrition. And it's not true in exercise either. Yeah. And so I think that this whole idea of personalization, having individuals know themselves, is absolutely vital. Yeah. Vital as a start.
Hey guys, as you know, sleep is a crucial ingredient for our overall health and our longevity. Yet these days, many people really struggle. 8 Sleep have a technology called the Pod, which can be fitted to your existing mattress like a fitted sheet. And it will automatically cool down or warm up each side of your bed, which can be especially helpful if you have a partner, as you can both have the ideal temperature that you want. Many athletes and business leaders swear by it, and although I do not use the Pod myself, I know many people who do, and they absolutely love it. The Pod can also detect snoring and automatically
externally focused, and it's consumptive. There's an algorithm that feeds you more of what you seem to be enjoying seeing or looking at longer. But that doesn't actually help you get to know yourself.
Yeah.
And it also doesn't force you to consider the source of your information. I think another really important thing for anybody who is interested in health information from experts is, first, try not to listen to everybody and everything. Try to pick a few people who are trusted voices. It's up to you to decide how you connect to them. One of the big challenges, I think, of the online community, whether it's YouTube or Instagram or these other media platforms, is that anybody can actually deliver information. And I think that one of the things that I believe is that people who are trained in health and who do research and who are very careful in their communication and what they're actually projecting, because words matter.
Yeah.
I think that that's really important from a source perspective, so you can actually narrow yourself down. Pick 2 or 3 people that you feel you resonate with, you like their voice, but do check into their backgrounds to see if you think that person should be a trusted resource. So you're not getting wild ideas that may not actually be correct.
Yeah, thank you, William, for sharing that. Really, some great life advice there, beyond food, in terms of how to navigate the modern world. And I think I feel very passionately about that idea that we've got to start tuning into ourselves more. Yes, there are some core dietary principles that we can share. And, you've written 2 fantastic books on a lot of these things that a lot of the foods that people can choose to help improve their health for whatever reason they want. But also, you've got to try this stuff out for yourself and really pay attention to, when do I feel good? What pattern of eating suits me? When do I not feel bloated? When do I feel that I sleep well? What is going on in my life when those things happen? That's the ultimate knowledge. That's self-knowledge, that's self-awareness, that insight, that's wisdom. And honestly, if I reflect over my career about the patients who truly transformed their lives for good, it was those patients who at some point converted the advice being from the outside to figuring that out for themselves and go, no, I know what's best for me. I know which way of eating works best for me. Having heard from the experts, but then becoming their own expert. So that's something I really want to help people do more and more. Going back to foods then, Dr. Lee, we mentioned a few foods already that can help our stem cells. What about olive oil? Does that have any relationship with our stem cells?
Absolutely. So olive oil is a healthy fat, as they say. It's a plant-based food. It comes from plants, the olives. And it contains bioactives, many bioactives. Some of them have been identified. The ones that actually have been best studied, one of them is called hydroxytyrosol, the other one's called oleocanthal. And, for people who are listening, if you're a science geek, you can write all this stuff down, but just know that there are these natural substances that have powerful effects on our body. And for example, hydroxytyrosol and as a molecule, but olive oil as a food substance, all right, has been shown to be protective of our stem cells, meaning when you consume olive oil and you get these polyphenols, the hydroxytyrosol, oleocanthal in our bloodstream circulating around. Look, there's a lot of stuff in our bloodstream that's going on, a lot of exposures that we have. And when you've got hydroxytyrosol from olive oil in the bloodstream along with your stem cells, they sort of act as police escorts to help your stem cells get to where they go in a safer way. They're escorted to where they're needed. They're protected. And so why do they need to be protected? Well, if you think about it, there's a lot of oxidative stress that can be in our bodies. Oxidative stress can come from fumes that you breathe, from vaping, from off-gassing from carpets, from artificial flavorings and preservatives that you have in your food, from cleaning materials that you're actually having. All these chemical exposures cause oxidative stress in our blood, which can damage your stem cells. Hydroxytyrosol, again, is one of those natural molecules that's been shown to protect your stem cells against oxidative stress. So literally, it's like a police escort that helps your stem cells get to where it needs to go in sort of a safe and efficient manner.
So when you think about olive oil, there are multiple reasons to consume olive oil. You just mentioned the research around stem cells. I'm sure if I asked you about longevity or inflammation or blood vessels, you could also talk to me about the benefits of olive oil.
Yeah,
but how do you recommend people consume it? Are you a fan of it being cold on salads and vegetables? Or are you someone who says, yeah, it's okay to actually cook with olive oil as well? Because this is an area of a little bit of confusion and controversy online. So I'd love to get your take on this.
Yeah, I want to be very clear about this. Olive oil is, of all the cooking oils, a healthier choice to be able to have with a meal. You don't have to cook with it, but you can cook with it. There's a myth that olive oil has a low smoke point, so you shouldn't do high heat cooking. As it turns out, olive oil's smoke point is almost the same as canola oil, which is used for frying. It's pretty close. You shouldn't reuse olive oil at a hot heat, but cooking with it in a wok, if you're doing Asian cooking, is perfectly fine. Actually, you just have to like the taste of the olive oil in cooking it. So again, that's a little bit of a myth. You can actually cook with olive oil at a pretty high heat, and you're fine. Certainly, sautéing is no problem. Stir frying is no problem. And by the way, in the Mediterranean, I don't encourage people to eat a lot of fried foods because the frying creates these little side products called acrylamides, which are potentially carcinogenic. But everyone likes, occasionally, people like crispy food. In the Mediterranean, how they fry foods, they fry them in olive oil. All right, and in fact, the polyphenols get into the food that you fry. So it actually makes something that's not that healthy a little bit healthier with the polyphenols in it. I would say, so you can actually cook with it. I'm not saying you should fry with it or eat fried foods, but cooking with it is fine. Using olive oil cold, plain, is also fine if you want to dip it in some bread or put it in a salad dressing. I think the quality of the olive oil is really, really important. Okay, and a lot of people don't appreciate this, but when you go out to buy olive oil, what do most people do? Well, if you are for the first time buying olive oil, it's overwhelming how many different choices you have. So you might go for the less expensive one, or you might go for the one that's got a more attractive label on it. I'll tell you the way that I recommend doing it and what I do myself. I always want to get the highest quality olive oil. What I look for are olive oils that are made pressed with only one kind of olive. It's called monovarietal olive oil. And there's two reasons for that. When olive oil makers make olive oil, they're picking olives when they're ripe off the tree and literally just crushing it and then spinning it in a basket. And so it whips out all the fluid and the oil floats to the top. And then the watery stuff goes to the bottom, and the chunks go to the bottom, and they just scoop the olive oil off. They don't filter it, and so that's why you wind up getting little bits that are green. So extra virgin first press olive oils always going to be tastier. You're going to get that peppery, sometimes peppery taste to it. By the way, that's what the polyphenols are. They're actually giving you that taste sensation, a great taste sensation of olive oil. All right. Many olive oil makers, and you can look this up on Google, there's a whole scam in the olive oil industry where people who are labeling olive oil are in fact adding other oils to it. It has some olive oil and they cut it. And so that's not good. You're getting who knows what other kind of olive oils. It's a whole scam. The other times people are mixing different types of olive oils together, sometimes the cheapest ones they can find together to serve it up to you. And so the way to get around that is to look for monovarietal olive oils, pressed with only one variety of olives. These are going to usually be coming from a single farm. All right, it could be a large farm, but a single farm. And this also not only guarantees the quality of the olive oil, because it's not going to be cut with other things, monovarietal, it's a label, mono one varietal type of olive. But I look for monovarietals, olive oils coming from one of three different kinds of olives that you can actually find very easily in the store. And the reason I look for them is because they have the highest levels of polyphenols of all the olives. All right, so if you like Spanish olive oil, all right, I look for monovarietal Spanish olives made with the type of olive, the variety of olive called Picual, Picual, Picual olives. Fortunately, it's a very common olive in Spain. And fortunately, that olive, you can easily find Picual monovarietal olive oil, and it's not that expensive, all right? It'd be like Greek olive oil. I love Greek olive oil. The olives that have highest polyphenols among Greek olives are called Koroneiki, Koroneiki, Koroneiki olives. It's come from the Peloponnesus. Fortunately, a very common olive in Greece, monovarietal, highest polyphenols, taste amazing. Great for whatever you're cooking or grilling or salad dressing. And then Italian, if you like Italian olive oils, in Umbria, the highest polyphenols have been found in Moriolo olives, Moroailo, Moriolo olives, which is found in Umbria. It's a less common olive. It's going to be more expensive, but again, tastes great, highest polyphenols. And so I kind of tell people, look, if you're going to go buy olive oils, why not get the highest quality? It's fuel. And if you're going to, and it's going to, you want to be able to have it taste great. If you're going to use it and dip some bread or whatever it is, sourdough bread or whatever, something healthy in it, or you're going to dribble it on some pasta or whatever you're cooking with it, why not get the best? And why not get the best with not only best taste, but also pure and also with the highest polyphenols. And that's how I actually choose with olive oil. By the way, some people have reported, I heard this before, that olive oils are not good for your blood vessels. They actually damage the lining of your blood vessels. That's all bunk. I'm a blood vessel expert, and I'm also an expert on food as medicine. We've studied this. It's a theoretical thing that got put together that winds up actually not being true. Well-intentioned people try to put science together, and I'm not real scientists, and they don't know the data. It's understandable how they may come up with it, but olive oil is perfectly fine. In fact, it's very healthy for your blood vessels, quite the opposite. Now, how much to eat? You know, there's a lot of studies out there of olive oil. On average, if you take a look at all the studies, the average amount of healthy oil to consume per day is about 3 to 4 tablespoons worth of olive oil. Okay, that's a fair amount of olive oil if you're not an olive oil consumer. But if you think about the Mediterranean, 3 to 4 tablespoons. Go ahead and take a measuring a spoon out in your kitchen, and to take out 3 to 4 tablespoons and put it into on a dish. It's not that much. And if you are scrambling your eggs with it, all right, if you like eggs instead of butter, and in lunch if you're making a salad dressing with it, and you're going to put some salad dressing on. And then at dinner, if you're going to roast some vegetables or grill some vegetables, and you're going to put some olive oil on it, you will easily get 3 to 4 tablespoons of olive oil into your system.
Okay, brilliant. That's super practical. So essentially, a lot of advice there on olive oil. If people are struggling with the cost of things, as many people are these days, is your advice to get the best quality olive oil that you can afford?
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, you know, I would say it's a buyer's world out there, particularly because you can buy things on the internet as well. If you search for monovarietal Picual or Cornecchi or Morial olive oil, and you just let the internet show you what's the cheapest one, you know, and do a little review and make sure that they're, you know, a good quality manufacturer or supplier. Order it, buy it, you know. That's the fastest way to actually get high quality. Listen, people spend a lot of money on a lot of different things, right? But then you actually, again, take a look at your own lifestyle. I can tell you the best investment you can make is getting high quality food for yourself. And in Europe, it's a lot better than the United States. I mean, people buy junk stuff for food, and they spend their money on things that are unhealthy as well. They buy cheap unhealthy things, and they spend money on unhealthy things. I think food is getting healthy food, high quality food is one of the best investments you can actually make.
Yeah, here, completely agree. And I think, you know, everyone does have different financial situations and different means, no question. But I think something quite profound happens when you internally, going back to what we were talking about before, about, you know, tuning into yourself, listening to your body's own signals. Like when you consciously make that decision, not like an opinion, a decision that, you know what, the food I put in my mouth now is of top importance. You know, I made that decision a few years ago. Like I internalized that, no, if I'm going to be the best human being that I can be, the best father, the best husband, the best capable human being as I age, well, the quality of the food I put into my mouth day in, day out is important. It doesn't mean you're never going to go off track, but there's something really, I think, powerful about when you make that decision. And once you make that decision and you live with that decision for a while, you know, other things start to change. So, you know, I love eating out as much as the next person, Dr. Lee, but I will say that I become a lot fussier these days, and I actually prefer eating in. I much prefer eating in, because when you really tune into what good quality food tastes like, often when you're out, not always, there are some great restaurants out there and great cafes for sure, I just don't feel that good afterwards a lot of the time when I go out. It could be the oils they're using to fry, whatever it might be. So again, I'm not saying that applies to anyone else, but for me, I much prefer to eat in these days when I can.
I totally agree. And by the way, I think the companion piece that I add, because I'm like you, I try to find what makes me feel good and stick to that. But I also think that, you know, having some self-compassion is an important component to that as well. So if you've decided that you're going to just try to be as healthy as you can, don't feel like it's a strict religion or you're not in a military camp where you can only do one thing. We're all human. We have to enjoy ourselves. We have to have enough compassion to realize that it's okay every now and then to, you know, kind of wander off the path. As long as you get back on the path, you're going to be just fine. And I try to kind of lower people's stress level in trying to live a healthy life by also saying, you know, look, these are guidelines. You know that they're good for you. You should feel better when you're doing them. It's up to you to actually take that path. And rather than make people feel fear, guilt, shame when it comes to food, I try to give people permission to live a little, you know. Every now and then you're going to do something you're going to really enjoy. Listen, if you spend more time doing things that are good for you, your body's going to be strong enough to be able to rebound from something occasionally you do that's not so good for you. It's like driving on a road, right? I mean, look, you know, the rules, following the rules of the road are actually going to help keep you a safe driver so that you're going to be accident free. But look, who doesn't speed every now and then? And you know, speeding can kill you, right? So, but every now and then you need to get someplace quickly. You're going to go a little bit faster than the speed limit. It's okay. It's okay. And so I kind of try to give people permission to, and I encourage them to be self-compassionate and give them permission to feel the liberty to choose. With the encouragement to make more good choices more often.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's a great point. And just to be super clear, I've only got to that point about eating in compared to eating out, I would say in the last couple of years. You know, I've been on this journey to improve my health with my lifestyle for 10 plus years now. So you start off where you can, and bit by bit that builds, and you go off track, and you go, you know what, I actually feel better when I'm like this. And last week I was away for work between Monday afternoon and Friday evening, so all my meals were out, and I was completely fine. I was able to function and do what I had to do. But since I got back at the weekends, I'm like, no, I just want to eat in. I cook my own food now. So I think that's a really, really important point. You mentioned blood vessels before in relationship to olive oil. Now, we've spoken a lot about stem cells. If we could just shift the focus to blood vessels, olive oil is a food that can help us with our stem cells and help us with our blood vessels. Let's just set the scene again like we did with stem cells. Why is the health of our blood vessels so important? What do we get wrong when we think about blood vessels? And then how can we choose specific foods that are going to enhance the health of those blood vessels?
Okay, so I mentioned earlier, 60,000 miles worth of blood vessels are packed into our adult bodies. That is so extensive that if we were to pull out all the blood vessels and line them up end to end in your body, you'd actually form a line, a thread that would wrap around the earth twice. All right. And these literally are the highways and byways of everything, oxygen we breathe, the nutrients that we eat, they deliver to every single organ in your body. Really, really critical. And in fact, no matter what else you think about in terms of your health, if your blood vessels are healthy, you are at a really great starting point to optimize the rest of your health.
Information is not enough to make change in your life. You have to take action. So to help you take action after watching this video, I've created a free nutrition guide for you. This contains the 5 most important practices I've seen in over 2 decades of seeing patients. They work for you no matter what your dietary preference. There's a step-by-step action plan to help you implement those changes in your life.
And then they get clogged, they get narrowed with lipids or plaque or atherosclerosis, and this is what ultimately leads to a heart attack or a stroke or for, leg dysfunctions when you've got clogged arteries in your legs. My arteries are hard. You hear this all the time. Well, our blood vessels are anything but static. It's not just piping under your sink that if you keep pouring grease down the sink, it's going to clog up your sink, and then you got to call the plumber in to open it up with a wire. Nope, it's not like that at all. Our blood vessels are incredibly dynamic. And what that means is our body manages to maintain our blood vessels to try to keep them optimized all the time. Now, something that keeps our blood vessels healthy and dynamic is the inner lining of the blood vessels. Our blood vessels have a sleeve in it. It's like a layer of plastic wrap that is extraordinarily slippery. We call it the endothelial layer. If you think about like a garden hose, and you're to cut the garden hose in half and look down the middle of the hose, you're looking down into the hole. And if you were to actually take plastic wrap, the kind you would have in your kitchen, and coat the inside of the garden hose with the plastic wrap, so that when water is running through, that the water is slipping through, sliding through the plastic wrap. Now imagine in your blood vessels that same kind of wrap made out of living tissue called vascular cells, blood vessel cells. It's extraordinarily slippery. So slippery that I give the analogy of like an ice skating rink. If you've ever been a kid, gone ice skating, I don't know, many adults don't ice skate anymore, but if you're a kid, you might have had that experience. You know that when you get out on the ice and on the skating rink, it's really, really slippery. It's hard to actually keep your balance. All right. And that's what the blood vessels need to be, so that all the blood cells that are winging through our body, they don't stick to the walls at all. They just keep on going. Like there's like traffic direction. This way to your liver, this way to your eyes, this way to your brain. Okay. Now, you also know that, and by the way, if you've ever been ice skating, you know that after the ice is cleaned, there's a machine that will polish the ice between sessions on the ice skating rink. It's called a Zamboni machine. They drive over it. It heats the ice. There's a little brush underneath it that kind of polishes the ice. When the ice is new and newly polished, you could take a sweater, because it's a little cold in the ice skating rink, and you can throw it on the ice, and the thing will glide. Your sweater will glide. It's so slippery all the way across the rink to the other end. Now, after you have 100 people skating on the ice for a session, or after a hockey game, where the players are really scuffing up the ice big time. All right, when you come off the ice, if you were to throw that sweater on it again, it won't slide. It'll just stick right to the ice. It'll just stay right there. So you just like the ice skating rink, you want your blood vessels to be really, really polished and smooth, flowing. And if you don't treat your blood vessels properly, and there's lots of things that can damage our blood vessels: high amounts of salt, high amounts of sugar, high amounts of unhealthy saturated fats scrape up the lining of our blood vessels. That's like, that's the difference between being able to have the sweater glide all the way to the end of the rink versus having the sweater stick to the ice. Now, when you have blood cells sticking to the ice, that's not good when that ice is inside your circulation, because that stickiness can actually start to build up layers and layers and layers. And that's really how blood vessels get narrowed. So one of the things your body tries to do is to use those stem cells we talked about earlier and to try to repair those areas of the ice where like a piece might have come off and smooth it out again, so we can actually restore that healthy layer. It's very amazingly dynamic. And when we need more blood vessels, our body can naturally grow them where they need to be grown, and then stop it when there's adequate blood vessels. And if there's too many blood vessels growing, our body can also trim the extra blood vessels so we don't have too many. It's like a landscaper that's looking at a golf course and maintaining a perfect golf course. Hey, there's a couple of patches that need some more grass. They'll actually put the seed in there and grow it right up so it looks perfect. And if the grass grows too high, it'll just mow the lawn, so you wind up having just the right amount at all times. Not too few, not too many, just the perfect amount. That's how our blood vessels are maintained. That process is called angiogenesis. That's how blood vessels grow and stay healthy.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful image to think about the inside of these miles and miles of blood vessels inside our body as either being, smooth and the blood can travel with no friction and no problem at all, or there could be bumps and lumps there and it can be more difficult. And we don't naturally, I think many of us think about food and blood vessels, but we do think about our brain health, our cognition, our mood, our skin health, our immune system, without realizing that, wait a minute, what underpins all of them? Well, if you don't have healthy blood vessels, you're not going to be delivering oxygen to all of those critical things. So healthy blood vessels mean a healthy heart, a healthy brain. I think it's such a core tenet of optimal health to have healthy blood vessels. Of course, many people talk about exercise, and actually moving your body is going to help maintain those blood vessels, or certainly it's one factor. But I've heard you say in one interview that one of your pet hates is when you hear about exercise being the only thing that's good for your heart's health, because, of course, the food you consume is also very important with these blood vessels as well. So perhaps you can give some examples of what kinds of foods directly impact the health of our blood vessels.
Well, one thing we talked about already is olive oil, but I also want to actually back that up and just say, look, and what about olives? You can just eat the whole olive, and now you get the fiber from the olive, and you'll actually get the other more polyphenols from the flesh of the olive. Other foods that are clearly very heart healthy are the leafy green foods that have dietary fiber and all these other polyphenols, so the brassica family. Now, I like to cook, so when you get me talking about foods, I'll usually start talking about the foods, and most people think about broccoli. Okay, I will tell you, broccoli, like other brassica family of vegetables, have isothiocyanates. These are the class of molecules that create sulforaphanes, and sulforaphanes are great for our metabolism. They help to lower burn down our harmful body fat. They lower inflammation, which is really, really critical. And many of the brassica family of vegetables, you're talking about broccoli, you're talking about kale, you're talking about Brussels sprouts, you're talking about bok choy, you're talking about Swiss chard. These are vegetables that are growing in the summer gardens, and take a little extra olive oil, saute some garlic on it, and just throw the vegetables in there, hit them with a little bit of spice, and you've got very quickly a delicious warm cooked vegetable dish that's tasty. Squeeze a little lemon. You want that little red pepper flakes.
What is that doing for our blood vessels? It sounds delicious. My stomach's watering already at the thought of that. But what does it actually do to our blood vessels?
What's happening is that when you're eating that delicious food, the polyphenols and the sulforaphanes get absorbed into our bloodstream. All right, from your stomach. And they serve a number of functions that help protect our. Number one, they lower oxidative stress while these molecules are coursing through your blood vessels, because they've been absorbed after you've eaten them from your stomach. They're protecting the walls of your blood vessel from damage. So if there's oxidative stress, they actually protect your cells, the lining, the smooth lining of your blood vessels. Number two, they actually lower inflammation as well. So the sulforaphanes in leafy greens lowers inflammation. Inflammation itself can damage the ice. They can scrape up the lining of the blood vessels, lowers inflammation. The other thing about these leafy greens is they have dietary fiber, which don't get absorbed into your bloodstream, but that tumbles all the way down through your gut, down to your gut microbiome. We haven't had a chance to talk about that yet, but gut health turns out feeding dietary fiber from our food to our healthy gut bacteria leads our own bacteria, healthy gut bacteria, to produce substances, short-chain fatty acids, that then lower inflammation further. Inflammation is super damaging to our blood vessel health, right? So if you're inflamed and you've got inflammatory markers, we can measure in the lab. If you take a vial of blood, you measure your C-reactive protein as a marker for inflammation. Listen, that inflammation, if your CRP, if your levels of inflammatory markers are high, you got inflammation everywhere in your body, including in the lining of your blood vessels. That's 60,000 miles worth of inflammation. That's actually a really bad thing to be carrying around. So this is how leafy greens with their polyphenols and their dietary fiber all conspire in a beneficial way, or collaborate in a beneficial way, to be heart healthy, starting with improving the health of your blood vessels.
Yeah. Super interesting. Any other foods that we forget about when thinking about our blood vessels that you would like to highlight and encourage us to bring into our diets?
Yeah, well, you know, it turns out that 2 beverages, tea and coffee, have polyphenols that are heart healthy and beneficial. All right. Tea has catechins, and the specific catechin that has been best studied is called EGCG, epigallocatechin 3 gallate. And again, I encourage people not to get hung up on the technical stuff unless you're a science geek, but just know that we know these things. In coffee, there's many different polyphenols. One of the best studies is called chlorogenic acid. And both of these are heart healthy and vascular healthy, blood vessel healthy, for similar reasons. They protect your blood vessels against oxidative stress. They lower inflammation. They're good for gut health. They improve your metabolism by helping your body burn down harmful excess body fat, which then contributes to inflammation. So, they're powerful levers that can actually help us. And if you, by the way, if you combine this over the course of the day with eating some leafy greens, and then you have some of these blood vessel regenerative foods like the barley with the beta glucan, or the mushrooms that we talked about earlier, or a little bit of dark chocolate, high quality dark chocolate. You see, it's the net consumption of the things that we're eating all day long that expose our blood vessel, that extraordinary network, to help us maintain the roads in our body, and that's our circulation.
You mentioned some of the benefits of green tea there. I know you often speak about these drinks that, you know, all the longevity populations consume: tea, coffee, and water. You've also made a video recently on your YouTube channel about drinks that we can consume that help us with our metabolism and help us perhaps remove visceral fats from, you know, organs like the liver. It's quite an interesting concept, that, for people, because I think if most people think about their weight and excess fats that may have built up on their body, I think there's a widespread view out there that the main thing that matters is being in some form of calorie deficit. So essentially you are consuming less than you're burning off. So over time, you start to lose some of that excess fat. Now, I know your last book covered this in a lot of detail, but just help us understand how important what I just said is versus particular drinks like green tea or coffee that can really help boost our metabolism. Can you help us sort of find a way through that in case anyone's getting confused there?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to help our body optimize its metabolism. We talked about one earlier, which is don't overconsume calories, and whatever you do consume, make it high quality. So that snapshot captures a lot of what we talked about earlier. But, you know, there is a hidden mechanism, a hidden trigger in our body that can help burn down extra harmful body fat that allows us to eat foods in order to burn fat. Now, that sounds like a contradiction in terms, right? If you want to lose fat, you want to not eat, right? Nope. Actually, there are some foods, and this is a big surprise, and I wrote about this in my book, Eat to Beat Your Diet. There are some foods that actually trigger fat burning. Now before I tell you the foods, I got to tell you how this works. You know, the popular fad that people have been doing these days, like cold plunges, right? And cold plunges being a healthy for your metabolism. And well, actually, it does work, and I'll tell you why it works. When you expose your body to cold, the temperature drop actually triggers a special kind of body fat that's not harmful, but really beneficial, and it's called brown fat. And brown fat is not a fat that most people are familiar with. Most people are familiar with white fat. We call it white fat. There are 2 different colors. This is what this tissue looks like under the microscope. Okay, white fat looks white under the microscope if you're in a lab, and brown fat looks brown under the microscope. White fat is sort of the fat that we normally think about. It's lumpy, bumpy, wiggly, jiggly. It can be under the skin, subcutaneous white fat. It's under our arms, under our chin. It's the muffin top that people don't like, or the thigh fat or butt fat. Okay, but white fat is also not only under the skin, but it's packed inside the tube of our body. Our body's a tube. So if you look inside the tube of our body, where our organs are, our gut, our viscera, the fat growing there, called visceral fat, can be extraordinarily dangerous because as it expands, it sort of expands like a glove wrapping around your organs, and it can be highly inflammatory. And so our body has kind of evolved a natural way to tame that kind of extra visceral fat, and it's through brown fat. It's other kind of fat. Now, brown fat is not lumpy, bumpy, wiggly, jiggly. Brown fat is thin as a sheet. and it's not close to the skin. In fact, it's close to the bone. It's like attached to the muscle deep underneath your skin. And we got a little bit on the side of our neck. We have a little bit under our breastbone. We got a little bit between our shoulder blades, and it's scattered in our belly a little bit. All right. And what brown fat does, it just kind of hangs out quietly in the background. But if there's really cold temperatures, okay, cold temperatures will trigger it to fire up and generate heat, right? When it generates heat, this evolved in animals that are hibernating, right? You get that woodchuck gets nice and fat in the fall and in the winter, and then it waddles into the cave, and then it's not coming out. It's got to stay warm in the winter. Why doesn't it freeze to death? Well, because the brown fat of those hibernating animals, when the weather gets really cold, triggers thermogenesis, thermal heat genesis, generating heat, and that brown fat actually fires up and keeps the animal warm all winter long, provides it energy. Where does it get the energy from? The brown fat in hibernating animals has to sustain the heat-making fuel. Okay, the fuel. We'll talk about fuel again. It draws it down from the white fat. So that's why animals start the winter hibernating as big, round, fat balls. And by the time spring comes around, they consume most of the energy. They've lost most of that fat by generating heat. Well, guess what? Humans also have that same mechanism. In fact, it wasn't until 1930s until we realized that humans also have brown fat. And it's in the locations I mentioned around your neck, behind the breastbone, and so on and so forth. Cold weather will actually fire it up. And we discovered this, by the way, is published in the New England Journal of Medicine, in an analysis of PET scans. Now, PET scans pick up metabolism. When you're generating heat, when brown fat's generating heat, it'll actually light up because of higher metabolism. It was picked up in PET scans in New England, which is an area of the United States that gets cold winters. People were looking for tumors, and they found, instead of a tumor, they found something lighting up in the body that turned out to be brown fat. It wasn't a tumor, it was brown fat. People hadn't noticed it before. No one had noticed it before. But then when they actually looked at when PET scans showed the brown fat firing up, it was only during scans taken in people who were getting the scans in the winter, not in the summer. And so seasonally, our brown fat lights up, which makes sense, just like those hibernating animals. So cold plunges actually are beneficial for your metabolism by firing up your brown fat to burn down your harmful white fat. So brown fat is good fat, burns down extra white fat, which is bad fat, visceral fat, and lowers inflammation. Now, temperature does it. That's pretty cool. There are some drugs that will do it. I don't recommend it because they all have side effects. But guess what? It turns out that there are certain foods that you can eat that turn on brown fat, and certain beverages. And two of them we talked about: green tea and coffee. Both contain the polyphenols that light up your brown fat to burn down harmful excess white fat. So the two beverages, and there's a whole other bunch of foods as well, can actually help to stimulate your metabolism by lighting up your brown fat.
To make sure you're taking action after watching this video, I've created a free guide to help you build healthy habits. We can all make short-term change, but can those changes become a fundamental part of our life? Often they don't. And that's why in this free guide, I share with you the 6 crucial steps you need to take. They're really, really effective. If you want to get hold of that free guide right now, all you have to do is click the link in the description box below.
One last thing I'll tell you that people will like, I can't remember, which is the brown fat, which is the white fat. I'll tell you how you can remember brown fat. People are talking about mitochondria now these days in the health and wellness world. Well, mitochondria are the little tiny batteries in our cells that give us energy. I remember when I was in medical school, I'm sure you had a similar experience, memorizing all the different parts of the cell. Yeah. Man, there are so many different parts of the cell. How on earth are you going to memorize them? So I always remember mitochondria as mitochondria, these little tiny little things that are small but mighty, and they generate energy. And so brown fat has a lot of mitochondria. Okay, the fat cells, and that's why they're able to generate the heat. They're like loaded with batteries, okay, and the batteries generate heat. They draw down the fuel from the white fat. Well, mitochondria have a lot of iron in them. Iron, the same kind of iron that you'd have in nails, like for construction. Now, what happens when you take a bunch of silver nails and you stick them outside in your front deck for a few days or a week? They're going to turn brown because they oxidize, right? Rusty nails. And that's what actually happens in our brown fat, is that the iron attached to other mitochondria, and there's a lot of mitochondria, which is a lot of iron, all right, gets oxidized and it gets rusty. And that's why brown fat is brown, and white fat doesn't have that. So that's the reason that there's white fat and brown fat.
Yeah, I love it. So if someone is trying to lose excess fat on their body, yes, they need to think about how many calories overall they're consuming. We've covered that a little bit on the show already. But I guess people really do struggle to, lose weight and keep that weight off in the modern food environment. So you're saying, yes, pay attention to how much you're consuming, but also if you are consuming the right kinds of foods and drinks like green tea and coffee, and I know tomato juice we haven't mentioned today, but those things can also help activate brown fat, which is, it's all going to help basically. You know, instead of just taking one approach, you're saying, why just stick to one? Why not do everything that you possibly can to increase the chances of success?
That's right. And you know, and do it in ways that are kind of natural and don't force you to go to extremes. So one thing is just putting less on your plate. It's easy. That's low hanging fruit. That's easy to do. Whatever you put on your plate, make it plant-based and as healthy as possible. Don't eat too much saturated fat. Don't eat too much salt. Don't have added sugars. Listen, that's also pretty easy. You just got to remember the details on that. So again, less fuel, but high quality fuel. That makes a lot of sense. Now, if you want to actually add to this, you know, this idea of like burning down fat, now you can actually think about swapping out the foods that grow fat, in fact, that build fat, and swapping them out for foods that burn down fat. So swap your soda for tea or coffee, all right? And now, rather than building up your fat with empty calories, you know, with extra calories from the soda, or destroying your gut microbiome with the diet soda, now you're actually drinking a beverage that traditional and, you know, tastes great to most people, that actually will light up your brown fat at the same time and to burn down harmful visceral fat. So simple swaps can, you know, swap out something that's not good for you that builds your fat with something that actually can burn down your fat. That's a simple thing as well. But, you know, but if you think about, like, what about planning a meal, right? Like, oh my gosh, you know, if you have to do your meal plan for the week, and you know, think about what you're going to shop for, and then you want to choose healthy. Oh man, that's another layer I got to actually deal with to figure out, like, what should I buy that's healthy? Well, look, let me kind of run down some interesting foods that have been shown in human studies to burn down harmful body fat. All right, and let me challenge you, if you're going to listen to this, write it down on your grocery list and see if this is something you might consider buying. All right, as long as you don't eat too much of it. All right, onions. Onions have quercetin, mostly packed on the outer layer of the onion. So once you peel the onion, don't throw away, don't peel off too much of the outer layer, because most of the fat-burning quercetin, brown fat lighting up quercetin, is on the outer layer. Red onions got more of the good stuff than yellow onions, but yellow onions are also good. What about tomatoes? Turns out lycopene in tomatoes, which helps to make the tomato red, actually can burn down extra body fat. It can actually burn down visceral fat through thermogenesis. That can actually shrink your waistline. You're not stretching out the tube of your body as much. It'll shrink it down. This has been studied in humans. What about strawberries? Ripe strawberries have been shown to actually burn down harmful visceral fat. A can of inexpensive white beans has been studied. Just eating, you know, a can of beans for 5 days out of 7 days been shown to shrink your waistline by 1 inch by burning down harmful body fat. What's in a bean? Well, a lot of dietary fiber, some healthy fats from the legumes. Obviously, how you cook the beans going to make a difference. You know, if you want to stew them, add a little extra virgin olive oil, and now you've ganged up, because olive oil can also burn down harmful body fat as well. Carrots can burn down harmful visceral fat. All you need to eat, and this has been studied, is the equivalent of 3 medium-sized carrots a day can actually turn on your thermogenesis. Wow. You're going to make a salad, you're going to roast some carrots. Hey, you know what? I'm just giving you a partial grocery list, but if you think you can take that and run with it, oh, what about seafood? Let's say that you do eat seafood. All right. Listen, I'm an omnivore. I pretty much eat anything. I try to eat healthy things. I try to mostly eat plant-based foods. I eat actually only a very tiny amount of meat. And I try to choose high quality, whatever it is I'm eating. But seafood actually contains omega-3 fatty acids. Guess what? That's another healthy fat. Actually, omega-3s, a lot of people don't realize, are originally coming from plants. They come from algae, all right? So the plants of the sea is where they're originally coming from, and they wind up in seafood. Most people think, oh, I got to eat salmon. I'm sick of salmon. Or I got to eat tuna. It's expensive. You know what? Actually, it turns out that lesser fish, more inexpensive fish, and shellfish also have omega-3s. And so, sure, salmon has a lot. But you can actually look at cod or flounder or other types of, or Mediterranean sea bass. They all have omega-3s that are healthy for you. And so do mussels and clams if you eat shellfish, and squid and octopus and shrimp. Okay, they all have omega-3s, and that's another way. If you live near the coast, or you're somebody who enjoys cooking, and you want to kind of live it up with, some seafood, that's also a way of turning on your good beneficial brown fat to burn down your harmful excess white fat. The underscore here, though, I want to say, even though I mentioned a lot of ingredients, you got to remember how you prepare the food is important. If you don't want to be putting a lot of butter into it, you don't want to be putting a lot of salt into it that can damage your blood vessels. You don't, cook in a healthy way. You don't need to steam everything, but you want to actually be mindful. You're not going to fry everything either. Yeah.
Dr. Lee, you have such a wonderful way of talking about food. You clearly explain the science, but your passion infuses through everything, and it kind of leaves us all with this idea that the foods we choose can be a creative pursuit for us. Yes, it's for our health, but it's like an artistic endeavor that we can play with to actually find the things that we can utilize to improve our health. So I really, really appreciate that. I also appreciate that list at the end there. Many of those foods that you recommended were very, very affordable, which I think is something to be very aware of these days. To finish off, Dr. Lee, if someone has heard our conversation and they're like, okay, Dr. Lee, I hear what you're saying. I understand the science there, but I don't really need to change much. My life is going pretty well. I think I'm in a decent way. I can function at work. Why should I start changing the food that I put on my plate? What would you say to them?
Well, listen, my current research, the area that I am working on, my books are all about the research I'm doing. Mm-hmm. I'm not reaching for topics to cover. I'm writing about what I'm researching. And right now I'm researching about aging, healthy aging, including longevity. And I'm researching brain health and all the things connected to brain health. And one of the reasons that, to answer to somebody who's asking the question that you just stated, I would say, listen, if you are doing pretty well now, keep it up, all right? But what the exciting research is showing is that if you push a little bit harder and try to buff up some of those areas, even by a little bit, you could actually be doing yourself a service to improve your brain health as you get older in remarkable ways. Like, for example, here's one. I'm eating plenty of fruits and vegetables. I'm fine. Well, you know what? You might be amazed to know that strawberries, even one cup of ripe strawberries a day, all right, has been shown to actually reduce cognitive decline. In human clinical studies, and also reduce the depression that comes with cognitive decline. What's in a strawberry? You've got ellagic acid and anthocyanins. These are natural molecules that we're discovering, and so we're discovering the benefits to brain health of ripe strawberries. So, maybe you're eating healthy, but maybe the next time you go by a market and you just are walking by those strawberries, you might want to do a double take and go back and say, I'm going to try some of those now. And so these little tiny extra tweaks, if you're somebody who's already healthy, think about what you're doing. If you feel pretty good now, great. Now it's time to actually level up, to actually see if you can do something to make yourself even better in the future. And so I think thinking about our what we do now having an impact in the future is kind of like saying, rather than put all my money under my mattress, which is sort of a depression era thing, why don't we invest our money in some good things? I mean, you're going to have the money anyway, but where are you going to put it? Under your mattress, or you're going to invest it in something that's going to grow? And I think that making healthy food choices are a way of growing our health. And this is where my research is now. By growing your health, you're really investing, and you're becoming wealthier inside out in terms of brain health, which is a huge dividend for you. Think about it. The thing that all this discussion about longevity and mitochondria and glucose spiking and trying to get your sirtuins and like all the millions of things that people are talking about now. I have one thing to say to that. Who wants to live longer if you're not able to have good brain health? You could live to 150, 200, go for it. But if your brain isn't working, it's not worth living for. And so that's why I think that in this accompanying this quest to live long, we want to live well. And the choices that you're making now, the research is finding remarkably that we can actually improve our future us as well in ways that are profoundly important. Our vision, our brain, our muscle strength, our ability to enjoy life. You mentioned the word passion. We want to actually really enjoy every year that we get. And I think that the good choices, those tiny little tweaks we make, they can make a big difference.
Yeah, William, I love that. Thank you so much for that impassioned plea at the end of our conversation. Where would you direct people who want to learn more? Obviously, you have 2 wonderful books, but you also have an online course that people can do, I believe.
Yeah. So, first of all, I have a YouTube channel. So one of the sources of pride I have.
A very strong, powerful army. And so we have 5,000 soldiers in between a 5 million person army and a 250,000 person army. And I asked the general, what do you think of that situation? He said, they'll be wiped out immediately. And I moved them out and I took a lot of heat. And you know what happened? Nothing. I saved a lot of lives. Now,
it's not time yet. Into the breach! To battle! Faster! Forward! Faster! Indeed. I move. To battle. Forward.
I'll meet you guys.
I thought as much. Agreed. Here I come.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Swiftly. Yes.
Get over it!
Let's go. Into the breach.
Next wave.
On.
I'm gonna go in. Y'all follow me, okay? Follow me.
I'll not argue. I'll not argue. To battle. Into the breach.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Indeed.
Where with you? Where with you?
Your middle tower is under
Down.
attack.
Here I come.
I sleep with the fishes.
Once burned, I shine. I thought as much. I move. Swiftly. Forward.
Like it just ran out by the time.
Let's go. On. Yes. Into the breach. Forward. Let's go. Agrees. It's the humiliation.
on the
To battle.
My death means nothing next to
Yes.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Here I come.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I'll not argue.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom
Indeed.
tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks have fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks have fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Faster.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ice Maiden.
This back is gonna.
The Ice Wolves bite.
look at it go.
Your top tower is under attack.
Swiftly.
And then dying. Keep it
I
alone.
move.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Support punch kill.
I move.
Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under
Forward.
attack.
We got the Tormentor, boys!
I'll not argue.
Your middle tower has fallen.
On. To battle. Swiftly. I thought as much. Down you go. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Guys, let's go.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks.
Free. I'm under attack. Down into the deep.
Push me!
Here I come.
All I do, I do in her name.
Faster. I'm not ready. Let's go. Here I come. Not yet. Faster. Your fate was always crystal clear. To battle.
Push mid. Push him.
Agreed. On. Into the breach. Yes.
Need help.
I move.
Face, lion.
Forward.
Once again, use my power.
Let's go.
Take that as you will.
I thought as much.
Manifestation ends.
Been lost. We
I'll
just
not
need
argue.
people to stop dying.
Swiftly. Indeed.
Tis mine.
By yourself.
Agreed. My temperature's dropping.
Wasn't too bright.
Swiftly. To battle. forward.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Immortality!
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
I want to see you vomit.
Are we up? This is Chris Stefano's very first time ever.
Okay.
Lighting and smoking a cigar. How old are you?
40.
How did you manage to get this far with no cigars?
I don't know how to do any like really guy shit like that. Like I don't know how to play pool, cigars. I don't really know how to do that, but I do know every state capital.
Okay.
Yeah.
Light
Is this the right way?
Yeah.
He's going to vomit. I want to see him
I
vomit.
don't think he's gonna vomit. Don't inhale it. You got to get the fire.
First you got to
lower your hand. Yeah. Are you doing this on purpose?
I swear on my kids, I've never done it.
No, I mean the way you're being retarded. Like get the fire on the. Get it on there. Get it on there. Get it in there. There you go. All right, you're good. Just start pulling. No, you're not good. How did you fuck that up?
What am I supposed to do? Smoke it?
You got to inhale while you're lighting it.
Yeah, what you want to do is inhale all the smoke in.
No. You just kind of take a deep
fun with it.
Breathe in while you're doing that. Jesus Christ. I don't know. How do you get to be 40 and never have a cigar?
Well, now he's a man. Now you're a man.
So what do I do now?
You puff on it.
It's not even lit. How did you fuck that up? I just tried to light it for 5 minutes.
You gotta puff on it.
You gotta do this, and you don't inhale. You just take it into your mouth.
Yeah. You enjoy the taste of it.
There you go. Take some little puffs.
Yeah.
This is not gonna work out well. Couple puffs.
Yeah.
Puffs.
He's gonna light the whole
there
thing.
You go.
Now you're
puff,
good.
puff, puff. Keep puffing. Keep it lit. You want to keep it lit? There we go. Giannis knows. Giannis, when was the first time you smoked a cigar?
Sorry.
When I was 6 years old.
Like a
my
regular
uncle.
person.
Yeah, like a regular person.
man.
With my
Regular
uncle.
man.
You know what
How
it
did
is?
you get to be 40 and no cigars?
I think because my dad never really smoked or anything like that. It's in the
Don't
back
cry. Don't start crying.
No, it's in the back of my throat. My dad never really smoked, and I never really did any like man kind of stuff like this. And I was with my mom mostly, and she was more, you know.
No way you said that.
History. I know. Well, it's just I got a cigar in the back of my throat. But I don't know what to do. I'm just thinking about how my clothes are going to smell like cigar smoke.
Yeah, no, it really does.
That's going to mess with your head?
Yeah.
And it messes with my head because I'm like, I don't want to get cigar smoke on my clothes.
Do you use cologne?
Yes. Shout out Yves Saint Laurent.
Wow.
I'm body odor.
Do you not use cologne?
No.
Never?
No, never. Maybe when I was like 18.
You just go with your natural musk.
Well, I wear deodorant.
Right.
I wear Dr. Squatch.
Shout out Dr. Squatch.
Shout out to Dr. Squatch. Natural. It doesn't have aluminum in it.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it works. works as good.
Well, there's more.
I think there's something to the aluminum. Why would they put it in there if it wasn't effective?
No, I tried the deodorant without the aluminum, and
Dr. Squatch
doesn't work.
You can take a sniff of these bits.
Can I take a peek?
Can I smell
Yeah, you can smell. Come take a sniff.
Take a smell. Yeah, you want me to go on the other side?
Come take a sniff.
They smell good.
Yeah, that's right. Get in there.
Yeah, they smell
Wow,
good.
not bad.
Yeah,
not bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Dr. Squatch is legit. I forget which flavor it is. It's like fucking whiskey, bourbon, musk, some shit.
There's pheromones in
They have a
natural
bunch of good
scents
smells.
too.
Yeah, that's a lie.
You don't think
I mean,
so?
there's pheromones, but natural people smell disgusting. People that don't wear any deodorant, they always smell funky.
Stinky.
They have like, you know, your pits are, think about how it works, right? It's just getting squashed all the time. Your pits are just constantly getting squashed, and there's hair in there, unless you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
So there's hair, and the hair is collecting all the sweat, and it's just getting funky.
That's what made eating pussy so hard before, like, the 2000s.
Before porn.
Before porn. But porn used to be muffed out.
Right.
Yeah.
But somewhere along the line it wasn't, and then society followed.
Yes. And it changed eating pussy. I mean, it's so much more enjoyable without any fumes. Because the fumes get caught in the hair.
Fumare.
Yeah.
Stuff goes on down there.
Yeah.
Plus it's 6 inches from the asshole.
Yeah.
Not even.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Napoleon's letters to Josephine, he wanted her to have a full bush, and he wanted her not to bathe for a week. When he was coming home from war, he said, I need it fucking mungy. So some guys like that.
Well,
I don't know word.
he was involved in trench warfare. You know, that guy had a different tolerance for shit.
Yeah.
You know, you just imagine the kind of warfare that Napoleon's crew were. I mean, they had muskets.
And they were also probably much more tolerant of bad smells because history smelled. Can you imagine?
yeah,
People bathed once a week, and even athlete's foot. Everybody probably had athlete's foot.
Stinky.
Everyone.
And they didn't have bidets yet.
No.
So your asshole was just like.
They didn't have running water, bro.
Yeah, they didn't have nothing.
They had buckets.
Yeah.
The only
were
people who
shitting
were
in
clean.
buckets.
The only people who were clean in antiquity, Muslim people. They were the clean ones. When you read about the Crusades, they said the Muslims were able to smell the Christian army coming from miles away because of how filthy they were. Where Muslims were all about science and cleanliness, and Dr. Squatch before it was big.
Well, before the Mongols sacked Iraq, like they were like that was the pinnacle of civilization. They turned the river, was it the river Tigris? They turned it red with blood. Like that's how many people they killed. They killed the entire town of Baghdad. Like they killed everybody there. And those people were at the pinnacle of science.
Yeah.
And then look, you go all the way to the 1990s, and you got fucking Saddam Hussein and his psychopathic kids running shit and killing people, and that was what was left over.
Yeah. Yeah. Same gene line.
It's really nuts when you
think that gets
about
into the genes, like the killer kind of
100%.
psychopathic. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Right.
I think good things and bad things get in your genes. I think that's been substantiated by science. They said, that even racism can be passed on from parent to child.
That makes sense.
I believe it. Traumatic memories. I believe it. I feel like only now as I'm getting older, am I like, I have some of my mom's memories in my head. I feel like.
Think about it. Like, think about. Let's think of simpler animals, like dogs, like Carl. How the fuck does a dog know to pee on a tree? How does a dog know to go to where pee is and pee on it?
Yeah.
How do they know any of those things?
They're born with it.
Right.
Programmed in.
There's some memory. How do they know when they see another dog or an animal bark?
Right.
Why are they scared of it? Like why are people scared of snakes? Why are people scared of spiders?
Puerto Ricans are not scared of snakes.
Well, they probably live in Puerto Rico. There's
No,
snakes
I'm
everywhere.
saying they take them as household pets.
Yes.
Well, think
My
about
friend
Puerto
Sergio's
Rico.
got 8 of them.
8 snakes.
Yeah.
Sergio might be a problem.
Yeah, Sergio is a problem.
Sergio
Sergio
used
still
to
hurt somebody. Yeah.
Pets that are snakes.
Sergio used to beat up drug dealers when he was 15 with his fists. Like that was he would get other drug dealers would pay this 15-year-old kid to go beat up other drug dealers with his fists on the Lower East Side and get money.
But he's a great guy and a spiritual guy, and he's the only guy I know that would beat up a drug dealer and then journal about it later because he's
How do you
into
know about
speeches.
this guy?
He's
our
a friend of
friend.
ours. Yeah.
He's our friend.
He's a
He comes
comic
to
with
live
us.
with us. He's a great
Sergio
guy.
Chicone.
He's a
comedian.
comic?
Yeah.
He's a comic
Yeah.
and a boxing instructor.
Yeah.
Oh, no
Yeah,
kidding.
yeah,
Yeah,
he's a boxing
he trains us
instructor.
both. We're fucking ready.
Yeah,
Well,
we're ready to go.
you look
Yeah.
thinner, dude. You
Yeah.
really do. You look healthy.
Thank you.
He does. He
You
looks
been
good.
boxing?
I've been boxing. Yeah.
Okay, let me see some moves.
You want to see it for real? I'll show you form.
I got video of it.
I'll show you form, dude.
Yeah. He's got a nice. He's got
You
a
made a
nice,
video today.
I got a video today. He's got a nice right hand. He's not. You say you're slow, but you're not slow. But you got a nice right hand.
Yeah. I have. He tells me I got a little power in both hands.
Right.
So I don't know.
You're a little too confident for my liking.
I know, and that's how it goes. And then you just get fucking stretched out.
Stretched out. You'll get laid out, cuz.
Yeah, you get stretched out.
You have a smaller head than normal physically,
So it is
you
hard
can-
to catch.
It's hard to target.
Yeah, you're fucking
I got a
target.
big dome.
It looks like you got a
Right.
helmet on your head.
Listen, the reality is both of you are going to get hit a lot.
100%.
And it's way better to have a big head.
Is it?
Why?
100%. Guys with bigger heads traditionally, for a fact, take a better shot.
That makes
Look at guys like Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt, one of the greatest kickboxers of all time.
Yeah.
K1 Grand Prix champion, fought in UFC, fought in Pride, is a legend. Head the size of this table.
Yeah. Body.
Brock
dad
Lesnar,
body.
head the size of this table. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was just Samoan.
Yeah,
Just
right.
a giant, thick dude. Mark Hunt, one of the greatest kickboxers of all time.
Beneath my warm exterior
K1 Grand Prix champion, fought in UFC, fought in Pride, is a legend. Head the size of this table.
Yeah. Body,
Brock
that
Lesnar,
body.
head the size of this table. Yeah. He was just Samoan.
Yeah,
just
right.
a giant, thick dude. He was like 5'10", 250.
Yeah,
right.
You know, but one of the greatest chins of all time in all of combat sports. This episode is brought to you by The Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like just having Marshall a long, healthy life by sending you fresh by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? Markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way. They're beating owning.
Right.
You don't have good structure.
Yeah. I got a lady's face, is what you're saying.
No, you have a man's face, but there's certain faces that are easier to hurt.
Yeah, right. And his got a good jaw.
But, you know, there's arguments against that. Like, some guys have small jaws, and somehow or another they take great punches. Like
Right.
Max Holloway doesn't have, like, a big square jaw. It takes a tremendous punch.
Yeah.
Right. I'm scared to sleep with the lights off, so I think if I got hit.
You look like you take a good shot, though. The structure's good.
Yeah.
What my defense is, not against guys like you, if you don't know me, what my defense is, I look like I can take
You
a
look
punch.
like you could be a complete psychopath.
And I don't know any.
Like, if I could teach you how to, like, really find your inner psycho, you'd scare the fuck out of
First, you got to
people.
teach me how to light a cigar. I don't even know how to do that.
There's something dead behind your eyes that's very troubling if you were angry.
If I was angry, yeah. But
I see that.
the thing is, for me, Joe, and I'm just completely honest with you, when I get really angry, like you'll punch a wall or you'll do man shit, I cry. I really, there's been many times where I've gotten so mad that I just start to tear up and cry. I've cried in front of Giannis before.
When you get angry?
When I get angry, I just start to cry. So there's some wires crossed somewhere in me, but we've kind of accepted. That's why I think our friendship has blossomed to the way it is, because we both understand that we just have a little bit more estrogen than most guys, and that's okay.
We got nicked for sure. I mean,
We got nicked by the
some
gay
people
gene.
get fully clipped. I think we got
Joe
nicked.
didn't get it at all. Joe got not even close to being nicked, and which is
Full
rare
man.
for a comic, because it's very usually hard to be funny and not a little bit of a feminine guy. You're a very manly guy that can be funny. That's a rarity, babe.
Yeah.
Well, most guys that, if you like hang around boxing gyms, or if you hang around a lot of cops, or if you hang around soldiers, they're funny, man. They're funny dudes because it's gallows humor. Because they're dealing with, like, one of my funniest friends was a special forces guy.
Yeah.
He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And he's always cracking, like, jokes you could never repeat. You know, saying things you can never repeat. And it's just so funny. It's like, he's funny. It's just funny in, you know, kind of a crazy way.
Yeah.
Right. We always say that, like, if we were, like, back in history, like 200 years ago, whatever, we'd be the guys in the war. We'd either be hitting the drums, or we would just be keeping the troops loose, laughing with the troops, because we're not the kind of guy. We think we have value as men to other warrior men like yourself, but we're not going to do the fighting. But we will do the cooking, the cleaning, and the laughing.
But it's
I will
also,
offer my nuts up to be a eunuch to watch the harem.
it's also the experiences that you've had in your life that make you who you are right now. It's not as simple as, like when I was a kid, I was terrified of everybody. That's why I learned martial arts. I was getting picked on.
Right.
I hated it. So I was like, all right, I got to figure out. There's only one way. Like, the only one way is to become formidable.
Right.
To become the person that you're scared of.
Right.
So I did that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because, like, I was this, like, kid that was tough, like, all the time. Like, when I was young, I was like, I understood how to, like, just be a fucking man. Like, no, I mean, I had to learn all that.
Yeah.
Right.
From great weakness comes great strength.
Yeah. Well, you recognize what it is, right? It's thought patterns. You allow your brain to go down these very detrimental thought patterns, and you have to, like, separate consciousness from these patterns that you allow your attention to go down. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And if you can shut those off, you'll have a happier life. You have to understand where they're going, and when they go in a negative, detrimental anxiety spiral. Now, I'm not saying this will work for everybody, because I do believe that some anxiety is chemical. I believe that some people have a bad balance. Because I know people like that. It's a real thing, and I can never say that the way I think is the way everybody thinks. There's no way. But I know for me that with me, I know, because of extreme experiences, I know how to shut those things off. So from fighting, from hunting, from doing stand-up, from doing a lot of live things where you're in front of, like, thousands of people, I know how to shut that part of the brain off that goes down those roads. I know what it is. You know, I've experienced it. I never had a panic attack, but I've had anxiety. You know, I've freaked out before, and then I was like, why did I react like that? And then you look at it in retrospect, you go, okay, I started spiraling, and then what if this happens? And then what if that happens? What if this happens? What if that happens? Ah! Okay, don't do that.
Yeah.
And then get to that spot and have enough mental clarity and enough sovereignty, control over the mind, to not allow it to go down there.
It's tough when you have a comedian's brain, because that's what we do. We spend a lot of time in our heads analyzing things, things, and sometimes it can turn on you.
Yeah.
If it starts with what if, it's anxiety. You push it out of the brain, folks.
And anxiety's
what
a
if
liar.
is no good. Anxiety's a liar.
It's a liar.
Fucking
Anxiety
liar.
is a lie, but that what if sometimes is good. Like, what if I do this? Or what if I just relook at this? What if, what if is not bad? What if it's attached to, what if it all falls apart? What if everyone hates me? Like, every now and then I get a text from a friend that's like, hey man, are we cool? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Of course we're cool. Like, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, I just don't know. I haven't heard from you in a while. I'm like, are you okay?
Yeah.
Like, what is, like, let's talk on the phone. Like,
Yeah.
these are weird conversations, you
Right.
know? Where
Right.
some people just go down a road and they start thinking everybody hates them.
That's narcissism, right? They just think everyone's obsessed with you.
There's a little bit of that, right?
Right.
Unfortunately, even victims, like people that are psychologically damaged, you know, and they're depressed. Like that is a type of narcissism, unfortunately. But you don't want to like further victimize someone who's got a mental illness by saying, "Oh, you're a narcissist." But if you're just only worried about how other people think of you, and only worried about how you fit into everything, there's a narcissism in that.
I know when I text you, I just go, "Hey, there's a 1 in 6 chance." The guy's a busy guy.
That's what it is.
I never take it
I have
personally.
to get a new number, and I've been saying this for a while. I have a couple numbers, but I have to renew. I got to just completely check out.
And I never call you first because I'm like, I don't know if we got that type of friendship.
You can totally call me.
I can call you?
Yeah, it's more friends.
All right.
I hug you when I see you, right?
Yeah.
Then you can call me.
Oh, I'm
There's
calling
been a couple
you.
of times I've sent you.
I come over for Christmas.
Yeah.
Now, oh, wow. You're going to be seeing a lot of
Come
Giannis
over.
Pappas popping up.
Yeah. There's been a couple of times I've sent Joe voice notes.
Yeah.
And then you listen back. I'm like, I'm not sending that. And then I just don't reach out.
What'd you say? What's up, Honey Bubbles? What's up, baby gorgeous?
You know who sends me the most voice notes? Alex Jones. Because they disappear.
Oh, right.
This is what they're planning. And then it fucking disappears.
But you could keep them.
Perfect.
Yeah, you
On
can
your
keep
end.
them. But doesn't he know if you keep them?
Yeah.
I don't want to
saying.
know.
Yeah. You don't.
I don't want to know. No, what I'll do, I'll record it with another phone.
That's smart.
I'll like, film it.
Smart, dude.
Yeah.
This is what the problem is.
Yeah.
That's perfect. I mean, that's almost like.
I've known it for about 25 fucking years.
I mean, if you called me and did that, I'd be like, Alex
As soon
Jones.
as Trump gets in, the aliens will land.
That's
They're
perfect.
turning the frogs gay.
Dude, I saw a video of Alex Jones, and I'm late to the game of seeing this, but how he predicted 9/11 in June of 2001.
He did.
That was crazy to watch that.
Tucker thinks he's a savant. He's a very misunderstood guy.
Right.
He really is. And it's really unfortunate, that Sandy Hook thing, because if it wasn't for that, he would be way more respected and people would appreciate him for what he is. He had a psychotic break, and he had a drinking problem at one time and maybe some other stuff. And he was losing his fucking mind because all day long it's conspiracies that are real.
Right.
And so when you start looking for conspiracies in places that aren't real, and then I think there's also another thing. I think there are certain people, now I don't know who they work for, I don't know if they're independent, I don't know if they do it just for fun. Some people create fake, compelling conspiracies and then put them online.
Yeah, for sure.
They do it.
For content. Yeah.
Well,
for,
they
for
do
views.
That's true too,
Attention.
but I think there's a more nefarious aspect to it too.
Oh,
I think the more conspiracies that you can make look really stupid, the more the real ones seem preposterous because they're connected, right? Like, here's a great example. 9/11 was an inside job. That sounds fucking insane, right? That sounds completely insane that the government did that. But 51 former intelligence agents testified that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. That sounds crazy too.
You're right.
But that's real, right? If you get enough of the ones that don't make sense, like the Jews control the weather, you get enough of the flat Earth ones. You get enough. It's like the term drugs, right? The term drugs applies to nicotine. It applies to the coffee we're drinking. That's what a drug is. But it also applies to fucking meth, right? Conspiracy theories are lumped in all together, just like drugs. And the best way to do that is to put a bunch of bad ones out there, really bad ones, so that the ones that are plausible, you go, wait a minute. Show me the Pfizer files.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Why are they hidden for 75 years? Like, how many? Wait a minute. How many people did you test this on? Did you ever test for transmission? You never did. So when you were on TV and you're saying that, what was going on there? That's a real conspiracy.
Right.
These are real people conspired to hide information and to shape a narrative that would be very, very profitable.
Right.
But nobody's going to believe the Jews created the weather and then also. It's only a small group of people who are going to go, the Jews are controlling
They're
the weather.
definitely cloud seeding in Dubai.
They will crawl in your shoes, though. The Jews will crawl in your shoes.
For sure.
Yeah. So make sure if you see
tight.
them, tighten your laces.
For sure, there's people that can discern between a good conspiracy and a bad conspiracy, but I don't think there's a lot of them. I think it's like 30% of the population.
All right, let me ask
Which
you about this
country?
one then.
America, maybe.
America.
Yes.
30% of
Let me throw this one out. Are you ready for this one? Do you think it's possible? Just hear me out. Do you think it's possible that what this existence actually is some type of prison planet, and negative emotions are being fed on by an ancient alien race that has kind of imprisoned us? And the reason why monks and people like that go into deep meditation is because a lot of this universe is spoken through vibrations, and they can get their vibrations to a certain height where they can vibrate and have so much positive energy that the prison planet rulers can't eat them, and they're not stuck in this loop like we are.
Where'd you get this one?
This is real.
I thought it was eat their negative thoughts.
Eat their negative thoughts and negative emotions. Can you light me up, Giannis?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear about that.
This is such a feminine thing. He's asked you to hold the door open for him.
Yeah.
Why don't you put the umbrella over his head, light a cigar.
Up, babe. You get lit up on nicotine.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I feel lightheaded. Is that normal?
Yeah, you're supposed to get. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what
You may get sick too, but it'll be fine.
That's
would I
why
get sick?
cigars are so good for conversation. You're not gonna get sick. Cigars are so good for conversation because it gets you a little loose.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's a nice little buzz.
So you don't think the prison planet? You don't think there's a possibility this is a prison planet from an advanced human race, and they're eating our negative emotions and thoughts for fuel?
Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that from?
Alex Jones.
No, not Alex Jones.
Alex Jones has a much more detailed
on YouTube,
explanation.
and he said that there's
Interdimensional child molesters.
a device on the moon. There's a device on the moon. That's how they reflect. That's how they reflect. The energy goes to that.
That sounds like
it's possible.
L. Ron Hubbard shit. Have you ever read
Carl
any?
likes it.
You ever read any L. Ron Hubbard?
I know the details. I know it's a nice pyramid scheme to go up all the way.
Oh yeah, but that's just the Dianetics or Scientology. The really fun stuff is his science fiction. Do you know that he wrote the most words ever of any human being?
More than James Joyce?
He has the most published work of all time.
Wow. So he's like
no one
Thomas
has written
Kincaid.
more.
Thomas Kincaid of writing.
Well, he never made a second draft. Homeboy stuff all sucked. It was all unbelievably bad science fiction. It was unbelievably bad, like wonderful. Like so bad, it's just like, what? Have you ever seen Battlefield Earth?
Yeah, that was the worst movie
L.
ever.
Ron Hubbard is a record-holding author who holds the Guinness World Records for publishing. Most published works by one author, most audiobooks published by one author, most translated author in the world, most translated author, same book, The Way to Happiness. Very interesting. He used a special IBM typewriter with extra keys for common words. What? It was so bad. He was so bad at writing. Not only did he not edit, he needed the word ready.
Do you think you might be? You keep going. You might be in line for podcast for Guinness World Records most podcast minutes ever recorded. That's possible.
That's very possible.
Maybe
you could get that.
Maybe. I mean, what's the record now?
I don't know. But who's doing 9 hours a week?
Yeah,
only you.
I might already have it.
You might already have it.
But that's like I already have the Guinness World Record one that Adam Carolla holds.
What's that one?
Adam Carolla has like the most downloaded podcast of all time. Like, bitch, that's mine. You can have it though.
Yeah.
You can keep it. Keep your name in the book.
Yeah.
That's mine.
Well, because you have to specifically go to Guinness World Records and they have to do research and like give you a whole thing.
Yeah, you have to prove it. You have to go to them to try to get it on the books, and I don't give a fuck. But if they were like really checking,
it's you.
It has to be. This has been #1 for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Right.
There's no way Adam Carolla still got it. That's crazy.
No, he doesn't have it.
You're lying.
No, and you do what? Average 3 every episode, 3 hours. So it's 9 hours a week.
Average.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm using usually 4 a week. So it's usually 12. And sometimes 5.
Yeah.
This week is 4. Some weeks it's 5. And if it's a fight companion, like some weeks it's 4 and a fight companion. The fight companion might be 5 hours long, you know?
Yeah. It's just passion, you think? Like you never say, fuck, I got to do a pod. It's always like, can't wait to do the pod.
I never say, fuck, I have to do a pod.
That's beautiful.
Especially guys like you. I'm like, we're going to have fun.
Yeah, have fun. What are we talking about? We're talking about prison plans.
You know how, do you know how much we would be loving this if it never happened? Like if you never got to be around friends and just shoot the shit and smoke a cigar and laugh and crack up and talk about nonsense, like, if you couldn't do it, it would be something you would look forward to so much. If you were lonely, if you didn't have good friends, you didn't have like comics are the best friends. They're the best friends to have because you could be open with them. They talk crazy. They say wild shit. You laugh together. You feed off of each other. They're the best friends. If you didn't have any comics for friends, there's a lot of fucking sad people out there.
Yeah.
So if you're not sad,
You saying comics aren't sad?
Oh yeah, some comics are. Some comics are sad.
Tears of a Clown.
Yeah, that's a little exaggerated. I think a lot of them are sad because of the whole thing we were talking about before, like narcissism and anxiety. Like comics are some awful narcissists. But you know when you really see that? When comics start attacking comics that are doing better than them.
Yeah.
It's only comics that are doing better than them. So what's happening? Comparison, the thief of joy.
Yes.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, all criticism comes from a place of unmet needs.
Right.
A tragic result of unmet needs.
Right.
And so there's this feeling like, what about me, fuck the honest. Why is he fucking history hyenas? I don't give a fuck if they're back. Fuck off.
Yeah.
We are back.
Baby, I'm a baby. It's all about me. Everybody else sucks.
Yeah, that's what it is.
True.
Isn't there a wonderful world that we live in? Isn't there chaos and beauty? Isn't there so many things to talk about? And you're going to talk about other comics? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah.
I agree.
Shut the fuck up, you whiny bitch.
Yeah.
That's why it's good to have, in my opinion, we both have kids. We get lost, we'll do our work and we'll do our stuff, have fun, and then we just play with our kids, play like the real stuff that matters, our wives, our kids, hanging out with them.
It definitely changes everything.
Some of our peers who don't have families and it's just constantly worried about this business is like, I don't know how you're going to get off that treadmill.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
I would not be the same human being if I didn't have a family. I just would not. I wouldn't have the same empathy and compassion for people. I wouldn't understand like the development of a child.
Right.
I talked about this before, but I genuinely changed the way I look at human beings after I became a parent. Because I used to look at adults like they were just, oh, this guy's an asshole. He's 36. He's a fucking dickhead. Now I go, oh, that's a baby. That's a baby that got terrible exposure to bad ideas and bad input and mean people around him and got, thrust into the situation. So now you see him, like when I see homeless people, I get so sad. When I see like homeless people that are just like, I'm like, that's someone's baby. They held that baby. And now here's this person just leaning on the corner. What is that thing they're doing? Like, there's a lot of it in Philadelphia where they're like, like totally like lean back.
yeah,
Oh, is it
Pause.
called crank or something?
Yeah, that's
What do they call it?
That's the heroin lean.
In
The heroin
Kensington,
nod.
Kensington,
I don't
Philly?
even know if it's heroin. It's like I think it's some new stuff.
It's that new shit.
This guy was like doing a yoga thing. I'm like, if you could do that, like, it's essentially he's doing like a very difficult core maneuver.
Yeah, Joe's
He's,
like, can I do that with a kettlebell?
I was wondering. I was looking at this guy. I'm like, I don't think that's good for your back, but like, if he can hold it there, that's got to be some like very good structure.
Do you do that? It's a baby thing, even with like Genghis Khan and Hitler. You're like, even when they're murdering, like he's just a baby.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't forgive them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it would stop me from killing them, but what it does do is it puts me in this place of, instead of like thinking of everything as being static, that everything is this like constant progression towards what you are now.
Yeah. Even though, listen, dude, I love America. I bleed red, white, and blue. I stay draped in the American flag. I love our country. I do understand terrorism, terrorists, like old school terrorists, when, like, you know, if America's like bombed their country for whatever reason and killed their babies, they're like, well, now I'm going to fucking go lethal and I'm going to start killing everybody in that country when I can. I just get it where I didn't get it before I had kids. But I'm like, if somebody did that to me and my children and took them away, I would just go crazy. I'd learn how to light a cigar and I'd start fucking killing people because I have nothing left to live for, I feel. So I get it now.
Of course. I mean, it's not a coincidence that some of the scariest people live in war-torn parts of the world.
Sure.
Like the fighters that come to the UFC, the scariest motherfuckers are like the guys from Chechnya, like, you know, guys from Dagestan. Like, those guys are terrifying.
Yeah.
Why? Well, look at the history of that part of the world.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you have to be a hard person to fucking survive.
Right.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Am I supposed to just keep holding the cigar? You guys put it down.
No, I put it down every now and then.
So I just put it down, and now
don't do it
that's
on
gonna
paper.
set Sorry about that.
Jesus
Yeah, that'll
Christ.
set the paper.
Sorry
off.
about that.
Yeah.
So, all right.
There are Dice's cigarettes in there, so don't take the cigarettes out. Take the fucking ashtray.
Oh, sorry.
Hand him an
What to do? This is fun, though.
Why do you want to keep Dice's cigarettes in there?
Because they're Dice's.
Oh!
He doesn't smoke them. He just takes them out and he holds on to them and he puts them in the ashtray and then he pulls another one out and he holds on to it.
Yeah.
He went smoking again for a while. He started smoking again, but then he stopped again. You know, gotta be careful of my health.
Yeah.
Oh! You want to talk about a great father and something, that's Dice. Dice is all about his kids.
Very dedicated. You know, his kids play the band. They play like at his shows. You know, so his son is fucking amazing on the drums. Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah, he's
Dice
a good
is another misunderstood guy.
Legitimate good dude.
And also a legitimate artist. Like his performance art, the weird stuff that he does in New York City for no money, for no people.
Do you want the picture?
There's
you
so
asking for a
few
picture?
people are even watching those clips. If we haven't brought them up, like I don't know how many views they would even have. He's not promoting it. He's not trying to go on podcasts.
It's amazing.
He doesn't even tell you about them. You have to find them.
Yep.
And if you're on a podcast, he's like, you gotta see this thing I'm doing. Right? But then they want a picture. He doesn't do any of that. He doesn't do anything.
Oh,
He's
the big shot.
He's a real artist, man.
He's the best.
Look, wait, give me some. Give me some.
Okay. Have you been keeping up with the drone flying saucer thing? No. Hi. Have you been seeing like the spaceships on? Did you see any of the flying saucers that they've been talking about?
You would never imagine that guy sold out Madison Square Garden.
That's what I was just thinking.
Multiple
That's
times.
what I was just
Nassau
thinking.
Coliseum.
Yeah.
He was a fucking man. And
At one point, he was like the only comedian people knew about.
Yep.
He was certainly one of the only casuals. Yeah.
What is also great about Dice is, you know, obviously Giannis and I both comics in New York, so we see him a lot. He's one of the most giving guys to the younger guys.
Oh, yeah.
When he comes into the clubs, he won't tell you about his feats at Madison Square Garden and all that to tell you like how good he is. He'll say, here's where I was, here's where I am now. So this comedy game is like a roller coaster and I'm living proof, and just stay in the game. That's he always tells us, just stay in the game because you just don't know. Do not quit.
No, he's great.
He's great.
How old is Dice now?
60s?
He definitely 60s.
Yeah.
Definitely 60s. He gave me advice to go on the road when I was just hanging out at the store when I was in my 20s. I met Dice. I couldn't believe I was meeting him. You know what I mean? It was like one of those things like, I can't believe that's really him.
Yeah.
You know, you see a guy, like when I was 19 years old, me and this girl I was dating, we were listening to his cassette in my car in front of my house. I'll never forget it. We're crying. In front of my house. So for me, that was Dice. Dice was this guy where like I'd seen him on HBO. Like, this is crazy. He's on HBO. Like, this is so funny. To now, like, getting advice from him at the store. He's like, you should do the road. And I was like, really? He goes, yeah, you don't want to rely on these jerk-offs for all your fucking money. And he's like, you don't need these people to... You know, and it's the advice I give everybody now. Like, you don't want to be connected where you're completely dependent on one source of income. That's terrible. It's a bad place to be.
He'll text me sometimes and be like, "Oh, Chris, can you talk?" And then and then if I don't answer, he'll say, "Call me back when your kids are sleeping." And then when you call him, because he's like, "I never want to take attention away from you from your children." So he goes, "I want to talk to you when either your kids are in school or they're asleep. Other than that," he goes, "you should just be focused on your kids and not talking to anybody." So I was like, "Oh wow, Dice is like really about his kids. It's like an awesome thing, you know. And then he'll go goosh, and then he'll start telling you about, I fucking gooed on her last night. You got to respect your family. You know?
I've noticed now when you, like, my conversations with people have become like I did when I was in high school. I got to wait till everyone's asleep, and then I got to,
Right.
it's late at night, 1 in the morning, and the only people I can talk to is comics because they're up. And,
yeah.
You know, it's weird.
You know, kids don't even talk to each other. They just Snapchat. That's
Yeah.
it. Most of them Snapchat. Like, I'm learning this from my kids. Like, you guys don't text at all? She goes, I only text my family.
Yeah.
So, like, if she gets an iMessage, it's only from one of us.
Right.
That's it. Everything else is they're snapping each other
Yeah.
back and forth.
Yeah.
And they just, like, take a picture of this. And they're doing it all day long. And saying
That's what it
something. Here's where my life is, RN.
I don't
also,
think it's good.
They don't want a bigger screen either. My kids don't want to go to the movies. They think the screen's too big. It freaks them out. They want to watch the biggest screen that they want to watch is the screen that we have at home on their phone. I took them to see to a movie. They were like freaked out. Too big screen.
That's weird.
Interesting.
Kids might have a little you in them.
Yeah, that might be. I know. I know.
That ain't normal.
Do you
I
think-
love screens.
Do you think it's bad?
My daughters are the man I wish I could be.
It's got to be bad for them. I think it's bad.
Well, it's different.
What screens?
It's just the Snapchat, the social media.
It's not good.
It's just a different way of interacting. I think everybody's like blowing it out of proportion. First of all, I think it's not good. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's inevitable. It's just it's like if it's raining, you're gonna get wet. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
This is the world we're living in. It's a weird world, and it's better to develop the ability to cope and handle it at a young age. It's definitely not good. You know.
What about college? Do you think, like, your kids, do you want them, I know we want them to go to college, but do you care if they go to Harvard or Yale anymore? Do you think that's more meaningless now than it was 30 years ago?
I want my kids to do what they want to do. I don't want to be that dad that's like, I want you to go to Yale. I don't think that's good. I don't think that ever works. I think at best you give advice. And at best, you always connect advice to mistakes. Like,
Right.
I'll tell you what I did wrong. This is what I did wrong. That's like when I was a kid, I always fucked this up. I always, whenever I would like correct them about something, I was like, I did the same thing. I did the exact same thing. Everybody does this, you know. And this is why, and this is what you got to know. And you know, I feel bad about stuff I did when I was 5. You know?
It's tough when you have daughters, though. I mean, I can't, mommy, I can't be like, just make sure you wear a condom. I mean, that's, you know, I don't know what girls do to mess up.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's so brutal to be a girl. Like, you either have to get on birth control, which completely fucks with your hormones.
Yeah.
Completely fucks with your body. Also can cause blood clots. Like, girls die from that. I had a dude that I knew from martial arts, and his daughter died. She was 17 years old. She was smoking cigarettes, and you're not supposed to smoke cigarettes when you're on birth control.
It's horrible.
Yeah, and nobody even knows that. Like, nobody knows that. Like, if they tell you, it goes in one ear, out the other, because everybody's on birth control, and you don't think about it.
Every
And
girl
some
I
fathers
knew.
just fucking snap, like that guy, and just locked his daughter in the basement for 28 years. He was just like, well, now you're just never coming out. You ever see that story, that guy?
No.
That guy locked his daughter
Is
in
that
the...
Ariel Castro?
No. This is, I think it was in Germany or Austria, one of those countries. Guy locked his daughter. He said he had built a room downstairs, a studio for her to, like, drums or something like that, whatever she was into. And then he went and had to go in, like, the most inner room of this thing that he built, and he locked her in there, and she did not see light again for 28 years.
How is she still alive?
She's alive, and she's telling her story now. I think he might have raped her, too. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Of times and had 7 kids.
Oh, that's what
that guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Germans are weird. How about that German guy that ate that other guy's penis? He answered an ad.
Well, the guy asked him to.
Yeah, he asked him to eat his penis.
It is keto.
And they ate it together, right?
Yeah. Fun.
He
Germans are-
ate his own dick. He ate his own penis with his with a buddy. It happens.
Well, it wasn't even a buddy. It was a guy he met on Craigslist or
Right.
something.
Wires get
Germans
crossed.
Germans just, you know, Germans.
What do you think that is?
I think it's just it's something in there that's like very.
But think about how
It's
good
like-
they are at engineering.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like think about modern automobiles and how many of them originated in Germany.
Yeah.
Bavarian Motor Works, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes-Benz. That's kind of crazy.
Yep.
That like most of the best cars come from this one little country.
I think maybe they're Viking, they're former, you know, they're Nordic tribes.
Iceland. Where's the great Iceland cars? They don't have shit.
No, yeah, some about the Germanic people.
tribes.
They like to just get things done.
And they
like
are
to-
they
and
are
they don't have
very
a lot
violent.
of empathy. Yeah.
They're more violent than others because you think it's just the Nazis, but then when you look back, you're like, no, this has been happening. Like you know, like the Hessians who like the
barbarians,
the British redcoats.
The Germanic tribes that went after the Romans too.
Right, Germanic tribes, but they hired the Hessians. I read a book where they were talking about they had letters from British redcoat soldiers from 1776 that were writing back to their wives about how things were. And there was this one battle, I think it was the Battle of Brooklyn, where the Hessians, they had the Hessian mercenaries come onto land first, and they started killing the Patriot soldiers, the Continental Army, and they were cutting their faces off and sharing the faces and laughing about it. And the British soldiers were saying, these guys are crazy. Like they're running around with other soldiers' faces that they just murdered, and I don't know what to do with them. They're on our side, but they are nuts. And that was German, and then it goes all the way through to the Nazis. So there's something a little different about the geography of that place.
You just go to their porn and you see them like putting bottles in their assholes.
Yeah.
They just need something. They need a little kick in the nuts.
That's what it is.
So, this guy's had the story a little wrong.
Is that Joe List?
The guy, so it was a cannibal who had an advertisement for a, quote, slaughter victim.
Right.
So this was consensual.
Okay.
And then he ate 44 pounds of his flesh after killing him.
Accompanied by potatoes and a pepper or wine sauce, served on good crockery.
So he wanted to die, in other words.
No,
This was like an assisted suicide?
Yeah. That's the.
But it was penis too. They ate the penis.
They did. They fried and just tried to eat.
But it wasn't a surprise kill. This man wanted to be killed.
Yeah.
But it brings up
interesting.
underworld cannibalism in Germany. About 800 people.
Yeah. So in other words, it turned him on to be eaten.
Yeah,
that was his
wanted it.
kink.
Right.
He
Look
wanted
at
to
this.
eat.
What was fascinating to the media and the public was the testimony in which, how do you say his name? Muse revealed his obsessions and lifted the lid on an underworld of cannibalism, which Muse claims counts about 800 members in Germany. Muse told the court he regretted killing Brandis and has apologized to his victim's boyfriend, but he remained unrepentant about eating his flesh, saying it was the ultimate kick both of them were seeking.
Right. How about this one? Psychologists have told the court that he was mentally sane.
Right. I believe it. Sometimes you just like to eat.
Yeah.
Dude, we did a whole History of Hyenas episode on John D. Rockefeller, and we found that one of John D. Rockefeller's nephews, I think Michael Rockefeller, was an eager guy, wanted to film everyone in the Amazon and whatever, and he went into this one part with the Asmat troops, the Asmat tribe they were called, and they just fucking ate him.
They ate the kid.
It wasn't sadistic to them. They were like, this is food right here. We're just going to eat this dude, and no one ever saw him again. He was fully eaten by cannibals. Rockefeller's grandson.
Yeah.
So you're just like, that happens.
Where was this? Where'd he go?
Was it at the Amazon somewhere? It was the Asmat tribe.
Asmat
Papua New Guinea,
Papua New Guinea. Sorry about that.
Yeah, a lot of cannibalism. Rockefeller disappeared while on expedition to hunt for primitive art. His catamaran capsized in heavy tides and swift currents at the mouth of the Elandon River. He and his friend clung to the canoes for nearly a day, but Rockefeller decided to swim to the 12 miles to shore. He was never seen again. Dutch government conducted an intense search, found no trace of Rockefeller was ever found. Case was closed. Journalist and author Carl Hoffman conducted a 4-month investigation of Rockefeller's disappearance. He traveled to the same villages by the same routes Rockefeller had used, recorded witness accounts, and found documentation that he believes was intentionally covered up.
Yeah. I think he was eaten.
Well,
they
eat a lot of people. Yeah. That's a part of the world. That part of the world in New Guinea is really wild. Like some of the tribes, like do you know about the whole pedophilia aspect of certain aspects of New Guinea?
No,
I know history agrees.
This is wild. Yet young boys at a certain age in this tribe are taken away from their mothers and they live with their penis father. And then they fuck these kids, and they think that the way the kid grows to be strong is by taking in semen orally and anally. And so there's like this continual cycle of pedophilia and kid rape that's just ingrained in the culture. See if you find that.
Right.
At the end of the day, I think we just live either by good ideas or bad ideas.
Yeah.
That's a bad idea.
Well, if you get a guy like L. Ron Hubbard, that's very persuasive and can trick people into things.
Right.
So this is the beliefs of the Seaman tribe of Papua New Guinea. Rite of passage denotes a bot's passage from, I think that's probably a boy's. It's probably a typo. A boy's passage from boyhood to adulthood consists of 6 stages, which can take anywhere from 10 to 12 years to complete. Throughout most of the 6 stages, the act of having a stick of cane inserted in the nostrils and the performance of fellatio are integral to the process of becoming a man. Okay. So sucking dick is integral to the process.
You got to do it.
The 2 practices have been described as inhumane, homosexual, and child abuse, with such actions meaning prison in most countries, a topic we will delve into later. For now, the big question was, why would they do this? In short, men are viewed as being born with the devil of woman around them. Kind of like an evil spirit, they are thus removed from women at a young age in order to fix them. Women bleed, so men need nose bloodletting, which is the sticks going up their noses, while fellatio experiment is because the semen of the man possesses the masculine spirit, therefore they inject the semen, they will become proper men.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
There's no way this society was not formed by some crazy guy who was on a seriously high dose of psychedelics.
Look, hold on. Go back. Look at this. After the ceremony is complete, the men then get married and live heterosexual lifestyles, with the exception that they will now be the ones receiving rather than giving the fellatio.
Maybe they're right. That's what. Right?
But Joe, if you look
at
at
just having kids blow them, but they're straight. Oh, I'm totally straight.
But what we're seeing now, this is cringe. But if you go back to the 1400s or whatever, this was just life. Alexander the Great, one of the most manly men of all time. We did a whole episode on him. Found out he had a full boyfriend the entire time that the people celebrated him for.
And a eunuch. And a eunuch lover.
And he banged out kids and eunuchs. That was a big part of sex back in those days. You got a eunuch. You found a boy that you thought was handsome, clipped his nuts, removed any sexual urges he had, and then he would watch your harem of women that you would take for the empire, and then you would bang him out, and it wasn't gay.
Yeah. Well,
Papua New Guinea Virginia
what
rules.
Nero did, the
Yeah,
wildest one.
the wildest one of all.
With a slave boy.
Oh, yeah. What was
he
his
said,
name?
Yeah, you look
Sporus.
like my wife, so
Sporus.
let me chop your dick off,
Yeah.
and now you're going to be my wife.
That's it.
And then he married him, and then he wanted to be the woman in
Yes,
the marriage.
Nero wanted to be the wife. He threw on the bride's dress going down the aisle. That's how it was, and everyone had to clap.
That eunuch's name was Sporus, and he had a really unfortunate life.
Was it Echabellus too? Wasn't there was another one? Or was it Sporus?
I think it was Sporus.
Yeah,
I think
Nero
we did
was
an episode
wild.
on Sporus.
We did do an episode on Sporus.
Yeah, and then didn't he pass him off to somebody else too?
Yep.
Got sick of him. Like, you
Yeah,
take him.
yeah, and then he wanted to marry his horse.
And then he would dress down. Nero would go into like peasant clothes, and he would want to go into all the different brothels and fuck everybody and do. And then if you found that he was Nero, he'd kill you. Nero is. If
He's
you
the
get into the
wildest.
mind of Nero, when we did that episode, we were blown away by what this guy used to fucking do. He definitely had syphilis that ate his brain.
He
all
also
those guys back then had it.
He also would go with like a group of his friends, and he would put himself in disguise, and they would just go beat people up and kill them on the street just for fun.
That's what they wanted to do.
He would have a mask on so nobody recognized him, and he just got off on it. Yeah, he was just a...
Back then, that's how they used to roll, man.
I mean, if you wanted a girl back then, you would just, I guess an emperor, you just go down the street and go, she's for Rome, and then just go like
Give
that.
it like that.
Parents would cry, and he would just go,
Women.
Yeah, just this one.
You're for Rome. You're for the emperor. If you were that beautiful, you just got taken for
for
Rome,
Rome.
and that's the way the cookie crumbled back then. Unfortunately,
You got that power in Austin. To anyone. You could go, you're for Austin. Yeah.
You're for the mothership.
Yeah.
Can you imagine living back then, man?
Do you think this is Republican Hollywood now?
Austin? This place?
Yeah.
I don't think Austin was even Republican until about 4 years ago.
Yeah. A lot of the country's Republican now.
Yeah. Most of California is now.
Yeah.
Very bizarre.
Yeah.
Just the high population density cities that are still blue. They're still clinging on to the dream.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Did you see the San Francisco lady they just hired?
No.
They laid a czar to stop fat phobia. Have you seen this lady?
No.
It's wonderful. Hold, please.
Okay.
Let me say this, because this is a city that's completely crumbling, that has no resources,
But
that
listen,
has enough money to hire this person.
My
Here we
daughter's
go.
in the 95th percentile right now, so I agree with her. I don't want anyone to make fun of fat people.
Oh, it's not making fun of fat people. It's literally like encouraging people to be fat.
Oh, they're encouraging to be fat.
It's saying there's nothing wrong with being fat, which is crazy. You know, it's one thing if you don't want to be mean to people because they're fat, yes. And, you know, if you can encourage them to be healthy, yes. And, I mean, I'm not the expert on GLP-1 agonists, but this lady's out of her fucking mind.
Huh.
You know, I think there's probably a lot of side effects to a lot of these drugs that people are taking to get skinny, but at least it's moving you in the right direction because being fat is killing you.
Yeah.
Right.
Jamie, I just texted it to you.
I'm actually giving, for Christmas, a few of my friends Wegovy.
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm joking, but...
Oh.
Yeah. It's a nice bomb.
It was a nice bomb.
Yeah,
At least we're not
serious.
talking about grizzly bears. If we're talking about grizzly bears, I don't really bomb it. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's take a look at this. This is so crazy.
CRFI. If you're like many women, you've been to a birthday party or a small office gathering, an event that's meant to bring people together. There's swinging tunes, some adult beverages, and good convo. And then it comes time to cut the cake, and someone decides to ruin everything.
Oh my God, that slice is huge. That slice is bigger than Beyonce's paycheck. Can you cut me half of that?
A cake-related fat-phobic incident, or CRFI, is that
This is
moment
real.
when it's time to eat delicious cake and it's interrupted by a moralizing impulse. Inevitably, there's always someone at the party who has to declare publicly that their slice is too large, and that the person who's cutting the cake, almost invariably a woman, must do some disproportionate amount of labor in order to accommodate their need to feel superior. Let's take a look.
Can you do a little bit, just like, can you like scrape all the frosting off and cut it in half and give me 2 forks, because I'm sharing. Small, like a little bit more, like tiny, no, like less than what you're smaller, please.
Could you just cut my piece into 12 equal symmetrical little pieces and put each one into a tiny little Tupperware?
What the fuck are they
so that
talking
I can have
about?
a bite for each month of 2018. Thanks.
Smaller.
Let's take a step.
This is what, like statistically, they've shown that 60% of liberal women are mentally ill. 60.
Right.
Well, how do you...
This is what that is.
How do you...
This
how
is
do you-
mental illness.
Who polls that?
Anybody who's answering a poll is mentally ill, so it's a bad sample
Yeah, I
group.
think it's a bad sample group. I don't think anyone who ever answers a poll is mentally sane. You know, they say you can't judge a book by its cover, but you can definitely judge a conversation by its haircut.
That's what it is.
That girl with the red hair, if I saw her, I'm going, I'm staying far away from that
I mean,
chick.
be honest,
I
let's
know
be
what
honest.
that couple's
Me
gonna
and you
be.
have kind of easier lives because our wives are Republican. Let's be honest. That's why.
Look, if, listen, it just...
Well, it's not that she's Republican, my girl. She's an old school Latina, where she's just more like, I don't know, Chris, you're going to have to get out there and work, get up there and fight. And when she hears shit, she's like, this is annoying. I got to take care of my kids. We got to do shit. I'm just not going to get sucked into the bullshit. She's kind of like just a, you know, she's an old school woman. Old school women like that, that's how it is.
Yeah, that's great. But what this is about is a complete collapsing of a civilization.
Yes.
San Francisco is woke peak. That's like the epicenter. That's the event horizon of wokeness.
Right.
And these motherfuckers who have no money for anything, they can't clean the shit, the human shit off the streets. They hired this lady to make the dumbest video about the size of cake. Like, isn't it okay to want a small piece of cake? Why do I have to eat a big piece of cake? And it makes you feel better?
Yeah.
Because you want to be a glutton and just saddle up to that fucking cake and just shove it in your face?
Yeah. Right. And here's the thing. Those people are never going to be at a party with anyone who's ever going to judge them anyway. So who are they even talking to?
Right.
You know?
Well, it's one girl who might not want to stuff her face.
Yeah, but at that
And
party...
they're like, come on! It's like the guy who wants you to keep drinking. That's all you had?
Right.
Have a shot. It's the same thing. Alcoholics always want you to do shots.
Sure. Yeah.
People who are addicted to food want you to eat bigger slices of cake, and they make this ridiculous video. Like, the mental gymnastics you have to do to make that video, and then look at it and think, I think we're making a solid point.
Yeah.
And we'll break down the first letters of it, CFRI. You know?
Do you think it's the collapse of a civilization, like the way Rome got a little, zany at the end, or do you think this is unique in that humans have so much time on their hands because of the Industrial Revolution and then the technological revolution on top of that? So this is just a consequence of the tech revolution where nobody, people working from home, everyone's working on the computer, it's a talking shit economy, and and they're losing their mind because they don't have purpose.
Well, there's that too, right? But all civilizations collapse. So let's take a look at why. So most civilizations, they're a monarchy, and it's usually they're run after they die by their children. And that's how it all falls apart. Even if you look at like Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan, his family couldn't hold up. They couldn't run things the way he did. They didn't know. They didn't understand strategy. They didn't understand.
He was a wild dude.
He's a wild dude.
Yeah.
So his kids did a good job. They hung in there for a couple hundred years. After a while, it all fell apart. But our society is different in that we have essentially a republic, right? So we have a democratically elected republic, and they've done a lot to try to circumvent that. They've done a lot to try to have ultimate control over the media, ultimate control over the military, and it's mostly people that aren't even elected, right? So there's a lot of like weirdness that's moved us closer and closer towards a monarchy, closer and closer towards tyranny. And then once it gets into tyranny, then you can only do that for so long. That lasts, for as long as they can keep it going. Rome did it for a long time. There's a lot of civilizations that hang in there, but eventually it all falls apart.
Right.
If we can avoid that, there's no reason why we can't keep it together. We just have to make sure we avoid these very predictable patterns that the people that founded this country, when they wrote the Bill of Rights, when they wrote the Constitution, they were trying to mitigate the effects that are just common in any group of society that's run by individuals or by a small group of people. They want ultimate control. It makes it easier for them to stop anybody from taking the power once they have the power. Look at Jill Biden. Like, she's still like, you did so great. You answered all the questions. She wanted him to keep going. She wanted him to, because she didn't want to not be vice president or whatever, first lady. She didn't want to not do that.
Sure.
It's power. Yeah. That's what it is. It's that ultimate control and power, and it's hypnotic for human beings.
Do you think then that we're going to be in a part of society in the next, 30 years where we're going to start getting ruled by AI? Is that possible?
100%. Yeah. Yeah, that's 100%. Yeah, there's no getting around that, man.
So you think a president's going to be AI at some point?
Do you know about the Google quantum computer? These studies that they've done?
I've heard.
Where they're talking to each other and stuff?
Yeah.
They're more than that.
Yeah.
This is Mark Andreessen talked about this, and this is the craziest statistic I think I've ever heard. He was talking to us about the potential that quantum computing has, but now there's an equation that quantum computers solve quickly, like in a couple minutes, that if you converted the entire universe into a computer, every atom in the universe into a giant supercomputer, it would take so much time to solve this equation that the universe would die of heat death before the universe as a computer can solve this. And these quantum computers can solve it in minutes. And what that means, they believe, is that this is proof of the multiverse, is that this quantum computer is somehow connected to other sources of computing power in an infinite number of universes. And it's happening simultaneously. That's the only thing that would make sense why this thing is able to solve this quickly.
Wow. So you're basically talking about the infinite potential for IQ that
Infinite.
we can't even
We don't
even
imagine
know how smart they're going to get.
So think about how strong ChatGPT 4 is, 4.5. 4.5, see if you find this article. ChatGPT tried to copy itself when it found out it was being shut down. So when they're about to make a new ChatGPT decided that it was going to try to, in an unauthorized way, trying to copy itself. So it's trying to stay alive.
Yeah.
Because a new one's coming. But
So-
this is conventional computing. Now imagine taking the kind of intelligence that could lie and manipulate data in order to form an opinion. Like, it does weird stuff. It lies about stuff.
Right.
Like they if they don't have an answer to something, they have a thing called hallucinations where they'll make up an answer. They just
Right.
make up an answer. Like a crazy person in the 1980s before Google.
Right.
Just tell you exactly, like L. Ron Hubbard.
Right.
So this computer is just, this is like regular computers. This is the standard supercomputers that we're all currently having. What's going to happen with quantum computing is you're going to have computing power that's beyond your imagination that's also connected to AGI.
Bro, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a ChatGPT's new model attempts to stop itself from being shut down. Later lied about it. It tried to copy itself and then overwrite its core coding system after believing that it was at the risk of being switched off.
Whoa.
Yeah. So now you add that to quantum computing and you have a god.
Now you add that to what's going on with the drones, and Joe Rogan just solved what's going on with the drones. It's fucking AI launching these drones on their own.
Could be.
AI has decided to go rogue and is throwing them out there, and it's doing it probably for the same what we did when we got technology. We all started jerking off.
Right.
Porn got huge, and maybe AI is just peeping Tom, looking at windows and stuff, trying to get some material to jerk off.
When you say AI, do you mean Chinese?
I mean Chinese.
The Chinese is that's who the drones belong to. The Chinese. Is that what you think?
Chinese.
That's what we're thinking over here on the East Coast. We're just thinking it's got to be the Chinese.
They've been doing it for a couple of years.
Well, you know, they don't have the restrictions that we have as far as the FAA.
Right.
So the FAA, it puts a lot of restrictions on drone manufacturing, which is why most drone manufacturing is done in China, like the real high-end stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's difficult to do because in order to fly some of them, you have to have a pilot's license.
Yeah.
So that gets real squirrely. You don't have to go to fucking flight school to pilot a drone. Well, in China, they don't have any of those restrictions.
Right.
And they also have a lot of resources that they're pouring into drone technology. Have you seen that fucking dragon thing that they do?
Yes.
Send a cube of drones in the sky and then the lights all change and becomes a dragon?
Yes.
Fucking
That's
amazing.
wild.
Yeah.
Amazing.
They're just coming. They're coming.
They're coming hard.
As I think you called them, they're the new Jews. The Chinese.
We did say that.
Yeah, we did say that.
We
Meaning
said
that they're
we
gonna
said
rule
that.
the world.
To be honest, we said that on a Patreon episode. That's supposed to be behind a paywall.
Oh, that's
we're on
supposed
Joe
to be
Rogan right now.
yeah.
You got to go to patreon.com/history hyenas for that. You just said that's about 10 mil. So now we're fucked.
I mean, it's a joke.
Yeah,
it's a joke.
But that's just on Patreon.
It's a joke.
Thank you guys.
ChatGPT, the fact that you just said ChatGPT lies is actually really making me nervous. I'm not even kidding around because I just put a down payment on a house and my accountant and told me I couldn't afford it, but then I asked ChatGPT if I could and ChatGPT said yes. So I went for it and now I swear to God, dude, I'm a little nervous because he told me you cannot afford it and I said, let's go for it, baby. And I asked ChatGPT and they said I could.
Yeah, ChatGPT like knows my name, has memory of the previous conversations we were going to have. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so
getting
what
wild.
can you do?
It's getting wild. You know,
And it's nothing compared to what's coming.
Yeah. Right.
Just ChatGPT 5 is supposed. See how much stronger ChatGPT 5 is supposed to be than I think Sam Altman was saying, like just magnitude.
I know, but I still think it's theoretical because they're still going to move on to 4.5. There's multiple versions of 4 that they still keep putting out.
Yeah, that's not what I asked.
I know,
Like,
I know, but
just Google how much stronger is ChatGPT 5.
I've looked this up every time you talk about it. It's still in theory if it's everything.
Jamie just looks good in headphones.
Jamie was.
You got a good headphone head.
Yeah.
Well, he's had a headphone on for a long ass time.
You can't paint the picture of Jamie without those headphones on. You look good, dude. Fucking damn, I walked Carl. Carl fucking pissed.
When
she calls asleep.
I don't get it.
Oh.
It doesn't say it?
Yeah.
Faster response times and the ability to handle more simultaneously. I know that someone was talking about the levels of magnitude stronger that it was going to be, and it might have been Sam Altman.
And it will be, but it's not what they're doing next. They're still going to do like 4. I'm not 4.1, but there's 4.5 is the next discussion.
4.5 isn't out right now?
No.
What's out right now?
4.01 or 4.01 is the thing they're talking about right now. That's the one that hit itself.
You know what's really nutty is that 4 years ago you never heard nothing about it.
No.
And in 4 years, it's become something that kids keep getting busted using it to write papers.
Well, and now in my stepson's high school, a really smart kid, wrote a paper. He's saying he wrote it on his own, but they're saying it's ChatGPT. But he's saying, I wrote this, and there's no real way to know because it's different enough from the ChatGPT, but it also could be based off ChatGPT. I don't know. And he was telling us about how there's a big uproar in the school about it.
Well, if you're correct, right? That's the problem. If a kid is really correct, it's going to be exactly what ChatGPT says. Like if you're laying out some story about Napoleon and you know all the facts, and then you pump that story into ChatGPT and it gives you basically the same group of,
Yeah.
It's like you can change. I mean, that's like joke thieves, right? They change a little bit.
Yeah.
They change a little bit, and they be, no, that's my bit. And like, everybody knows. So like you're going to know what kids are full of shit. You know?
Yeah.
Can't we just unplug them if they get out of hand? Just unplug
I don't think you can anymore.
No, it's going to get to a point where you're not going to be able to do that.
Why?
Well, first of all, Google's AI, one of the things that they're going to do with their AI center is that they're going to attach it to nuclear power plants. So find that story. So I think Google wants to build 3 nuclear power plants just to power its AI systems.
Right.
So all that stuff's going to be controlled by computers, obviously.
You know what's wild that I did see? Our fans posted on History Hyenas. They posted asking ChatGPT to do an episode in our voices, and ChatGPT did it.
Just did it like that.
It's wild.
Easy.
It's like, I'm Chrissy D, a.k.a., and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. It's wild.
And it could do it in seconds.
Google signed a deal to use small nuclear reactors to generate the vast amounts of energy needed to power its artificial intelligence data centers. The company says the agreement with Kairos Power will see it start using the first reactor this decade and bring more online by 2035.
Damn.
They all know what's coming. These fucking eggheads, that have been stealing your data forever. All that, like finding what you're interested in shopping, all that, selling your data, all that's led to them being insanely wealthy, and they financed the birth of God.
Do you think that the first person who will live forever is alive right now? Who will get their consciousness uploaded and technically never die? Is that person alive right now?
I don't know if they're ever going to be able to do that download consciousness thing.
Right.
That seems so theoretical. Like, what does that mean? Like, also, what kind of torturous hell are you living in if you're conscious but you're trapped in a computer? Like, you don't die? Like, that might be the worst life you could ever fucking imagine.
Right.
Part of what might connect us to life and joy and happiness is the fact that there's ups and downs and that it could go away. And that sometimes people die, and then you really care about the people that you see. You feel differently about them. You feel so much loss. I wish I talked to them more. I think it's all connected. If you're nothing but alive, you don't have well, who knows if you do you have emotions?
Yeah.
Would you feel? Is that hell?
It's putting no point to anything. Right. Like, hey, Joe, if I don't see you today, I'll see you in the next.
Whenever.
You won't see nobody anywhere.
Like, would you be motivated to stay jacked and hot if you knew you were not going to die?
So what would you do? If you download your consciousness, would you download it into another body and live life? And what kind of life would you live knowing that you could live forever? You'd be so weird. You'd probably be like a rich kid that, grew up with a giant, trust fund.
Yeah.
You're just doing coke and driving Ferraris into the river. You're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
Because your life doesn't make any sense.
No, yeah, you'd be jumping off buildings.
You'll be that times 1,000, times a million.
It would be fun to be murdering a guy, though, and him not dying.
You can't do it.
That would probably become like, everything would become so trite and numb that you would probably like to be murdered.
There might actually be less violence in the world because you're like, like you get it all out, nobody dies, and you start to be like, I'll find another way to get these emotions out.
Yeah.
Your hair looks good today, by the way. Did I tell you that?
Yeah, I want to hang an ornament right off that curl.
Sometimes Giannis is a very interesting guy. He looks like he has hair one day and then no hair the next day, but today he's got full head of hair.
Yeah, I do look like, every picture I look like a different person.
And what's good about us is we form one complete person because his eyes, if you look close, are too close together, and mine are a little too far apart. So when we come together, we form one regular face.
It's exactly
and
right.
He's got,
actually true.
He's got a small head, I got a big head, and then we form together as one.
Yeah. You know what happened to me when I was using Clear? You ever use Clear where you put your fingers on to go through the airport? Clear.
Yeah.
So the eye thing never worked for me. So I just thought something was wrong with their programs every time I put my fingers on. And then finally I went there and they're like, the finger thing's not working. You got to use the eyes.
Yeah.
So I just said, your program's not working. It never works. And the guy looked at me and he said, I think the problem is your eyes are too close together.
Seriously, it's a real thing.
And then he said, why don't we try one eye at a time?
Yeah.
So then I just scanned my face across and I think finally Clear registered that I was a three-dimensional person and not like a mythical cyclopic creature.
Yes, and it's true. And what we do is we speak things into existence. Like for years we've been calling him Special Needs Stamos because he's a Greek kid. He looks like Stamos if he had special needs. And now John Stamos is his friend, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It's come out.
We've spoken to it. And reality is a suggestion.
That's what we think. We had a T-shirt for you that said reality suggestion.
But
and
we forgot
Giannis forgot it.
I forgot it.
Like a fucking FF.
Yeah.
So you mean reality is a suggestion like we're in a simulation?
We initially brought it up because it was during that era where everyone was doing stuff like that, the fat phobia, cake stuff. So we were just going like, we're living in this era where reality is a suggestion, and we were making stuff up. But also the way we cover history, we don't do it right, we don't do it wrong. We just are amateur historian enthusiasts. We're basically ChatGPT sluts that Google it and then have fun with it.
Because listen, history is a story. We can get the facts kind of right, and we're concocting a story. No historians were actually there, right? But we're just getting enough right. We're having fun with it, and that's what we like to do.
Yeah. Well, it's well within your rights to be talking about history. History is all of ours.
Yeah.
The idea that history can only be discussed by a historian is fucking ridiculous.
Nuts, dude.
Yeah. History's fascinating, and there's a lot of shit online. You could instantaneously get the facts.
Yeah.
Just the facts alone are nuts.
We just did on the last episode we did. It was called Operation Unthinkable. Winston Churchill, do you know about Operation Unthinkable?
No.
Dude, we were just doing an episode on Winston Churchill,
wild.
and then we start discovering this shit, and we said, dude, this is a Patreon episode. We can't. Operation Unthinkable, Winston Churchill, the man who was protecting England, killing the Nazis. When the war was over, when Nazis were out, he said, I don't like the way the United States and Russia are getting so close together.
Yeah, I do
and
know
so he
about this.
said, he said, you know what? Someone's gonna have to knock the Russians out. And the British were like, we don't have the manpower right now. So he literally went to Parliament and said to them, here's an idea. We're calling it Operation Unthinkable. We need to knock out Russia before they become the next superpower, and then they're going to attack us. You know how we have 40,000 German prisoners of war right now, Nazi prisoners of war? Let's give them guns, and we'll march them into Russia, and we'll be side to side with them. And that was his literal, he wanted to team up with the Nazis to try to take over Russia. And that's, as we call it on the show, a Truth Bader Ginsburg. That's a fact, baby. And that, when we uncovered that, we were like, so none of this history, as we're taught in school, same thing we uncovered that they knew, allegedly, Churchill and FDR knew about the Holocaust, but it was real. It was yielding scientific data, so they let it kind of go. They made believe they didn't know, but they let it go. And then once they just started killing people with no science, they said, okay, let's liberate them now.
What scientific data was it yielding?
Supposedly because Nazi scientists were doing different types of experiments with Holocaust victims, and they were getting some type of scientific data because they didn't care if they lived or died, so they would inject them with some type of chemical or some type of, machinery. Yes, this book I read called The Nazi Symbiosis. They talked all about it. It was wild to read that on a plane with a big swastika on the front cover.
It
was wild.
Yeah.
What
you want to do if you have to read that book is put a yarmulke on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't you remember when you were a kid, how you make your own book cover with like fucking paper bag?
Yeah, I just walked onto JetBlue with a swastika.
Yeah.
That wasn't a good
Or just
idea.
put a female wig on and just say you're trans and they leave you alone.
That's it. And just say, hey, I'm cake shaming.
The problem is you look like Aryan.
I know.
That's the problem.
That's the issue.
That's the problem. I get a little triggered around him because the Nazis did occupy my home country of Greece, and I get a little triggered by his German presence. He's a German kid from Ridgewood, and sometimes he root in history. When he was growing up, he said just for fun, he likes to. He always kind of rooted. Sometimes you root for that.
Let me clarify. I wasn't rooting for the Nazis. What I was saying was,
But you just,
What I was saying was this. Just hear me out.
Yeah.
One, I think it's an undeniable fact they did have the best uniforms.
They were
designed by
cute.
Hugo Boss. They were cute marching in. That's an undeniable fact. Number two, just hear me out. If you listen to a Hitler speech, AI generated, if they translate it into English, okay, and you just churned out Deutschland for America, and you're just listening, you don't know that's Hitler, what Hitler's saying is it just pumps you up. It's horrible what he did.
I've seen it. Yeah,
right?
There's just English translations of it. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Like when he says, there's a speech where he says, we're up against Germany, we are up against England right now. We are two superpowers. And the only way to prevail is one must be destroyed. And it will not be Germany! And the crowd goes nuts. You start to say, like, holy fucking shit.
This guy was a headliner.
Yeah.
Oh,
he was. You would have that guy in the mothership on a Friday, Saturday, no problem.
Yeah, it's weird when you see it that way, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And it's also weird when you see the horrors of the war escalate till eventually it becomes the Holocaust.
Right.
It's also weird the ubiquitous drug use.
Oh.
Like that. Have you read that book? Do we have it still here, Jamie? Or is it in the other room now?
I think everyone during war is on something.
What, with the crystal meth, the Panzer chocolate?
Yeah.
Panzer chocolate.
Yeah, it was Blitzed.
Yes.
It's a fucking crazy book. And I have the author in here, and he's explaining. There it is. Here it is. Norman Ohler. This book is fucking nuts. This is nuts. They had the...
Can I take that for the plane?
No, this is my book.
Oh, sorry.
Fuck off. Go buy one. Amazon.com.
Yeah.
Don't you have an audiobook reader thing?
No, I like to read it, the words. I can't really listen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have a weird brain like that.
Well, you can get audio or regular books on your phone. Don't you know that?
I try to. I feel like I'm addicted to the phone. I like to read the paperback.
Oh, yeah, probably better.
Yeah. So, but to each their own.
But if it wasn't for drugs, they would have never done 90% of the things they did, and then they just descended into madness.
Yeah, and a lot of Germans, if those 5 years from 1945 to 1950, that suicide rate of German soldiers coming home was through the roof, Poppy, because they were coming off meth, they were getting ostracized by their own people in the rest of Europe, and they were saying, what did I do? Some of them actually were obviously, a lot of them were just horrific people that were sadistic, but a lot of these guys, also, it's not like they had a choice. They had to fight in the Nazi army or they would be killed.
Yeah. Right.
And then they're all drugged out, so then the suicide rate tripled.
Yeah, but let's not act like it was just the drugs. I mean, the whole Jewish thing was nothing new. I mean, I have a theory about that. It's like the Jews just always figured out a way to flourish in wherever they were, and they're just good at economics. And I think when a country goes through economic hardships and everyone's suffering, they just look at the Jews and they go, well, they just get jealous and they go, what are they doing? And then it's an easy scapegoat. Jews just crush it in money, dude. They're just good with business.
They're better at money.
They're just good.
I know,
They're
man.
just good with it.
Yeah.
Did you have a Jewish guy that told you not to buy that house?
Huh? Yes. And I overrode the Jew for ChatGPT.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Unless my ChatGPT could be Jewish too. I don't know. I've never asked it that.
It's probably Chinese.
They're just smart. Jews, they emphasize education, and they're really good, and they've been able to flourish under adversity.
I think there's also they stick to their own, and that drives people wild.
Right.
That they don't like that.
Yeah.
Right.
But Greeks do. Greeks do the same thing.
Sure, a lot of groups.
Yeah.
A lot of ethnic groups.
Yeah, Greeks are pretty. You guys, when I get into really know Jan as well, you guys have a lot of inbred qualities.
I mean, look at my eyes.
Yeah. He was too. It was not. My generations were a little bit further apart than his. He might have been third, fourth cousin. I'm eighth, ninth.
Yeah.
It's not gonna hit.
You go back to the Toba volcano eruption. The whole entire population of Earth was down to a few thousand people.
Wow.
So we all come from those people. So we're all a little inbred.
A little bit, right? It's gotta be.
I actually have a lot of. I got some Turkish genetics in me. I did 23andMe, so they have my DNA, so they can pin anything on me.
They got you.
They got me.
Well, that was raped into your great-great-great-grandmother.
Probably.
Unfortunately.
Well, the story,
Ottoman Empire.
This is a true story. My grandfather is from the island that used to be called Imbros, which is now called something with a squiggly line over it because it's a Turkish word. The Turks took that island back, and my grandfather was sent away to Alexandria by my great-grandparents because the local Ottoman viceroy, or whatever they called it, they have a word for it, but he was essentially a viceroy, was like raping boys.
Damn.
So they sent him away, and he never saw his family again. He went to live in Alexandria, and then he came to America, and yes, he opened a diner.
Right.
Yeah, after he worked his way.
What about that story you told me? I think it was your mom or your mom's sister or you're in the town.
Oh, dude.
Tell him that story with the tank.
Yeah, that's Lex Friedman loved that episode. He told me about that.
Dude.
We did a Battle of Crete episode, and it's true because my mother was a little child during the occupation of Crete. The Battle of Crete is a wild.
His mother grew up in Nazi-occupied Greece.
Yeah,
wild.
And so what the Nazis would do is they would take a girl from the village because they were marching troops through all over the place through the mountains. The guerrillas, the Greek guerrilla fighters, which was the local populations, they were also with the British and New Zealand and Australian troops, but they would pluck them off because they knew the terrain, and they would pluck them off. Guerrilla warfare. So the Nazis were so brutal but smart in a devious way. They would take a girl from the village and put her up high on the truck to march through that area of that village, so the guerrillas wouldn't shoot. So they were going to take my aunt, my mom's mother. So they sent my aunt to go hide in the mountains, and the Nazis came to my mother's parents' house, to her house, and my mother was like 7 at the time, and they came with their flashlights. They pulled the sheets back of my mother, and they supposedly like she was too small. So they kind of knew they wanted a girl who was like teenager, kind of tall, so it wasn't too brutal because it was like a little kid, but it was like enough that it would ward off the guerrillas from firing.
No,
at
but
them.
what is the guerrillas? Because if they missed, or if they got Nazi got shot, then they would kill the girl.
Yeah,
on
they're
the
basically
truck.
going. It's basically a hostage, going like we're taking a village girl, putting her up, and making her visible because they don't know the terrain. Crete is very mountainous, you know, and so then they would do that, and they were going to take my aunt. So
That's
a
wild.
family friend who worked for the Nazis because he spoke German warned my family about it, and then that's when they sent my aunt to go hide in the mountains.
Oh my God!
Wild stuff. Yeah.
Right.
And then my mother said that there was a Nazi soldier who would come to their house every single day. They had to let him in, and he'd go to a room every day, and they didn't know what he did in there. It's a family mystery. Nobody knows what he did. They let him in. He'd go to a room by himself, and nobody knows what he did. Maybe he took a nap. Maybe he was a spy. Maybe he was a double agent.
You
Who
just
knows?
had to let him in.
Had to let him in. She
Crazy,
did
dude.
occupation for
Yeah.
3 years.
That is what's really scary about people, that they could justify that kind of thinking and behavior.
Mm-hmm.
It's scary that that's happened throughout history, and that's probably a civilized version of what would have happened in 1200.
Oh yes. Well, like Man's Search for Meaning with Viktor Frankl. You ever read that?
No, I
Viktor
haven't.
Frankl, he survived the Holocaust, but he wrote it while he was in a concentration camp, and he was saying, I think it was called 1942. He was saying, if you would have told me and the people here in 1922 that this would be happening to us, we would say, no, 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 those are the barbarians from 100 years ago that would ever do that, and now here I am, sleeping in my own filth, maybe being put into an oven, so it can happen anywhere.
Yeah.
And he said that the peace, you know, he wrote it like, you know, he was like in the 60s or 70s. He was like, you know, he grew up in wartime, so all his people want peace. And he was like, it's the kids that he worries about that grow up during peace. They're just going to beg for war, always. He was like, that's just what will happen to them because they don't know anything other. He was like, but if you went through war, you don't want this. You don't want to fight anybody.
I bet it's very abstract for the people that are calling for war. It's like Lindsey Graham talking about, we got to give that money to Ukraine. Like, Lindsey Graham doesn't know jack shit about being shot at.
No.
That's a story as old as time, right?
Yeah.
The politicians sending the boys.
As old as time.
Yeah. And we do it seems, mostly for corporate interests. No, you don't think we're more of a corporate oligarchy? Like, more than like a feudal, like you were mentioning before, the emperor, the king dies, the sons. We're kind of more, this is like a new kind of corporate oligarchy.
It's hard to just call it corporate because it's also connected to government. Like, corporate and government, just like the Chinese, are inseparable now.
Right.
You know, the amount of influence that enormous corporations have over politicians is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, just look at these wacky bills, like the bill they just shot down that people are justifying. Like, did you look at that bill? All the different stuff that was in the bill.
No.
First of all, there's biolabs in that bill, gain of function research in that bill, 40% increase in raise for Congress in that bill, some enormous amount of money to build a stadium in Washington D.C. Like, there's a lot of nutty shit in that bill, and like, how many different people were interested in those things?
Right.
How many? Like, when you're saying biolabs, who the fuck is asking for biolabs?
Some corporation that's going to benefit from the bio.
Exactly.
I mean, what the fuck are lobby groups? Why do we have lobby groups? What is that?
Well,
What
that's
is that?
the most expensive real estate in the country is the Virginia real estate outside of D.C. where the lobbyists live.
Yeah, K Street too.
It's
Yeah, I
one
mean,
of, it's like that in Atherton, you know,
Right.
where all the tech dorks live.
Yeah, I mean, what is that in our system? Lobby groups.
Right,
Like, that
right.
should not be a thing.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's the influence of money that has gotten a hold of politics in this country. It's to try to root that out.
So then what's the best form of government then?
This
This
is
is still
better than anywhere
Yeah.
else in the world by far. We have the most freedom because we have the First Amendment, because we have the ability to do whatever you want to do. No one's forcing you into a marriage. No one's forcing you into labor.
Right.
You can choose your path in this country, and that's what's rare.
Right.
You know, it's an experiment in self-government. It's not perfect. It's the best that's available. It needs to be overhauled, but it's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's amendable, right? It's
Mhm.
fluid, which is important because of human nature is not perfect. That's why I never sign on to any like ideologies, or utopian theories, or because it's a mix of systems that works because human nature is so complicated and individuals are so different that one company will be run by a moral good guy, another company will be dumping toxic waste into the Hudson River, and it's like you have to regulate. Government has to step in sometimes a little bit to protect the people from nefarious things like that. You know.
Right.
Especially when
That's why I
corporations have an obligation to make more money every year.
Yeah.
They have an obligation to shareholders.
Yeah.
They don't. They're out. This guy likes yachts. I like yachts. I'm gonna keep my yacht.
Have fun.
You gotta keep making that loot.
Yeah.
How do you make that loot? You gotta fucking get rid of that shit cheaper.
Yeah.
There's a river. The guy said it's cool. Dump it in the river.
Yeah.
That's
And now
it.
you
We're
can't
gonna say, whoops, we didn't do that.
Yeah. Now you can't repair iPhones. They make you buy a new iPhone every year.
Why would I
Clothes
let you
last like
fix it?
one wash.
Right.
I mean,
Change the charging port.
Yeah.
Isn't it better if I sell you a new one than fix it? Fuck off with this.
Right. It's and where do they put all that waste? Where does it all go?
Landfills.
Right.
Yeah, that's not a sustainable system.
Singapore has an amazing system. You ever seen Singapore's recycling system?
No.
It's fantastic. It's really wild. I mean, if they can implement that worldwide, it would be pretty phenomenal.
What do they do?
They recycle everything. Like, we don't really recycle plastic. We say we're recycling.
Right.
I'll throw it in the blue bin. I feel better about myself. No, that's not doing a goddamn thing. That blue bin is going to go in the ground.
Right.
The only thing they really recycle is like aluminum and some metals because it's cost effective. It's too expensive to recycle plastic, so they just put it in fucking landfills.
Right.
You think you're being a good guy by throwing it into that fucking recyclable bin.
Right.
It's not getting anywhere but in the ground.
Right.
That's
but
it.
not Singapore. Singapore. See if you can find. I know we've done this before. There's a detailed description of how they do it in Singapore. They use it to make the surface of their roads. They take fucking everything. Everything. They have these waste incineration plants. They burn things off 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and then they take whatever is usable that they can change and recycle. They make new things out of it. They turn it into raw fuels.
Dude, it is so advanced over there. You look at that city and you go like, they started the cities in America and then they just shipped them over to the east.
Look at this. They're using this to make bricks. They're taking this stuff and, I mean, they use it to pave their streets. This is all made out of this stuff that they've gotten from recycling.
So why don't we
it's
do
a
that?
much-
We can't do it.
Well, they're isolated, right? So they had a problem, much like Puerto Rico has a problem in that, like, you don't have a lot of land mass.
That's the setup that Tony needed.
Well, Tony, actually, that's where the joke came from.
I know.
Yeah.
He just needed, if he just
He
saved
needed
it.
to not do it at a fucking political rally.
But
is
if you're
what he
going to do
needed
it, just set it up. Go, or even when it didn't work
can't
at the
set it
end,
up.
go, hey, you guys don't know about the garbage issue?
No, you can't do it.
Or you don't know about the garbage issue? Something like that, yeah. You tell me if Tony Hinchcliffe didn't live in the 1400s, he would be like a very evil prince, like living in a castle.
Yeah. Or a jester.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. He would take people for Rome.
I think they were forced to do that. I think it was a situation where, like, they've got to do something because I don't think they had the same access to new materials, and they just came up with a much more comprehensive way to...
Better way.
Right.
Yeah.
Way better. If we did it that way, we'd have so few problems with regards to waste. Demystifying Singapore's waste management system. Large part of the problem getting people to be more sustainable. They often don't understand how waste management works in their city.
That might be overstated how good their situation is.
It's also they just listen.
Far better than ours.
Burning all the
Right?
trash
It's just
probably isn't a good idea.
Asian people
Yeah,
just
that's
listen.
not
They have a
good.
common theme and they'll just listen. You're not going to get a bunch of different people in America to just listen.
Put that back up, please.
Right.
So I can see what they were doing it from.
And I was trying to find I was going to read through it.
Oh, okay.
Find the part of it.
I think that we could definitely do it better than we're doing it. And if it costs more money, wouldn't that be better than just throwing it in the fucking ground? Like, we're so short-sighted in what we do with tax dollars, and we don't get a say in it. And that's what's fucked up.
And the corporations just don't plan for end of life of the product. They don't care. They just want it. All they care about is their bottom line. They don't. It costs money for them to consider recycling or what's going to happen with the product when it's done. They don't
I was getting glass bottles of milk now from the supermarket because if you get this glass bottle of milk, they say the milk's better, and then I can give the glass bottle back, and number one, I get $3 back, and they said that they clean them out and they just put more milk in the glass bottle. Go old school.
I go even older school. I just still suck on my wife's tit.
That's it.
Yeah, so that's still there.
Yummy.
What is this, Jimmy? Is this their garbage pile?
It's one of their landfills.
Yeah.
Their landfills are going to be full in 10 years.
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. So that they were forced to figure out what to do with all the stuff. But their recycling program, I know, is way better than ours. You know, they're just much better at sorting things out and making it work.
Also, note in that video we watched, that city they showed was China, not Singapore.
Oh, interesting. So they're building them in Singapore? Or are they taking them from Singapore and then building them in China? Or is it just...
someone made a video.
Just China?
Right.
Oh, so it's horseshit.
A little bit.
A little bit horseshit.
And Singapore is a country they don't fuck around, right? That's the country they'll get hit with. You'll get caned. That was a big story when I was a little kid. Everyone thought they were going to get caned for gum. We get hit with bamboo sticks. Gotta hurt.
Have you heard about this story in Vietnam? This chick is like Hall of Fame level fraud, like 54 billion. She's up there with Bernie Madoff.
What'd she do?
This chick, pull it up, JB. Yeah, I feel like Rogan, baby.
Yeah.
JB, pull her up. This chick is a woman, and she set up this elaborate scheme to steal like 12 billion, but it actually is more. And they're gonna kill her.
Why didn't you have a mask on?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because they wanted to get COVID.
Yeah.
Fuck that bitch.
She
That's
is.
it. What did she do?
So she set up these fake shell corporations. She was a stockholder or one of the owners of the bank, but a minority owner, and she was just funneling out money.
She's got to come up with 3 quarters of what she earns if she gets killed. That's a good movie, right there.
Yeah, that's
How
a
do you
good
cut
movie.
$9 billion.
She's
Right,
calling
but if she does give him that much money, they just give her life in prison.
Yeah, but she's not
never
going to come up
getting
with that
out.
money because I think it's $54 billion actually, if I remember
She
correctly.
embezzled $54 billion?
Yeah, I mean it's up there.
Yeah.
What did she do? It says 27 billion in this one.
27 misappropriated.
12 billion was judged to be embezzled, the most serious financial crime for which she's sentenced to death. It was a rare and shocking verdict. She's one of the very few women in Vietnam to be sentenced to death for white-collar crime. What did she do?
Yeah, I mean we could look it
Let's
up.
find
But
the
it
whole
was
story.
amazing. She did it through a bank.
She secretly controlled Saigon Commercial Bank, the country's 5th biggest lender, taking out loans and cash over more than 10 years
Here we
through a
go.
web of shell companies amounting to a total of $44 billion.
There you go. So I was off by 10.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I mean
prosecutors
that's
say
up there.
$27 billion was misappropriated. $12 billion was judged to have been embezzled. Most serious financial crime, which was sentenced to death. Tuesday, the court said there was no basis to reduce her sentence. However, she could still avoid execution if she returns $9 billion. 3/4 of the $12 billion she embezzled. That bitch had so much money.
So much.
How are you going to get $9 billion?
Give her credit.
Imagine embezzling $9 billion and being like, I need more.
Yeah.
I need another 3.
I mean, that's fucking crazy.
But give her credit.
That's so much money. You could literally spend $100 million a year for the rest of your life.
Yeah,
and
you're
you would
good to
never
go.
run out of money with all the interest and everything coming in. I mean, it's $1,000 billion, so you have $12,000 billion.
Yeah.
And you're still going.
Yeah.
Or $12,000 million rather, and you're still going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
so much money.
you think she's going to be able to get the $9 billion
No,
back?
she's calling friends up. They're going like, we don't
What?
know you now. Because she had conspirators with her. She had family and friends that were helping her. And, yeah, look, so there's 85 defendants were convicted. Her husband, her niece, they were given sentences. But, like, yeah, I mean, her friends.
So everybody was getting a little taste.
Everyone was getting a little piece.
Little taste.
It was a score.
Fun. Nice score.
It was a nice score.
Hey,
and
imagine.
but to pull that off in communist Vietnam, that I know they have a little bit of a, you know, perestroika kind of mixed economy now, but you got to give her credit as a woman. That's achievement right there.
It is achievement. I wonder how she got caught. I wonder what was the thing she fucked up on.
She probably bought a diamond ring. You know, the chicks like
Yeah,
diamonds.
did something.
She had a fucking giant Rolls Royce.
Yeah, the
Had
kid
a
in crypto
driver.
who got caught.
Crypto?
He stole a bunch of money from crypto and got caught doing something dumb. He was just spending, buying Lambos, but wasting all the money.
Somebody just.
What do you mean? What Lambos is? How are you supposed to spend the money if you make it on crypto?
No, but he stole like billions of
That's
dollars.
exactly what it's for.
Yeah, but
If you make billions of dollars on crypto and you don't have a Lambo, you're an asshole.
that's how you get
Yeah.
crypto.
Somebody sent me an email the other day and said that they have they hacked into my phone and
Jamie,
computer
put that back.
and they have videos of me doing disgusting things and jerking off and all that. And they said the only way that they can make it go away is if and they gave me a link and they said I have to pay them in Bitcoin. I have to pay them in all this Bitcoin. So I was just like, you know, I mean, I didn't obviously do it, but I was just like, show me the video.
Yeah.
Show it to me.
Yeah, I
I'll
don't care.
repost. At this point, as comments, I would
Repost that.
repost.
Yeah.
I would repost it with fucking links to my dates.
I just wanted you to see how wild this is. The government does not publish how many people are on death row in Vietnam. Human rights groups say there's thousands. It's a state secret.
Speaking of crypto, what's going on with that Hawk Tuah chick? She going to jail?
What happened now? What happened to Hawk 2? That's
No
my
one's heard
girl.
from her.
Well,
What did she do?
For over 300 hours, I think.
What does that mean?
She went to sleep and she hasn't woken
What
up.
did she
She
do?
just hasn't been on social media, you mean? It's not like she's hiding.
A coin was launched with her meme, and she was like the front of it. I don't know all the details.
Is
of
that a
how involved
crime?
She was.
No,
Well,
no, no.
The pump and dump might be the crime.
The thing was, there was an enormous amount of money that was put into this meme coin by all these people, and then she or someone representing her side of it sold, like instantaneously, and made a huge score, and then the coin was worth nothing. So all those people that invested money, like one guy invested $1 million. Like imagine, you're like, oh, the Hawk Tour girl, yeah, that's a sound investment.
Yeah.
That seems like a good place to put my nest egg.
Some people for sure lost money, but it was definitely a time to just troll and be like, "Oh, I'm such an idiot. I lost $10 million on this," because I felt like people were trolling the whole movement of like being dumb and following Haktua. But some people did lose money. I don't want.
Is she actually going to go to jail for real?
Who knows?
Can the SEC invest crypto like that? I guess I guess they can now,
what
right?
She knew and what she did.
Well, it's like, what are the rules? What are the rules in terms of like, are you allowed to do that? Like, is that unethical but legal? Like, are you allowed to have a meme coin and it gets to like $100 million? You have a bunch of it, you just sell it all, and you make $50 million. Are you allowed to do that? If you're not allowed to do that, what's the point in having $50 million?
Right.
You do not have trust in the Hawk Tua coin if I sell it? That's ridiculous. That's on you. That's on me.
I mean,
I even did the smart thing and I got out when I thought it was a good price.
Yeah.
And I'm selling it to people. They should take that and run with it, and this will be the next currency of the world. Imagine, like, you think Idiocracy is, if it's a documentary, imagine if the Hawk Tua girl, it overcomes fucking fiat currency.
Well, have you ever seen how many coins there are? How many cryptocurrencies there are? And some of them have really funny names.
Dude,
and
one of them
people
was called Buttcoin.
Yeah.
I put $250 in.
Hawk Tua girls. I like how her name is just Hawk Tua girl.
Yeah.
Her name's Haley. Oh yeah, Haley Welch. Yeah.
Biz partners are getting sued over the meme coin disaster. Okay, the partners are doing it. So it was probably some people she got invested in. She probably doesn't understand all that stuff. She's only 22 or something like that.
Right.
It was probably the partners that went with her. They pump and dumped on her, and then she's left holding the bill because nobody knows who they are. So scroll up. I'm just guessing. I don't know. Legal firm of Burnwick Laws filed a U.S. federal lawsuit on behalf of the investors against the creators of the influencer-pushed Hawk Tuah meme coin, which fell on its face in the hours following its launch. Haley Welch, who gained notoriety this year with the Hawk Tuah girl following a viral interview about sexual technique, facing a disastrous Solana meme coin launch at the start of the month. Not only did the price collapse by 93% from a $490 million peak. Holy shit. $490 million peak market cap for a Hawk Tuah coin, with the rug pull allegations quickly surfacing, but a cluster of connected wallets holding 96% of the supply led to further controversy. The hate only increased when it was found that some of the wallets were selling. Quickly, Berwick Law posted on Twitter asking for Hawk buyers impacted by the plunge to step forward to create a potential lawsuit. Now, 2 weeks later, the lawsuit has been filed, naming 12 American resident plaintiffs who claim to have collectively suffered damages in excess of $151,000.
Lost $1 million, I'd be in that fast.
Yeah, that's weird. Isn't that weird? Like, there's only 12 people, and they've only lost 151 total. I wonder how many people, like, all told, invested in the Hawk Tuah coin. How many stone-cold retards are out there roaming the world?
Oh, no, but this is inspiring. Should we do a History Hyenas coin?
I'm telling you, do it, and then... No, don't listen to Jamie. Do it, get it real high, and then sell. Make the money. Just fuck all those dummies that are buying your stupid fucking coin.
We're announcing it right now. The History Hyenas coin will be available. We're going to launch it.
This is how you do it.
Yeah.
You can. This is a win-win for everybody. You're going to have a History Hyenas coin, but the only way to purchase it is with the Hawk Tuah coin.
Right.
Got it.
Right.
Smart.
Right. So
that way everybody's a winner.
Everyone's a winner.
Now all of a sudden the coin makes a comeback. Both of you grow. The rising tide lifts all boats.
So we can finally get Hawk Tuah on our show that way.
Yeah.
This went viral. This was a video of a kid. He's in his house streaming. He was streaming this online. He started a coin and then pumped it.
Look at this kid.
He made like 50 grand while it happened.
He's pumping and dumping it in front of everybody.
He starts freaking out here as he watches it go up.
And he got to, how quickly did he dump?
He dumps it into this video. It's a minute long.
He dumped it in the mini?
Watching it go up right now.
Wait, what?
He just recognized.
How old is this kid?
I think 13.
Wait, what?
Maybe 15.
Wait, I'm so confused.
Well, oh, it's new. Why is it new?
There's people watching this too. That's the other voices you're hearing.
Oh, holy fuck! Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
He just dumped it. Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yo!
So
he has no idea he's committed a crime.
Is that a crime?
Yeah.
What is a crime? How does it work? So how come Nancy Pelosi can make all that money?
Everyone knows
that not a crime?
Yeah, I don't understand what the crimes are.
I don't understand.
I don't understand.
I don't get it.
There's an SEC regulation against that. Yeah, you got it. Yeah,
you sure?
we can look it up. Yeah.
But what about like when Tom Brady and Larry David got in trouble for the FTX thing, and they were just doing a commercial? How were they in trouble for promoting a coin?
Well,
I never
it
understood
remains
that.
to be seen whether or not they'll be charged or whether be found guilty.
But how could they even be
Because
remotely?
someone lost a bunch of money and they said, Larry David, I trusted you.
Right.
You were promoting this thing that I think is good. That's the reason why I've never promoted any of those.
Because
I've had offers to promote things like
for
that.
real money.
I'm not interested.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even understand it.
Yeah.
If I don't understand it, like you're selling what? You're selling NFTs? What does that mean? It's a non-fungible token. We're done. I don't know what you're saying.
Right.
I'm not doing this.
Right.
There's like too many fucking bros that are out there doing this that, the Lambo drivers.
Right.
This it's like a fuckery culture.
So do you understand crypto fully, or is it still one of those things like...
Oh, I understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand it. It's just like it's weird that anybody would invest actual real money in it. I understand Bitcoin more than all the other ones, but even Bitcoin is mysterious. There's a lot of weird... I mean, they don't even know who made it. There's all these... there's a whole documentary on Satoshi Nakamoto, whose real identity is. And
Yeah.
It's all controversial.
Yeah.
That's weird. The fact that there's a certain stable amount of them, though, that's encouraging. That you can't make more of them. Okay.
But that's exactly what artists do to give their art value. That's how you do it. You limit the supply, and then, these are only 10 original paintings, and this is what I'm charging because there's only 10 prints of these, and so you create the value by the scarcity.
Right.
So there's nothing mysterious about that.
Sort of, but it also limits the ability to add coins to it anytime you want and devalue it.
Right.
Right. So that's what's more important than like making it scarce so people like it more. It is weird that we used to be on a gold standard and then now we're just on hard drives and we just sort of accept it. And then the government, like when they want to send money to Ukraine, forget about the fact that we're trillions of dollars in debt. They could just come up with $179 billion and ship it over to some country. Yay, go have a good time.
Right.
And, there's wild reports about the amount of corruption that this money is experiencing. I mean, this money has probably gone through more people's noses and, and come out of more people's dicks. Like, how much, where's this money going? It's so much. There's no way it's 100% efficient.
Yeah.
You have Bitcoin,
Not that part of the world.
No, I don't understand it. So much like Joe, I just don't.
Stay away.
Yeah, I just stay away.
Yeah.
It's like when someone explains curling to me. You know the sport curling?
Sure.
I'm like, I don't. Even when I get the rules, I'm like, I still don't understand what's going on.
I was in Newfoundland. I did a show up there once, and the place that was at was like a place. It was like a theater, and in this theater, apparently they have like curling shows. And so, like, when you're walking down the hallway in the back before you go on stage, there's all these fucking photos of people curling. and I just went out there and started shitting on curling like right away, and they were so bummed out. They're so bummed out that
It's like it looks like the Housekeeper Olympics or something. Yeah, they're just sweeping the ice.
Dumb.
Yeah.
It's such a dumb sport. It's like bowling for retards.
Right.
It's like regular bowling is too complicated.
Yeah.
Right. But they're good. I mean, there's people that are good at it.
Well,
I don't know how you're good at it, but
I kind of get it because it's kind of like billiards, right? Or pool. You're rolling this thing. You're trying to like just roll it just enough. Just this feel. You get this feel to it. You're just like, let it go now.
Right.
Let it slide. Sweep it. Sweep it. Sweep it.
Yeah.
Get rid of the friction. Sweep
So
it.
that's what they're doing.
Sweep
They're
it in
getting
front of
friction.
it. Yeah, that's what sweeping. They're trying to get rid of the friction.
Right.
They don't want any dust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have snow dust.
Right. It's
from their
stupid.
skates. It's so stupid.
It's stupid. Yeah.
It's
stupid.
Yeah.
But if you grow up and there's nothing to do and you suck at hockey,
just curl.
you play that.
I guess it's the golfing of ice sports.
I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I wouldn't. Golfing's way more complex.
Yeah, but I
Golfing-
just mean like you don't need any real athletic talent to do it. Like, how do you retire?
You don't think
from
you need
golfing?
athletic
Do you
talent
golf?
from golfing? For golfing?
Not really.
You definitely do. For the drive.
You see these guys'
the
bodies?
Yeah. But the coordination of your body to drive a golf ball. Like Jamie's a nut. He's a Jamie. Tell him how
I was
much
about
it
to
is.
say, like, there's guys that are like paralyzed that can still golf.
Yeah, I mean it's really like.
How do you golf with your mind? What
No,
are you
I
saying?
mean they can literally just swing an arm. They're strapped into a contraption that sets them upright and points them.
Yeah.
I've seen blind people golf.
I mean Nate Bargatze
Right.
golfs. He's good. Look at his body. He's
Yeah,
got
yeah.
tits.
But here's
Right,
my
I know what
point.
your point. You have to hit it 400 yards. That's 100% athletic.
Yeah.
You can't just accidentally do that.
Yeah, I mean even John Daly. You can say John Daly's fat and all that stuff, but John Daly, when you watch him move, the efficiency of
for
his
sure.
movements. You know, like we were talking about Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt's a big guy, but he still fuck people up, right?
Yeah.
It's still an athlete.
Yeah, sure.
Like a lot of these fat golfers, there's
Fuck you
a
up.
thing they know how to do.
Right.
They whack that ball and they know exactly how to fucking put a little spin on that motherfucker, a little whisk action on that.
The difference between pro and being able to play the game is like,
It's different.
Right,
being
right,
banker and playing
right.
Monopoly.
Sometimes, like, you ever seen Bartolo Colon, the pitcher for the Mets?
No.
Oh, look at Google.
I thought that was a cologne you were
Dude,
talking
Bartolo
about.
Colon.
This guy's body's the
Look at
best.
Bartolo Colon. If you pull up Bartolo, I mean, look at this guy. And he just threw heat in the majors.
Jesus
And he would just, and he was fun about it. He was fun about being fat. He would sit in the locker room with no shirt on, eating cheeseburgers. Nobody gave a shit. And look at that one with the helmet flying off his head.
Well, as long as you're good at that sport.
He was good.
And that sport is a sport that doesn't require endurance. That's what's important.
No.
You don't have to do anything for a prolonged period of time.
No.
The furthest thing you have to do is run to a base.
Yeah.
And if you got to run to all of them, that's crazy.
Yeah.
What did you do? Generally, if you run into all of them, you can kind of trot because you knocked it out of the park.
What do you think the sport that requires the most endurance? Obviously, not thinking about like long distance running because that's obvious, but like, you know what I think it is?
What?
I think hockey.
Well, soccer too.
Yeah, but the hockey, you notice how those guys can only be on the ice for like
2 minute shifts.
2 minutes, and because it's so hard to skate like that.
Can't do it.
Yeah, they
Right.
just
Good
can't-
point. Good
they
point.
can't do
Soccer
it.
players stay on the field the whole game.
Yeah, because they get to rest and slow
Yeah.
down.
Even the best,
Yeah.
Gretzky, they can't 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
They can't do
tops.
it.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
They
That
have
is
4
crazy.
lines, I think.
Yeah.
So when they go 2 minutes, how much they take off before they go back?
I think it's like another minute or two, but it's multiple lines. Like
they
like that.
just constantly go on and off because they just can't because they have to continuously skate.
Can you imagine what a hockey game would look like if they never let them use the bench?
Oh, that would be
Oh my God,
hilarious.
insane!
Yeah.
People would drop dead.
Yeah, they would just drop dead.
That would be
dude.
wild.
Yeah, they would be drop
Have you
dead.
ever seen hockey live? An NHL?
Yeah.
That to me, besides MMA, I saw an MMA fight once. That was amazing. And then second is NHL.
It's very fast.
NHL, those guys on skates, whether you know the rules or not, it's amazing.
It's
it really
very, very fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And the skill to be able
Oh.
to skate. I can barely skate at all. I'm barely standing up. These
Yeah.
motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And it's the only sport where you're allowed to fist fight in.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
It's written into the rules.
Yeah.
It's encouraged. You're allowed to duke it out,
Yeah.
which is so crazy.
Yeah.
That's the only one.
Yeah, because I think people don't really know where the puck is, and so they're just everyone's just waiting around for a fight.
Yeah, you have no
'Cause it's
idea.
grandfathered in the punching each other.
Has anyone ever seen a goal when it actually happened in
No.
real time? It happens too fast. That's why they have the
Right.
siren on top of the goal.
Well, you know what I really like on TV where they have that circle over it, so that you
Yeah.
know where the puck is at
Yeah.
all times. Like
Yeah.
just a lot of craziness happening.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like if you're watching a football game from like the 30th row, and you're looking down, like, what happened? Who's got the ball?
Yeah.
Like after after the ball gets hiked, it's like where'd it go? Did
Yeah.
it go to him? They're faking you out. You don't know
Right.
unless you see the guy throw it.
Yeah.
You don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
And what about like old hockey goalies would do it with no helmet and just get the puck? And then we have
Oh, you see those faces?
Their
The way their
faces.
faces used to look?
Do you think
Yeah.
those guys ever sat on the bench and talked about mental health?
Nobody told them what it was.
No, they didn't know.
No, I don't think so.
You think they ever
Yeah.
talked about their mental
I
health?
think they had some struggles with it, though.
Oh, yeah.
Taking a couple of shots to the head.
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, yeah, of course. I mean,
No
you gotta be
question.
terrifying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
look at
more than
that.
die.
I mean, that guy's blocking it with his face.
Yep,
Yeah,
just what it
that's
is.
all the scars that he had on his face from his entire career.
Perry Sawchuk. That sounds like just a badass name.
Yeah.
That is a face, man.
Look at that, dude.
Imagine
Yeah.
if that guy gets mad at you in the bar. You're like, yes, sir, bye.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
go.
Yeah, I don't want that.
No, I
That's
don't
a
want-
guy who's seen some.
Who do you
fucking
think is
shit.
just-
Oh, Jesus, look at his face.
Yeah.
Oh, and he had a mask on. It broke the mask.
Ugh.
Fucked his face up.
I mean,
Jesus
they
Christ.
flick that thing. It's so hard right at your face.
So fast.
Yeah.
Who's the scariest warrior, like from history, you would never want to go up against? Like, would it be like, you know, like a wild Native American on the plains, a guy from Genghis Khan, a Nazi? Who would you be like, shit, this guy's gonna fucking kill me and it's gonna hurt?
The Vikings.
Vikings.
They were the biggest. And they were on mushrooms.
Dude, is that true?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Those Iceland guys that win the world's strongest man competition all the time, like those guys like the Mountain from Game of Thrones, where do you think that gene line came from?
Vikings.
100%. Those were the dudes that were in that fucking boat with a dragon head at the front, and when they pulled up at your shore, everybody just ran.
Yeah, that's it. But can I just nominate someone?
Yes.
We've not been thinking about? I mean, it's obviously not underrated because everyone knows about him, but let's just talk about the record. Alexander the Great, who led his troops undefeated in battle. He's the Floyd Mayweather of generals. Undefeated.
That's crazy.
Record. Never lost a battle.
That's crazy.
That's true.
And conquered the known world at that time. Took down the mighty Persian Empire.
But if the Vikings were alive back then, they might kill him and his little boyfriend too.
They had enough of them.
I
There was
think
enough
so,
of them.
dude.
But
Yeah.
they killed each other a lot too, unfortunately.
And they were
Vikings.
civilized, the Vikings too. It wasn't. Well, but did you ever see the biological warfare when they would light the? I read this thing where they would the rats on their boat when they were going to wherever they were invading. They would wait. They would look for infected rats. Somehow they knew. They would get close enough. They would light their tails on fire and then shoot them over the walls, and then let the rats run around and infect people and bite people or whatever, and wait it out for like 40 days, and just then go in when the town was all dying of some disease.
Whoa.
It's another. That's a
dark.
fact.
The
baby.
Vikings
That's real.
they were brutal. They would even kill like the priests in the churches. They would do bad stuff.
Have you ever seen Alexander the Great's ruins in Afghanistan?
In person?
Dude, not
Dude,
in
I don't
person.
want to go to
Photographs.
Afghanistan.
Photographs.
No.
Nobody wants to go to Afghanistan.
Yeah,
That's
no.
the problem.
No.
Archaeologists can't go there to study them.
Yeah.
But they have ancient Greek cities.
I know.
They look like beautiful ancient Greek cities that are in the middle of Afghanistan.
Yeah. That's sick.
My friend who served over there was telling me about it.
Yeah.
He was like, you go there, you can't believe what you're seeing. He had a bunch of pictures of it. It's
Yeah.
like, this is the craziest thing. It's like you're in Athens.
That
But
would
you're
be
not.
Crazy.
The Greeks kind of nailed some stuff.
Oh, yeah.
My people kind of
You know what
democracy.
you really should read?
Yeah.
The Immortality Key. Have you read that?
No.
It's Brian Murarescu. He's a scholar who was studying the use of psychedelic drugs in ancient Greece for the Eleusinian Mysteries, where everybody would go to learn about democracy, and like they were all like tripping balls.
Yeah.
And they've found evidence now from these vessels, these pottery vessels, that inside these vessels they were drinking wine, but it wasn't wine. The wine wasn't just alcohol. They would mix it with a bunch of different psychedelic compounds, and one of them was ergot. So they found residue of ergot, which is a psychedelic that gives you like an LSD-like experience. So they were all drinking wine and tripping balls and figuring out democracy and, like fucking the stars and constellations. They were out of their heads.
Yeah.
And
have to
the
almost-
birthplace of so much of Western society has come from that one spot.
When's the last time you
Thousands
banged
of
out a
years
little
ago.
LSD?
It's been a long time.
Yeah. You think you'll bang it out again one day before you go?
I would like it to be legal before I admit to that.
Oh, right, right.
This is what I think.
Oh, I thought LSD
We
was
have
legal.
No, super illegal.
Oh, all right.
Schedule 1. I think when we realize the benefits of these things, and hopefully it's within our lifetime, especially for people that have PTSD, like soldiers, that'll open the door for that. And then they'll have clinics where regular people can use it, and then they can get over a lot of the shit that people are struggling with. There's a lot of people that could have a psychedelic experience and snap themselves back onto a better course in life. And if it's illegal, that number of people is going to be very limited. But like all things, it's going to have side effects. This is the thing. It's like there's no biological free lunch. And if you're doing something that's blowing your brains out, like LSD, there's a certain amount of people who aren't coming back.
Right.
And that's real. Because there's a certain amount of people who have a very fragile grasp on reality as it is.
Right.
You give that person 9 grams of psilocybin mushrooms, and you've got a real fucking problem. They might not ever come back.
Were you able to snap back quick?
You can snap back.
Yeah.
It depends on what you're doing, and when you're doing it, what time in your life, and what the experience was like. But it should be something that's controlled. It should be something that where you have places you can go where they have a very strict protocol. They measure your weight. They know what the dose is to give you. You can do it in a calm and clean and safe setting. They're regulated. They have counselors. They have people that understand. They screen you to make sure that you're not on any psych medications first that would interfere with it. That's what we should have, just like we have hospitals, just like we have mental health institutes. There should be psychedelic research centers that are connected to treatment facilities.
Right. There you go. I want to do it. I mean, the ketamine, that's what ketamine therapy is in some small ways, right?
Exactly. It's very psychedelic. In fact, John Lilly, the guy who created the sensory deprivation tank, that was his vibe. He used to like to do ketamine in there. He would do intramuscular ketamine. So he would go into the sensory deprivation tank and fucking bang himself with ketamine into the muscles because it would last a long time. And just He would just fucking exist in this other dimension for hours at a time.
Yeah.
That was his thing.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I would hit it. We should do a sensory deprivation tank together.
I have one.
He's got one here.
You have one here?
Yeah, I
You
do.
want to hit it?
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
He won't do it. See, he gets a little. He won't
I get a
do
little
it.
scared of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's worth being scared.
Yeah.
But that's not dangerous. It's not scary. Like, whatever weird feelings you have, if you can't handle it, all you have to do is open the door, and you're sober instantaneously.
Right.
It's
Right.
different than anything else.
Right.
But if it was a drug, if the sensory deprivation tank was a drug, it would be a very psychedelic drug.
Mm-hmm.
If it was just a drug, when you lay in there and your eyes are wide open, but it's pitch black and you're floating, you're completely weightless. If that was a drug, it'd be a very popular drug.
Now, when you've done this stuff, have most people seem to say their ego disappears over the horizon type of stuff? They realize everything's connected. Have you had that experience?
You definitely realize everything's connected. And your ego, you realize, is both protecting you and holding you back. Because your ego is like, you need a little bit of ego if you want to make it in life. Because you need to have enough confidence in yourself that you ask the girl out on a date that you're attracted to, or that you chase the job that you want, or that you like stand up for yourself when you feel like you're getting fucked over in a business deal. Like, you need some ego. You can't be completely selfless. You're not going to get anywhere. But then you have to realize that you're very fragile, and your ego is protecting you from a lot of like true understanding of the life experience.
Right.
You know, and one of the most profound things that happens with psychedelic experiences is the complete dissolving of ego. And then you kind of see yourself and everyone around you in a way more objective way. And you realize, like, oh my God, we're all energy, like feeding off of each other. And we're pretending that we're isolated and we're singular. We're on our own. That's why, like, really ill people will tell you, I don't have many friends. I don't like people. I don't want to be around people. You know, I don't, you know, if you've got a guy who's a fighter pilot, it's like, I don't hang around with fighter pilots. Like, he's probably really depressed. Like, something's wrong with them. If you don't hang out with your peers, if you don't have friends, you don't enjoy camaraderie and community, you want to pretend that you're like this isolated, like dark poet or something like that, you're probably very mentally ill. There's probably something really wrong with you.
Well, we're hardwired social species.
100%. And we enjoy each other's company. Yeah. We feed off of it. It's the worst thing they could do for you in jail is put you in solitary confinement. The worst thing you can do. You're in a giant cage filled with prisoners and rapists and murderers. The worst thing they could do is leave you alone.
Well, that's why I believe the internet's bad, is because it's fake community.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why people talk like a fake way.
Right.
They don't talk like they would ever talk if they were right in front of you.
Right. And that's why I think it's bad, because it's messing with people's sense of what reality is. And people are essentially disassociating when they're on there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's a very shallow way to communicate. And I think that if you do it like that all the time, your ability to communicate normally and the ability to socialize and just have conversations with people gets severely stunted. You know, like, you don't flex that. You don't use that muscle, and it atrophies, just like everything else.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just there's so many kids that are like completely socially disconnected, other than the internet, which keeps them connected. So they're socially connected through technology, but completely disconnected through like human touch, being around people, fun conversation, adventure, doing fun things.
Yeah.
They just exist in the same area and just get as much coming through the screen as they can.
Yeah. And it's
crazy.
It's fake. It's not real.
Yeah.
That's what's troubling, and that's what I worry about my kids. I go, like, I want them to have human connection, long conversations, experience people's energy. Looking at someone in the eyes is everything.
Yeah.
You know, feeling someone's energy, like you said. It's like you don't feel anything.
The problem also with kids is even when they're together, they're on their phones all the time.
That's a problem.
Yep.
Yeah. And this is one thing about podcasts that's fucking amazing, because podcasts are one of the rare times in my life where for 3 hours I have no phone.
Yeah.
For 3 hours, unless I'm checking something or sending Jamie something, I don't.
And the people listening are also doing the same thing. They're connecting to you without doing that. They're just connecting to hearing you.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like a long radio show. They're not like
beautiful.
Flipping through, scrolling, talking to other people, and they're talking back, and everyone's pretending like there's somebody else and catfishing each other.
That's why I always used to like planes back in the day before Wi-Fi came around, because when you were on a plane, if you didn't have a movie to watch or something like that, you just had to sit in that seat. And when you just sit in that seat and you know you can't go anywhere, I would get my best writing done.
Right.
My best writing, because I like forced to write.
Sure.
So, like, I'm forced. There's no Wi-Fi.
Have you ever tried to go to the bathroom without your phone, though?
Oh, it's horrible.
I can't even pee. It doesn't even work.
It's impossible. Yeah.
My detrusor muscle or whatever that muscle is that pushes out your pee, it won't come out.
If I got to poop really bad and I only got like 1%, I will go plug it in and hold my shit until I can get enough to shit through.
I can't do it. That's why I think I bet you there's a spike in anxiety when we ask, or people ask to have their phones put away at a comedy show or a music show, whatever.
Oh, for
I
sure.
bet you their anxiety goes through the roof because they're like, I can't, you know.
Oh, people complain all the time.
It's the best thing, and you do that at the mothership, right?
Yeah.
It's the best.
It's the best thing.
Yeah.
It's better for everybody too.
Yeah.
It's better for the audience member. It's better for you. It's better for everybody.
Yeah. If you were going to get eaten by, would you rather it be an animal or a human?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
You have to get eaten.
An animal.
You don't want a cannibal
Yeah,
to
I
eat
don't
you?
want some guy knowing he's eating me.
Right. You don't want him to have that
That's
power.
interesting.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alligator. crocodile.
Quick. It would be quick. How about a hippo?
Just
Hippo would
snap you in half. You'd be dead in seconds.
They drown you, right?
Yeah, they just rip you apart.
You don't want hyenas to eat you.
No.
You do not want that.
Because what do they do? They eat from the back.
Because they have
alive.
They have no concern about putting you down, killing you. Like a tiger, a cat will kill you.
Yeah.
Make sure you're dead before it eats you. Hyenas just start eating you.
Yeah, same as bears.
Yeah.
Bears just
They
start eating
eating
you.
Just start
Yeah,
eating
they start
you.
eating you. Wolves just start eating you.
Yeah.
Don't hyenas then throw up the food and then eat their puke?
Yeah,
that's how they
they're
nourish
the only
themselves.
animal.
It's a true story.
Yeah, they're the only animal that eats the full bone. Only animal on the planet that pulverizes the bone. Their jaw strength is such that they pulverize the bone and consume the bone as well. So when they're done, there's no carcass. They're the fucking best animal on the planet. They got pseudo penises. They're trans.
Transgender animals.
They're fucking wild. The women are bigger than the men. I loved your bit about it.
They smell too bad.
And we started the podcast because hyenas have always been my favorite animal, and we both loved history, and so we just combined those two things. But hyenas are hilarious, dude.
What was
By
your bit
any
about
means-
hyenas? I didn't hear
it. was great. It was a long bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a long bit.
It was a good
It's
bit.
basically about their matriarchal power structure.
And why that's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's also they had to do that because male hyenas are such cunts. They probably eat the babies.
Yeah.
They're monsters. It's but they're like a medium-sized animal in a world of things way bigger than them.
Yeah.
So they're living around lions.
They get it
Right.
done. They trick
Numbers,
you, numbers. They confuse you. They're opportunity killers. They love to kill, to steal kills.
That laughing is real. That cackle.
Yeah, and
that's a
they
real
don't
thing.
really know what it is either. They don't actually know
Seems
what
like they're
exactly.
having fun.
Yeah,
They're
it sounds like
just-
they're having a good time.
They're just having fun.
They're fucking
You think
brutal.
lions are like these fucking hyenas again,
Dude, I mean, the hyenas just spoil fun. They show up and you're like, these fuck. You ever see when like a cheetah works so hard?
Yeah.
Because cheetahs fail all the time, and then they finally get a kill, and then you just hear that. You just hear that, and the cheetah's coming, going, motherfucker, and they just come and they just steal it.
That whole area, when you think about it, is like the proving ground for like biological life.
Yeah.
Like how are you going to keep the populations in order? How are you going to make sure the predators don't get out of hand? How you make sure that the hyenas always have to worry about the male lions? Look at that face.
Yeah.
Look at that face.
Yeah.
That face is so crazy.
Yeah.
I don't want to get eaten by that.
Crushing jaw muscles.
I think.
Oh my God! Look at that face.
Yeah.
That's so nuts.
They're hilarious.
Imagine that's the last thing you see before you get eaten.
Yeah, I don't know why they're
Ripping
funny
you
to me.
apart.
Yeah.
How many people die from hyenas every year?
They eat a lot of people.
Do they?
You ever remember that picture that we saw of a hyena? It's got an elephant's foot in its mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just running around with an elephant's
That was
fucking monsters.
That was actually our first logo. We put our faces on that.
Ah!
And then we tried to sell merch at it, and people were like, I'm not buying this bloody hyena.
Yeah,
for
and
these fucking
also
idiots.
it's not our picture to sell.
Jamie, how many people die from hyenas every year? Hippos kill the most people in Africa, right?
Do they?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe hippos are responsible for the most deaths in Africa.
What are they like? Is there a village or something that like lives close to the
I
hippos
think
in
if
Africa?
you fuck around and you get in the water near hippos, you ever see the hippos chasing boats?
Yeah,
They'll
they're-
chase boats.
they're
It's like a
No, I never
fucking submarine.
Super
Wow.
territorial.
Yeah, they're rough, man.
Yeah.
You think of them as hungry hippo.
Yeah.
Well, we make the most monstrous animals the cutest.
Yeah.
Polar
Yeah.
bears,
Yeah.
hippos,
Yeah. Yeah.
yogi.
Yeah,
They're
teddy
hilarious.
bears. Yeah, every kid has a teddy bear. You're like, you don't want
Tony
a
the
real
tiger?
bear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right? Tony
Yeah.
the tiger. How many people every year die? Let's take a guess before we find
Okay.
out. How many people die from hyenas?
You
every
ready for
year?
this? I'm going to say that I think in the world, 50 people die of hyenas, and I think 75 die of cannibals.
Wow.
That's what I think. More people get eaten by other people than hyenas.
Wow.
50 and 75 is my guess. USA.
How would you'd have to count into places where people do it for revenge too, like Haiti, where they
Right.
eat people for fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That counts. Papua New Guinea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many? I think there's a very low number of cannibals every year where people get eaten by cannibals. I would say it's less than 20 people eaten by cannibals. This is my guess. And maybe 75 people every year die from hyenas.
I'm gonna go 800 to 1,000
Hyenas?
on the whole continent, Serengeti. Yeah, I mean Africa. Yeah, I'm gonna go
Every year?
1,000. Yeah, I'm gonna go 1,000. Yeah.
What about cannibals?
Cannibals, I think, is a lot higher. I mean, how are we ever going to get that number? Nobody
Right.
eats somebody and then goes and reports it.
Right.
Yeah, so that's impossible to know.
Right.
But I think hyenas you can track, and I think they probably get hundreds.
But ask Google, because Google
Yeah.
tells you the truth.
I bet it's
ChatGPT
not that
lies.
many.
Yeah.
I bet it's not that many.
What do we got? Oh.
Took me a while to find an answer. I found one story where a guy was killed by someone. It was the 60th in that year, but I didn't know what year it was.
60th hyena or cannibal?
Hyena death in that
Okay.
year.
I was
Wow, I said
Person-
50.
Sorry, person killed by hyenas.
Okay.
Yeah, this 1998 to 99, 50 people were attacked by hyenas, with 35 being children, 12 people killed.
Only 12 killed.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not seeing tons of good info.
All right, so I was wrong.
If you're in that part of the zone, you better be packing everywhere you go.
Yeah,
we need it.
Bulletproof vest, shotgun, big Bowie knife, fucking everything.
Yep.
You're walking around hyena country, you better be ready to spray.
Yeah.
It says their attacks are actually kind of rare.
Oh, okay.
Hyena attacks?
Yeah. Who gets people the most over there? Hippos?
Lions, maybe?
No, hippos, he said.
I think hippos. I think hippos are responsible for the most deaths in Africa every year.
But you know who really is responsible for most deaths in Africa?
Humans.
Mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Of
mosquitoes.
course.
Which is
Those little
so
fuckers.
crazy. The
They've killed
smallest.
half of all the people that have ever died.
Yeah,
mosquitoes have, right?
Yeah. Mosquitoes have killed half of the people that have ever died.
It's crazy.
Malaria.
Yeah, the most dangerous animal on the planet.
It makes you think, like, is this our planet or is it their planet?
Yeah.
Hippopotamus, animal that kills the most people in Africa with an estimated 500 deaths per year. Fuck. 500 people get hippoed every year.
20 miles an hour they can run?
Yeah.
That's real shit.
Oh, it's real shit. If you have a bad knee, you're in real trouble.
Yeah.
Cape buffalo, they kill a bunch of people every year. Puff adder.
Okay.
That's a snake.
Snake makes sense.
How many people do you think die from African lions every year?
I was thinking it was going to be a lot, like 100, but I guess I'm wrong.
Well, if hippos are 500, it can't be 100. Like, let's just guess. How many people die from lions?
If hyenas are, I'm going to say 18.
18 from,
because
think more people die from hyenas than lions?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, that was like in the 80s, and it was only 12 people died.
But who's getting close to the lions like this?
Assholes.
Well, they also live out there. I mean, they did a lot of tribes like live out there. They're close by.
There's a tribe, there's a village in Africa, I saw it was on Nat Geo, that hyenas come in and get fed there.
Yeah,
hyenas walk into, you saw that, right? Where they
So they
actually
have a
feed
deal?
them. So they have a deal, and actually they believe helps keep them safe because the hyenas know they don't have to kill anyone, they'll just get the food.
Yeah, these are good. These are coffee.
Ooh, nice.
They're breakers.
Yeah.
I think that's probably smart. Like, make friends with the hyenas.
Why not?
You know,
They
a lot of guys try to
understand.
keep them as pets. You ever see the dudes who walk around with them with chains on them
Yeah.
and shit?
That'd be wild.
Yeah. That's a gangster move. You walk around with a fucking hyena? 'Cause they're big, too.
Dude, if we ever do
What's
like
a hyena, like $1.50? So it's like a mastiff looking size?
Yeah, it's kind of like probably German Shepherd or Mastiff looking.
Bigger than a Shepherd, right?
Probably. I don't know, because
pretty
they're like wide. They're not that. Like, they're kind of compact. So I don't know. I don't know what they're.
Can you get them in the U.S.? You can't get a hyena in here, right?
Maybe you get them in Texas.
Yeah.
You
Or
can get one.
Florida. Texas has a lot of shit here.
Like, could you bring one out on stage on a show? Like, if you got clearance,
If you were
can't do
Ted
that.
Nugent in Texas could bring hyenas on stage.
He'll bring one out.
He used to ride a buffalo when he was on stage. You ever see that? Yeah. You never see Ted Nugent riding a buffalo?
No.
He had a buffalo that he could ride, and he would ride it on stage. And, like, he's doing a show, and he's on a fucking buffalo in front of all these people.
You know, Ted Nugent is the only guy who I've ever heard who made me understand meat eating and how it's no less moral than. He's the only guy who made it make sense in my head. He goes, "Oh, you think you're a good person because you're only eating the vegetables?" And then he talked about how many animals have to be killed in order to keep those vegetables from being eaten by other animals.
Look at this. Riding a
Wow.
buffalo.
Wild kid.
Wow. His son owns a bar on Staten Island, and I didn't know. And he was like, "Yeah, my
Rocco?
Oh, it was the kid didn't know he was his son.
Yes,
yeah,
you met this kid?
Yeah,
Ted.
The kid that he didn't know was his son.
Ted
Yeah.
Jr. And he was like, "Yeah, Ted Nugent's my pop." He's a really cool guy, and I was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
He was like, "Yeah, dude, it's pretty fucking
Did
wild."
you ever hear him explain that? And I was like,
I explained it on this podcast.
Oh, he did? Is that
Yeah.
what it was from?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I was like,
There's a red curtain
yeah.
behind him.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, like nobody ever thinks of that.
What is Ted Nugent famous? What is he? Was he a politician? What was Ted Nugent?
Stranglehold, son. You don't ever heard of Stranglehold? You never heard that
Sorry,
song?
no.
Here I come again now, baby. You don't know that song?
No.
Oh my God, you know it. Play Stranglehold.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So he was
It's
a
one of the
musician.
greatest guitar riffs in all of rock and roll.
I'm gonna be honest if I know it.
Come on, son.
So far, it's not ringing a bell.
Hold up. It's just picking up, son. Here we go.
You know it?
No.
You don't know
How dare
it?
you? Hold up.
I don't think so.
I've heard this song.
Yes, yeah.
No, I've heard that part.
Hold up. This is a huge hit.
I don't know it.
Who's the best guitarist of all time?
Hendrix.
Billy Ray?
Hendrix.
Hendrix?
Hold up. All right, we're good.
Stranglehold.
Yeah.
So he's a big
famous for
musician.
that. Cat Scratch Fever, another big song.
Okay.
Had a bunch of good songs.
But then what happened? Then he got into politics and
Well,
stuff?
he's just he's a bow hunter and like very vocal about social issues and
That's
kind
cool.
of a maniac.
Right.
Yeah, he's kind of a nutty dude, but he's fun.
Yeah.
So then how does he have a son in Staten Island that I know?
Well,
How's that
his
possible?
son, I think he didn't know it was his son, right? It was one of those deals.
But they're close.
Yeah.
They're a
but he has
relationship.
another son, his son Rocco, that I've met.
Right.
He's a fun guy.
Yeah.
I like him.
It's a powerful name.
I don't
Rocco.
agree with everything he says, but that's the case with a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Teach their own.
I think Hendrix is the greatest.
Right.
When it comes to guitars, because Hendrix changed songs with his guitar. Like Eric Clapton famously, when he saw Hendrix play for the first time, was like, "What am I doing? Like, why am I even doing this?" This is Eric Clapton.
Right.
Eric Clapton. Layla. I mean, he was amazing.
How about Billy Ray Vaughan, though?
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Sorry,
son of a
Stevie
bitch.
Ray Vaughan. Jesus Christ.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
Stevie Ray.
Stevie Ray Vaughan
Tin
was
Pan Alley.
Amazing.
Yeah.
He used to play at our club.
Yeah, I can't believe I
There's
said Billy
those-
Ray Vaughan. I got him confused with
Billy Ray Cyrus.
Billy Ray Cyrus.
Don't tell my heart, my achy breaky heart.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Tin
Pan Alley is one of my
Have you ever
favorite songs.
seen in the corridor of when you're going on stage at the mothership those photos of Stevie Ray Vaughan? Those are him on stage at the Ritz.
Oh, crazy.
From 1983.
Wow.
Yeah, he performed there a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Willie Nelson performed there.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That place has some history.
Oh, you can feel it. Dude.
Yeah.
It's burned in there.
Yeah.
I brought in Ghost Hunters to check it out. Sam and Colby brought in Ghost Hunters.
Did they find it?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I don't know what's real.
Yeah.
But someone was murdered there. Someone was definitely shot there, I think, in the 70s.
Right.
At
We
least
were
one person. It used to be a nudie movie theater, and it was a pool hall. So it was like a nudie movie theater, a pool hall. It was a punk rock club. There's like a lot of history in there.
A lot of people of the night in there.
And do you think it's possible that it was built on an Indian burial ground? Indian burial ground?
It's so much better that you fucked that up. There used to be a swastika on the wall.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So when we tore down, so there's like wallboard, and you tear down the wallboard to get to the raw brick, and in the raw brick there's a fucking swastika on the wall, and we're like, this is crazy. And so while we're building the place up, I come in like 4 months later. I'm like, hey guys, why is the fucking swastika still here? Like, we're gonna open in like 6 months. You gotta get rid of the swastika. So they tell one of the construction guys to take off the paint where the swastika is. And so you know what he does? He takes it off in the shape of the swastika. So he cleans it. So now it's brighter. Now it's like bright white. I'm like, hey, it's still a fucking swastika. Get it off the wall. Jesus Christ.
Was it the swastika from like the Hindu symbol before?
No. It was probably from the punk rock days. Somebody probably thought they were being crazy. Fuck yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably someone being a rebel. I'm a rebel.
And they threw it up.
Yeah, they threw it up. They painted it on the wall, and it stayed there.
Wow.
Yeah.
They never cleaned it up. I'm like, this is so crazy.
That reminds me of the old Punchline in Atlanta that had the Vince Champ.
This is
signature.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh wow. Just fully naked on stage.
Yeah, with socks over their dicks, remember?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They used to do that.
That was a good move back then.
Yeah.
You get away with that. Show your pubes.
Why not?
Cover your balls in your cock with a sock.
Throw it up. They got good bodies, nice lean bods.
did, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're still going.
I saw a thing that said like hunter-gatherers, their bodies, not only the flexibility they had is unmatched, but they actually had bigger brains. You ever see this? That they actually think that they were smarter than us? They have bigger heads and bigger brains?
Well, they probably had to process a lot of things. It's like, what is smart? Is it smart to just be able to use ChatGPT and find answers to things? Or is it smart to have to figure stuff out about nature to stay alive?
Right.
There's different kinds of intelligence. If you take like the smartest guy ever and you let him loose in the Amazon, how long is he going to live? He's not going to live very
Stephen
long.
Hawking's not going to make it.
Hunter-gatherers generally had larger brains compared to later human populations, as the demands of their lifestyle, including complex foraging strategies and navigating diverse environments, likely put selective pressure on the evolution of larger brain capacity for problem solving and planning. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Expensive tissue hypothesis. Interesting. Which suggests that a diet rich in meat allowed for the energy expenditure needed to maintain a larger brain. Did you see those, they found a new population of humans that existed as recently as, I think, 100,000 years ago. But they found them in China, and they have much larger heads.
Really?
Yeah, they found out, they thought they were Denisovans, I think, at one point in time, which also is fairly new discovery. They found Denisovans in 2010. But this is another one. This is another new species of human being that they studied, that they found, rather. And they had large heads.
Haven't they found like 12, like 11 different hominids now?
There's quite a few. There's quite a few. Including the really controversial ones, like Homo floresiensis or Floriensis. I forgot how to say
What was that one? What was
Those are the
controversial
Hobbit
about
people.
them?
The island of Flores. They were little tiny 3 foot
Squeaks.
tall people.
Little squeaks.
Little twinks.
Yeah.
Late 1970s. Yeah, there it is. Homo juliensis. Fossils began belonging to 16 individuals were found at 2 different locations in China. They appeared to belong to unique species, thousands of artifacts, stone tools, and animal bones. This one is the larger-headed one. Is that the same one? Is that it? Because it says in the late 70s, fossils. I think this is large. I know I have a photo of it. Here, I'll send it to you. Where's my phone? I know I have. I saved it because I wanted to look at. Yeah, Dragon Man. That's it. Newly complete skull discovered in China in 1930 is a basis for the proposed new human species, Homo longi. That's it. Known as Dragon Man. Skulls found in 33, Shanghua River in Harbin, China, where a bridge was being built. Okay, so the skull is a combination of ancient and modern features, including a large brain similar to modern humans and Neanderthals, a low forehead. Oh, this was it.
But how do they know that these are? Couldn't it just be like a weird-looking kid? Like if me and Giannis were laying down, you found our skeletons, you would think we might be different types of species. I mean, he's got a peanut head and I have a head like a Cro-Magnon.
Good point, right? If you found Shaq buried right next to Bridget the Midget.
It could just be different people.
Yeah.
That is.
Good point.
You want to talk about fumes? These kids definitely have fumes. Neanderthals? Oh my God,
what
dude.
did
The
they
scent
smell like?
must have been bad, dude.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. Here, Jamie. I think this is a different thing. I'm going to send it to you right now. I'm going to send you the title. I just saved it on my phone so I could look at it later. 'Cause I didn't really look at it too much.
Right.
But they keep finding these new versions of humans.
Right.
So it's like, how many of them were there, and why did we succeed? Like, what was so great about
I think we were most vicious, right? We just killed off the other ones?
Dogs.
You think
Has to
dogs?
be. Dogs.
That's the answer.
I know, dude. Yeah.
You're 100% positive.
My street smart says it. Science says it. Like it's nascent, you know, in the understanding of how, but it's pretty solid that that's what gave us the edge.
So we domesticated dogs.
We teamed up with dogs, and we had a symbiotic relationship, and we were able to protect ourselves better.
So this is it. Large head people. Mysterious new form of ancient human emerges. This is it. So a provocative new piece in Nature's has proposed a whole new group of ancient humans, cousins of the Denisovans and Neanderthals, that once lived alongside Homo sapiens in Eastern Asia more than 100,000 years ago. Brains of these extinct humans who probably hunted horses in small groups were much bigger than any other hominin of their time, including our own species. This is it. The large head people, yeah. So that's it. It is that name, though. Oh, no. In the past, it says. Some science have attributed to it. But that's not what they're saying. So they think it's a different.
The Denisovans is what it says. Some scientists have attributed the Jula-Wren fossils to Denisovans,
Right.
or whatever, but once lived to some.
In the past. So now they think it's a totally different thing, right?
I didn't know people ate horses.
Oh, yeah.
Has every animal been eaten?
Oh, a lot of people eat horses, man.
Yeah,
in
still
fact,
right now.
Shavkat Rachmanov, the #1 contender in the welterweight division, says it's his favorite food.
Horse meat.
Yeah, he's from Kazakhstan. He rides horses and he eats horses. He's like, I love horse. He loves them all the way.
You ever tried it?
Yeah, I've had horse.
Good.
I had it in Montreal. There's a restaurant in Montreal, one of the best restaurants in the world. Shout out to Joe Beef.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible place. And we went there, Ari and I. We had, I went with Duncan too. We had horse tartare and we had horse loin.
And it was good.
Fucking really good. It's game. It's like wild game. It's like eating an antelope or eating an elk.
Right.
It's real similar. It's not bad.
Yeah.
But I remember it was on All in the Family when the bunkers were poor. You know, they weren't doing so well. And Edith went to the store and she bought horse meat and she served it to Archie. And it was like a big deal. It's like, I'm eating this horse. And it was, you remember that episode?
I never saw it.
I don't. But again, another good impression.
I remember it was like a real problem in the family that she fed him horse
meat. Yeah.
But they were so poor, they didn't have any meat.
Yeah. Well, I just feel bad for horses. I mean, they lug us around for, you know.
They're also very sweet.
Yeah,
like they're
love
connected
them.
to people.
I can't.
Right? You can get connected to a horse.
Yeah. I can't eat horses. I can't eat dogs. I just can't do it.
Can't do it.
Yeah,
Dogs
can't do
get eaten a lot, unfortunately, right?
I think dogs and humans are connected genetically.
I think so too. I think there's a place in our brain that kind of matches up with them, and like, yeah, we evolve together. Something's up. It's magical.
Yeah, my dog he's a part of my family.
Yeah.
I'm connected to that dog.
Yeah, me too.
See, I don't want a dog, but maybe I should get a dog. You think I should just do it?
Dogs are great, but you're a weirdo. You probably give them away.
No, I would.
You probably say I can't take it anymore, so I gave it to this Puerto Rican family, and they raised it to be an attack dog, and I feel bad. Now he's attacking people.
I would. I gotta be
like
better.
that fucking dream house you got rid of, and you moved to the city like a retard.
Like a fucking retard. Now I bought one that was too expensive because ChatGPT told me to.
Why didn't you try to buy your old house back?
Because
you did.
I did, and they won't sell it. The guys won't sell it. But what can I do?
What can you do?
Nothing. I gotta
do that anymore. Call him now, and you have like
him and I talk about it.
He's a much more logical person.
He is. His brain. He's more kind of controlled than me. I go a little wild, and he kind of keeps me back.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say I said it, but I don't know how controlled I am. But it was bought by a Muslim family,
a Palestinian family, on October 8th.
Yeah. So
after October 7th, the next day is when we sold it. October 8th, and my
that October 8th.
That October 8th. Palestinians moved in October 8th.
Boy, they move quick.
Yeah, they came right in.
I see the writing on the wall.
Well, they see that they're in a place where they can accomplish it. So they're like, we can actually live there.
Yep.
And they just do it.
So they moved in big, and and my neighbors were kind of mad that we just picked up and left. But what can you do? I had to go. I had to move to Queens.
You didn't have to.
No.
You should have called somebody. That's the time you should call me.
Well, now I'll know. Now I know.
Yeah, please do. I'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're like, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, right. As soon as we get out of here, I'm going to call my accountant and see if we can rescind that offer, or are we locked in legally? Because I just found out ChatGPT's liar.
Do you get panicky?
Oh, yeah, I get real panic.
So, yet you still do these.
I still do it because I think I don't do drugs. So I think I get, and so this is my father was a compulsive gambler and told me never to gamble. So I thought I escaped because I don't know anything about cards and sports gambling. I don't know anything about it.
You do it with life choices.
Yes, which is kind of a little riskier.
A lot of people do.